Hello and welcome to the Bond Revisited podcast with me, Tom.
And me, Joe.
The podcast where we rewatch the Bond films one by one, discuss them, and then rank them alongside the other Bond films to build our own definitive list for the Bond franchise. You are listening to episode 21, where we'll be revisiting the film Casino Royale. I guess we need to clarify the 2006 Casino Royale, because I believe there was a different one.
Oh, I didn't get the memo on that.
I felt silly just saying Casino Royale's this week. I probably should have specified.
I need to can we pause for maybe like 2.5 hours?
Yeah, let's meet back here in 2.5, yeah?
Because I've got a very different set of notes.
Much shorter, I would assume.
Much more nonsensical.
So we'll be doing the Daniel Craig. Pierce Brosnan is out. He's gone. In with the Craig. Which, how much do you remember of like the whole hubbubaloo of the press when Casino Royale was about to come out?
You know, I was actually thinking about this morning when I was making my coffee. My morning coffee. This
Nice.
is what I do. I was thinking, Joe, what podcast later on? And one of the points that I remember coming up, or whenever you hear about this change of Bond back in 2006, because, it had been 4 years since the Die Another Day film had come out. And there's always this talk about, there was a blonde Bond. There was all this backlash. People couldn't believe it. Daniel Craig, he's going to be the Bond. And I got to be honest, maybe it's just because I was younger and I don't really remember much of it. But I also feel like there's a certain element of it's just that thing that the papers said and no one actually that you would have spoke to had those opinions. I don't know. I can't remember anyone actually being that surprised or angry that Daniel Craig was now becoming Bond.
I don't remember that as well. I'm assuming it was just a bit of pub talk when people were actually talking about it.
Yeah.
No one actually really cares all that much, but, just in a pub being like, did you see they hired a blonde guy? Oh, bloody hell. Oh, I can't believe it. This country.
Yeah.
It was just that sort of stuff. But yeah, as you said, I was also too young to really care all that much. But it was just insane, reading up about this film where you've got stuff like apparently the Daily Mirror as a front page headline was "It's bland, James Bland," because they cast Daniel Craig. It's like, is that just how good the world was in 2005 or whatever it would have been that they could report front page news was, James Bond doesn't have dark hair.
Oh, I long for those days.
That sounds great.
It really does. The biggest issue of the country right now is James Bond. Yeah. I don't know. But the thing is that Daniel Craig wasn't a complete unknown when he was cast as Bond. He'd been in, but I think he'd already been in Tomb Raider by this point, and like Layer Cake and things like that.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know where the bland comes from. That seems a bit unfair.
I don't know. I really don't know. I didn't read the article, unfortunately. I'm sure they explained it and broke it down and presented a very real argument that makes sense. But yeah, I think it was just a big overreaction. But it's an interesting one because potentially we're about to go through that cycle again. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that cycle plays out, because it's probably going to be very similar. Unless they just cast someone who looks exactly like a classic James Bond character, we're probably just going to go through it again.
Do you think it's going to be front page news, or do you think that's still going to be things like cost of living, wars, climate change? Or do you think we're going to take a step back, bring it back down a little bit, and care about who this new Bond is?
Oh, I hope so.
I hope so too.
So
I don't know.
Yeah. So back to the film. Unfortunately, it was quite interesting turning this film on because we've done 20 of these. This is our 21st, and back in the day and early on, it was like, this 60s Bond film where we can just watch, look how sweaty Sean is, ha ha ha, good times. But now we have to actually critique and watch a good film that's kind of a classic. And to be honest, I found it a little bit intimidating as I put in the disc and started playing it. People like, oh god, I have to actually talk about Casino Royale and why it's good.
Yes, yeah. It's the thing is, it's one of those things where this film is so beloved and is so well critically received. I was watching it and I was kind of thinking I actually have to talk about why this is good, because it's almost just a given. Casino Royale is a great film, and everyone will be like, yeah, great. Daniel Craig's great in it. The action's great in it. But then to get into the nitty-gritty of it, it's like, why is it actually so good? And I guess that's what we're going to talk about today.
Well, we're going to try at the very least.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the GoldenEye one, I don't know. I think I was more intimidated about this one than GoldenEye, but to me, GoldenEye was on that same level. And that one, I think, turned out okay. So maybe this one can turn out okay as well.
Okay, that's good enough for us on this podcast.
Yeah.
Okay.
It might not be amazing, but there's a lot of it.
Yes. Quantity over quality right there, yeah.
Exactly. All right. Shall we look at the film?
Let's get into it.
So we begin, and if you've listened to all the other episodes, normally I say the circles appear, yada, yada, yada. No circles.
None.
Everyone flees the cinema in disgust. I came here for circles, and there are no circles.
That was just you. That was just you who did that.
I was very loud and dramatic about it, though.
That one strange man who was leaving, and everyone's like, oh, thank God he's gone.
No circles! No Tom, thank you. Then I leave.
You're going to be so angry when there's no hat.
I didn't even think about that until you just mentioned it. There's a lot of sweaty Bond, though, so I guess it evens itself out.
Oh, yeah.
So instead we get, even before the film starts, we get all the production logos and stuff. MGM, the Lion, which we usually get in front of the Bond films. We just don't talk about them for obvious reasons. But this time they appear in black and white. Straight away, black and white. And we fade into the film itself. So we fade from black, and it's outside a building. And it's a car pulling up to the building, and we are in Prague, the Czech Republic. So we're still getting our opening sequence here, but yeah, everything's in black and white. Very stylish. And I remember really liking this choice back in the day. But the more I think about it, the more I don't think it makes that much sense, really.
Why's that?
Because Bond films were never in black and white, ever. And, okay, to me, the black and white is supposed to signify time, that this is, older, because this is kind of going for more of an origin story. And I don't think that really works, especially because the opening of the film is in black and white. And then when we actually get into the film itself, that takes place a week after this opening sequence and is in color. So I feel like it messes up the timeline a little bit. And perhaps I'm missing the point, and that it's not supposed to be this has happened a long time ago. Maybe it's just purely for stylish reasons. But I don't think the timeline, this has happened, this is in the past, makes all that much sense.
I think it is purely style. Yeah. Okay. I do think it's purely style. I mean, I don't know if that's really needed, to be honest with you. It definitely makes an impression. I remember some people thinking that the film was wrong. Why is there no color? Projector, no. But yeah, I don't mind it. But I think I guess it's just that thing where it's right, we are starting from scratch. You say it's a reboot of the Bond character, and this is just a kind of way to set it out from the others.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. I still don't dislike it. It's just, I have seen this film so many times, as I'm sure you have.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of times. Not that much recently, but it has been a while, but I've seen this film a lot. So when I watch this film, I do kind of think about certain elements more than maybe the average person kind of would if you've only seen it once or twice. And this one, the more I think about it, the more in my head, this just kind of, I always saw this film when I originally saw it as, this opening is taking place a long time ago, and then the rest of the film is maybe taking place 10 years in the future when Bond is more established. That's not true. It happens all around the same time. I don't know if it is a week, but we do get a reference from M saying, I only just gave him 00 status, and he's already doing this. So, it happens in a very short time. But I still quite like it from it's something different. It's a stylized thing. It sets the correct tone and frame of mind for what they want with this film, which is something new and different. So I still like it. I just question the timeline aspect of it.
Things that call in black and white, right? It's noir, film noir effect. However, you could, going into it, you could be this is Bond's life before being a 00 was black and white.
Maybe.
And then into colour when he gets his status confirmed. I don't know. You could start going into that sort of mumbo jumbo if you wanted to.
I think that kind of works, actually. I didn't think about that, but I think that does kind of work. So anyway, so a man pulls up inside this big, huge building. It's like one of those office buildings, like a tech company or something like that. So he pulls up, he gets out of his car. We get a lot of tilted angles here. So there's a lot of angles which are just kind of tilted a little bit. Everything's a little bit off. Something's not quite right here. But all we're really seeing is a man entering this big building, walking through, going up a lift. It's all very quiet as well, and in black and white. And it's taking place at night. Even though it's black and white, they do kind of sell the idea that this is actually taking place at night. A lot of that, I think, is with the shadows. So we just got this eerie scene of this man walking through this big building, and eventually he gets into his office, which is also lots of shadows in there, and Bond is in the chair. Little Bond, or Daniel Craig as Bond.
Little Bond.
Little Bond.
Little man Bond.
He probably is the shortest one so far.
That's true.
I think he actually is. But yeah, he's sitting in the chair, and Bond says, M doesn't mind about you making some money on the side as long as it's not selling secrets. So I'm actually not too sure who this character is, because I don't think it matters all that much. It's just somebody who's like associated with MI6 who's been selling secrets to make some money.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So yeah, it doesn't matter then.
Yeah. Someone who had access to top secret information.
Yeah, so he sits down, he pulls open his drawer at his desk, which has a gun sitting in there, and the man calls him Bond. Straight away calls him Bond, so no messing around there. And he says that, well, if M was so sure I was bent, which meaning crooked or a traitor, he would have sent a 00. And he says something like, your file showed you have no kills. And then I think he might ask something like, how many kills do you need to make a 00? And Bond says 2. And we cut to a very frantic scene of Bond fighting a man in a public bathroom. So the scene that we're seeing with them in the office is very quiet, and then we cut straight to this one, which is also in black and white, by the way, of Bond fighting this man and punching him and stuff. And we then go back to the office, and I need a better name than man. I guess we just call him Traitor. The Traitor.
The Traitor.
Yeah. So the traitor in the office then points his gun at Bond and saying, "Shame, we barely got to know each other." He tries to fire, but it's empty, and Bond says, "I know where you keep your gun." At which he kind of pulls the gun down. He's saying so how did the man die, my contact? And Bond says, not well. So we go back to the scene in the toilet of Bond fighting the contact. And he is just kind of choking him. It's a lot of punching, and it's very visceral, and he's choking out the contact. The contact reaches for his gun. He grabs it. He fires. So Bond he misses, but Bond then holds his head into the sink, which is full of water, and he just kind of holds it down, and you see him trying to struggle, and eventually he collapses, and he's dead. And then you get a little scene of Bond breathing quite heavily after he killed him. So back to the office, and the traitor is like, "Oh, made you feel it, did he?" And the man is saying, "Oh, don't worry, the second is..." And at this point, Bond shoots the man, and he says, "Yes, considerably." Because the point is that the traitor was about to say, "Don't worry, the second kill is much easier." So Bond kind of shoots him. And then we go back to the toilet, where we see the contact wasn't actually dead. So the man goes to shoot Bond, and we then get Bond walking. Well, I don't think he walks across, actually. He picks it up, he spins, and he shoots. And as he's shooting the man on the ground, he actually shoots the camera, and we get the classic gun barrel and the blood coming down.
That's when you walk back into the cinema.
That's when, yeah. I was like, I was just going for a snack. That's what
I didn't mean it. I'm sorry.
Sorry. So no circles, but you get the gun barrel, you get the thing as him shooting. And yeah, that's your opening sequence. We then go into the theme for there. So, it really sets a tone.
It's very short, but very impactful with what it does.
Yeah, I love its short length, and I totally agree. It's very impactful. It's straight away it really is a opening statement of what this film is going to be about, what Daniel Craig's Bond is going to be about. This isn't necessarily going to be a happy, fun film. In the previous Bond films, you just had Bond killing tons of people effortlessly. This one is Bond killing people pretty brutally. And it makes you feel it. It's right in your face. You can't kind of look away. It's very brutal and you feel it a lot. And I think it also is very smart in terms of showing the two sides of Bond, where Bond is in the office and is very like stone-faced. You see that a lot from Craig, this like stone-faced impression that he has. But you kind of get that contrast of Bond being like that and being very calm and collected and in control in the office, to then the other side of Bond, which is murdering someone and not being like that. It being a little bit more messy, it being a little bit more tough. So yeah, there's so much they pack into this scene. It's Martin Campbell is back from GoldenEye, and you can straight away feel his presence because everything feels so smart and deliberate, and you really feel what's going on here.
You know how I can feel Martin Campbell's presence straight off the bat, apart from being good, like GoldenEye, is he likes to do, and I noticed this throughout the film a few times, he likes to do like really quick whooshes, like quick pans before something. You see it quite a few times. And I was like, oh, that's his little thing he likes doing. I've spotted it. I know your trick, Martin. Yeah, like when he gets shot, when the traitor gets shot, there's like this really quick, almost kind of comedic pan over before they actually see him fall. Very over the top in a way, but it doesn't seem stupid. It's just like the way that they filmed this shot. But yeah, I kind of, you've said it all there. Like, this is the whole premise of this film. It was the first Bond book. This is a reboot. This is Bond becoming 007 as we know him, as we've known him since, by this point, it would have been 44 years, sorry. And so you're getting it immediately off the bat with him, as you say, you've got the cold, calm, collected, in control Bond, and you've got the Bond that is still kind of making mistakes, is messy, he's not doing it very cleanly, he's trying to kill this guy and he's having to really struggle and drown him in this horrible way in the sink. It's not very dignified, and it's great. I was trying to think as well about Casino Royale and about the marketing for it. Like, was this pushed as this is Bond from the beginning? Was this pushed as an origin story? Because but you'd have to kind of know that Casino Royale was the first book in a way. I don't know like how many general public people would know that. So is it in the trailers and stuff that this is like Bond from the start, or is it just people go in and they'll be like, oh, okay, we're doing this, are we?
It had to be pushed in some form. As you say, I don't think most people would know this is the first book, but I think having a new Bond, I guess, helps. And it was 4 years from Die Another Day, which was quite a lot back then. So I think they probably did put it in, but I do think maybe they actually didn't really need to push it all that much, just kind of put it out there that this is a reboot of sorts. They probably didn't need to be like, see Bond Reborn. Maybe they did, I don't know. But I think they put it out there in trailers, but it wasn't necessarily the focus. I think it was probably more like, here's Craig doing some badass stuff as Bond, because you do get a few of those kind of trailer moments in this film, which are good moments. But yeah, there probably was a balance there, I would hope.
Yeah, but this whole pre-title sequence just goes to show that you don't necessarily need, although I think mainly this one gets a pass because it is that origin story, but you don't need a big stunt thing to kick off the film. I think the thing that really kicks this film off is just, well, seeing Craig start and like that little messy fight and everything, and just how kind of cool he is with the black and white and, you know, considerably line. It's all that sort of stuff that just works. And later on, obviously, you get more of like the big stunts and stuff when he's a bit more into the role. But for now, this is all very much character heavy stuff, and kind of you're seeing that not necessarily just through dialogue, but through the actions here as well.
Yeah, it's a real statement of what sort of film they want this to be. Because if you read up about this film being made, it's all about, well, Die Another Day was a little out there, so maybe we shouldn't do that anymore. So this almost feels like it might have been something that they needed to pitch internally to people inside the studio and stuff, to be like, look, it's a different Bond, we're doing this differently. Because, yeah, as you say, no stunt, it's just Bond killing two people and becoming a 00, which is cool in itself, but it's a huge contrast to what we had with Pierce Brosnan's Bond. It's a massive one. But I do feel like parts of this character isn't necessarily like new. Like, this doesn't feel like a new Bond entirely to me in this sequence. And I'm saying this as someone who's watched this many times. Like, I think when you first watch it, it does. But I don't think this is necessarily bringing in any new elements for Bond. It's just kind of shining a spotlight on these two specific elements, which is Bond. There's two sides of the coin with Bond: the cool, collected version and the guy who's a little bit more messy, which Pierce Brosnan also did that. Like, that also existed in the Pierce Brosnan films, and you could see the Sean Connery ones as well. You could totally see that all the way there. That was always a part of the character, but it kind of shines a light on it in this very specific way and kind of strips it down to just those elements, to cool, collected guy in an office and the murderer who's just trying to survive and kill someone. And it just, like, yeah, that's what I like about it, I think this doesn't, to me, feel like a massive reinvention. It just feels like more of a refocus, and they brought in a new Bond and made it done in a very stylish way to kind of sell that, which is very smart.
You could say they were showing his character in a very black and white manner.
You could.
I'm going to.
Oh, okay. All right.
So it makes me sound smart, like I'm a film analyst.
Yes.
Indeed.
Black and white manner. So yeah, so very good. I will say, I don't think this is my favorite opening sequence. I think there's just not enough to it. But in terms of exactly what it wanted to be, and I mean, it's short, which is nice. Like, it did everything it set out to do. I wouldn't say this is my favorite, but it's definitely up there. Yeah, I just don't think there's enough meat on the bones for me to say it's my number one, but it would definitely be in like a top 5, probably.
It's not the most fun. And I think there is an element of, you do want that big bombastic fun element to the start of the film, the crazy stunts and stuff like that. But as I say, we do get that eventually, and I think this one is kind of needed as this beginning of Craig's tenure as Bond. So yeah, it's still very, very good. Very good, in my opinion.
Agreed.
Oh man, now I've got to talk about the title sequence. Because I mean, if I'd said that the pre-title sequence wasn't terribly fun, I think this is very fun. But it's just so, oh man. It's very hard to describe this because it's such a visual heavy title sequence. But as you know, with past few Pierce Brosnan ones, we've been talking about Daniel Kleinman's title sequences and how they moved more into more advanced CGI and just having better elements to them, more cohesive, more polished. And so, you know, last one we had all the ice stuff and things like that, which we really liked. But we're also going in a completely different manner with this one as well now. We're changing things entirely, and we're not getting any sexy women on gun barrels and, you know, big diamonds shining and stuff like that. We're going to like a sort of 2D rotoscoped, very flat style of a massive theme around playing cards and casinos, because, you know, it kind of works with the main premise of this film and it being called Casino Royale. So yeah, it's Bond. You're kind of seeing a story of Bond taking out all these baddies, but everyone's sort of in these very flat colors cut out, and everything's suits of like card suits. So you have like gun bullets are diamonds, and explosions are clubs, and like veins are the bits of the playing cards. You know, the design bits of playing cards. And yeah, there's just so much to it. I mean, I can't go into every little aspect of this, but it's very, very different to anything we've seen before in a Bond film.
It's not just the 2D animation here, it's the colors as well.
Yeah.
Where everything has like, what would you call it? Gold? Is it gold?
Oh, like the little like wispy lines and things like that.
Well, there's that, but also just like the background color in general is like kind of that goldy, like a darker goldy color. And then you've got like reds and blues on top of that, which are all very bold colors. I think it's something that you lose with CGI, which is kind of that more simplistic look that can make things stand out and be really, well, bold, really. With CGI, you get a lot of like extra details and it becomes a bit more murky, which is fine. But we've had that for a few films now. This one, stripping it back, makes it so extremely striking and stylized. It really does look amazing. Like it's so good. Having the theming here goes without saying. Casino Royale. Let's have like this casino style thing where it's all with the playing cards, and Oh, and they just go all in with it. You know, there's no half measures here. Some of the other Bond openings, you might get like a little bit here and there, or here's somebody on fire because there's fire in the film. But this one is like, nah. We're going to do the playing card kind of art style, and we're going to have Bond kill a load of people in using that art style. And it's just, it's so good.
Yeah, it really is. It's, as you say, they do go all in with it, and you have Bond as like the black coloured character doing all this, and all the enemies are red, and it's all linking in, and you have the roulette tables that are aim like sights, and they turn into roulette tables. But you also have the reason why I'm saying it sort of tells a story in a way is because you're seeing a lot of Craig actually in this. Sometimes he's not in that sort of rotoscope manner; it's just him with an effect on him, but like actual footage of him. And what I like about this is in that very short pre-title sequence, you don't really get any big like, da-da, this is Bond, right? It's all very quiet, and he's just sitting in the chair, and there's the lighting and the shadows on him. Whereas, in other Bond films, when they've revealed the Bond, it's always been I'm thinking like Timothy Dalton's, reveal as he's turning to face the camera and stuff like that. And I feel like you actually kind of get that more here in the title sequence rather than beforehand, which is a bit different. It ends with Bond, with Craig like walking right up to the camera, kind of from the shadows, and it's like there's the money shot. That's Bond starting, and I love it. I think it's all so great.
Did you just notice how like extremely blue Craig's eyes looked at the very end there?
Yeah,
like they give
piercing.
a real focus on his eyes, which I think is something they do with other Bonds as well. But yeah, that was another aspect that the people complained about. Oh, blue-eyed Bond, blah 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 blah. But
so
here
weird.
they zoom in on it, and they look incredibly blue. I got a little lost. I won't lie.
I know something else that's blue that maybe people might have got lost in with this film. Anyway.
Should I guess?
I'll leave you to think of that.
I'll think about that, yeah.
But you do
see... Oh, yeah, we'll get there.
You do see at one point, like a card comes really close to the camera, and it's a 7, and it gets 2 bullet holes shot in it to form 007, and that turns into 007 status confirmed. So, yep, he is now 00 agent. And I guess we should also talk about the song as well, which is My Name.
I guess we'll cover it.
Yeah, by Chris Cornell. Very much a rock song with kind of mixed in with those Bond horns and things like that. And again, I love it. I love this song. I think it's also that's sort of my genre of music anyway. I think I'm probably more a rock music fan than anything else.
You're a rock and roll star. You're a bit of a rock head.
I had my days, back in the 80s, mad times.
In the mosh pits, yeah.
Oh, yeah. But no, I think it's just a great song. And I remember David Arnold, who's doing the score for this film, he was talking about him working with Chris Cornell on this song and kind of the passion they put in together. And I think it really shows. The music, it works perfectly, I think, for the whole Bond elements and Chris Cornell's singing. And also just the idea of the song as well. You Know My Name as a title. And it's sort of like, it's almost it's got like a bit of gusto to it, because it's saying, we're rebooting Bond. It's a new guy, but you know his name. You know who the character is. It's like kind of showboating a little bit, which I quite like.
Oh yeah, very smart there. I think this approach was extremely smart, where usually with these songs, they take like the film itself and then they write about that. So obviously Die Another Day and stuff, like they take, and The World Is Not Enough, like it's very specifically tied to the film. But this one feels like they didn't really write it about Casino Royale at all. They kind of just wrote it about James Bond and Daniel Craig now playing the character, which was so smart, like such a good way to do. If he was singing about, oh, would he fold, or would he here comes the river, guys, watch out, oh, he's bleeding blood, like, I know the other songs didn't do that quite literally, but I think the fact that this can be more like a Bond anthem for a reboot that could have worked with any type of film, like even if it wasn't Casino Royale, is very smart. And as you say, this kind of like, if you just like rock music, just listen to this song. You don't have to like Bond at all. This just works really well outside of that, because it's just a fun, energetic, well, sometimes slow as well, and then gets bigger, and it's just kind of rocks. Something I really like about it, though, and you touched upon this a little bit, is how the the opening is very slow and, well, not slow, but quiet of the film, where it's all the black and white section it's quite quiet. And then you go into the song and it's very big and loud. And I really like that because usually the ones that I think work the best going from the opening sequence into the credits sequence is when they create that contrast. So something like a GoldenEye or Tomorrow Never Dies, they have a very like big explosive ending to it. So GoldenEye, for example, it's a lot of explosions. He's flying away in the plane, so it's very loud and big and energetic. We just saw a lot of big stunts, and then it goes into the GoldenEye theme, which is very quiet and smaller, and then that builds itself up as it goes. So I really like that they kind of take that formula and flip it on its head, where instead of it being really loud opening and then starts quiet into this, they create that contrast by doing the opposite. It's very quiet, and then suddenly Bond shoots the gun, you see the classic gun barrel and blood, and then this big guitar and big Bond horns right in your face. So it creates that contrast and excitement by doing it like the other way round, and it's just like extremely effective. It's so exciting to be watching this film. And I've said this many times, what the opening and the credit sequence should do is get me excited to be watching a Bond film, and this absolutely does that, which is very good considering this was a reboot and it's a very different type of Bond film. You still feel like you're watching a Bond film and you're still really excited to be doing that.
Yeah, that's it. I'd much rather that way around than the opposite. So, yeah, I think it's probably this is probably my favourite title sequence, I'd say. I don't think they've actually topped this one, to be honest with you.
Well, I'm going to throw it out there as well. I agree. Yeah, I just
shocking.
Think it's so stylized. The song is so good. I can't think of anything that really matches it. So yeah, I would agree. This is probably the best one.
Good. I'm glad we agreed. Else we'd have to end the podcast right now.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, let's get into the film. So we start off the film with a small boy running through this army camp. It's kind of massive torrential rainstorm. And we find out we're in Uganda, in a place called, I actually looked up, Mbali. There you go. And yeah, it's this little boy that's running through this camp, very busy camp, and goes to deliver a bottle of Coke to this kind of mercenary-looking man who's playing on a pinball machine, and in under a tent. And there's another man there, this kind of suited man who looks very out of place in this sort of tan suit, who's there with him. And this the guy grabs the bottle of Coke, gives one to the little kid, and goes to sit down on this seat next to the suited man. And yeah, he's I don't think it's ever really revealed who he is, but he's just some nasty sort of mercenary from this area, I guess, terrorist.
Yeah, he gets like referred to as terrorists because of Ugandan terrorists.
Yeah. And it's clear that they're waiting for someone to arrive because this guy sits down and asks the suited man, can I trust this guy with my money? Someone I've never met before. And you're sort of wondering what's going on here. But yeah, they're waiting for someone to arrive. And the suited guy replies saying, I just got you the introduction. So I think he might say organization here.
Yeah.
Which kind of plants the seed of like, what is organization? What's going on here? And that's a seed that takes a little while to actually kind of learn about. But yeah, all they guaranteed was an introduction to this person. And we eventually see who this person is. Some jeeps start to drive in, and out steps this man in a black suit, very smartly dressed. He's got a scar over his left eye, or like a cut over his left eye. It's Le Chiffre, who we later find is Le Chiffre, Mads Mikkelsen. He comes and meets with the terrorist in the tent, and he has his inhaler as well. Has a quick puff of his inhaler. So it's this is obviously the villain of the film. We're seeing him very, very quickly, and he's there to be basically an illegal banking service. He describes to this terrorist that he can take his money, and he's asking about there's no risk to you looking after my money. I can access it from anywhere, which Le Chiffre says, yes, it's all good. And for a moment there, it's all very tense as they're just kind of standing under this tent. They're just staring at each other for a while, and you can tell this terrorist is kind of thinking about it, looking around, making up his mind. Eventually, I'm sure he agrees, because you see these great big metal boxes of money get loaded into some cars outside, and Le Chiffre is sort of off to one side, and he's on a phone, and he rings up to presumably his stock advisor or someone who deals with his stocks and finances, and tells him to put. There's some like financial stock mumbo jumbo here, but it's basically that he wants to put some money betting against Skyfleet stock, which the guy says, that doesn't seem very wise. It seems like it's going the other way. But yeah, he's basically betting against the market of this aeroplane company. And even though he's facing backlash on the phone, he just says, just do it, in a very monotonous a very monotone, very calm, collected manner. It's very kind of sinister introduction to this character.
Yeah, the guy in the suit is introduced as Mr. White in this scene. We do get his name straight away. He's just a shady character because then the Jeeps leave and he just stays behind and just stares like, So he's a powerful man. But yeah, that's the thing about this film, and the thing I'm not too sure about anymore, because I definitely remember being confused by this film and missing a ton of details about it when I first saw it. We've talked about in the past with Bond films about how you can easily miss the details and it can take a couple of films before it all clicks. I think this is probably the worst film for that, which I don't think really hurts the film at all. It's just you see a lot of scenes like this where now I watch it, I totally understand exactly what's going on. Like, it's totally fine. But definitely back in the day, and I think I guess what I'm trying to figure out is like how much of this stuff is meant to make sense to a first time viewer. Because now that I've seen it so many times, it totally makes sense. But I think there is supposed to be some of the stuff you say here, that is mentioned here, I think you are supposed to not know a lot of it. You just know Ugandan man is giving money to this Le Chiffre character who looks a bit odd, and then Mr. White is watching all of this and he's betting on some stock that's meant to go down, or he thinks will go down, but it's going to go up. So yeah, I think you're supposed to have a lot of questions after this.
Oh yeah, I mean the stock stuff doesn't really come back until a fair bit later, really. But then I will say that the film does kind of save it, because when this stuff does come back up, it is quite there's a scene with them where it quite clearly lays out what happened. So it's one of those things, like you say, where you're getting a little bit beforehand, and then in retrospect it makes more sense, which they've done so many times before.
But yeah, it's that kind of scene that we've seen the villain doing stuff quite early on. I think it is good that we're seeing a lot of this stuff so early. This scene does become something you kind of completely forget later on. But yeah, it's nice that, sure, this is a reboot of Bond, and you would kind of somewhat suspect it's going to focus heavily on him, which of course it does. But they still kind of take the time that the very first thing you see after the opening sequences is, oh, actually the villain's doing stuff behind the scenes. It's quite... I appreciate that they do that. And I appreciate that we have this scene first and we don't cut straight to Madagascar, the next scene. Because I think it kind of, it helps set all these people up, even if you don't really know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, it sets up immediately that the villain, that Le Chiffre, is potentially barely reckless. He's getting this money and then immediately spending it, and you don't really know what's going on. But they had that scene right beforehand where they explicitly say, the guy says, "There's no risk," and then you see him risk it. So, yeah, there's definitely a little bit of an insight into the man already.
Yeah, there's lots to say about Le Chiffre, but I think we'll save that once we know a bit more about him in the film.
So yeah, the next scene, as Tom says, we are over to Madagascar, where we see this huge, bustling crowd of people, all in a circle watching and betting on a mongoose snake fight, which, is that a thing? I don't know.
I would guess, yeah. I guess it's just playing off the idea of snake and mongooses are rivals and will fight each other. I think the mongoose usually wins that fight. So whether they both exist in Madagascar, I don't know. I've only seen the animated film. I don't remember seeing that. It was mostly Ben Stiller and David Schwimmer. But yeah, they definitely are rivals, so I can see this being a thing.
Okay, I just had no clue that was even a thing. So I just thought, okay, interesting.
Got to play more Pokemon, Joe. It's in there. Gen 3,
is it?
I think. Yeah.
There's Ekans or something is against.
No, not quite. I guess we don't have time. but yeah, it's whether it's a real thing, I think it is, but it is this known animal kingdom thing that mongooses and snakes fight each other.
Arch rivals. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, there's loads of people in a crowd looking at this little mongoose snake fight, and we see that Bond is there. Bond is there with another junior agent. I don't know if we ever get this other guy's name.
Yeah, it's
Wait,
Carter.
we do. He does. He says it on the comm. Yeah, Carter. So Bond is up, kind of out of the way, further back, watching from above, and Carter is kind of in the thick of it, in the crowd. Carter is pointing out that their man is there, the man that they are trying to track and catch, because he's got burn scars all over his face, and he's a bomb maker. To which Bond says that, do they have insurance on that? But yeah, you do see this guy who has got kind of scars all over his face and is there in the middle of it. And he's not too far away from this Carter guy. And he gets a text on his phone. And we see the text, like a close-up of his phone. It says the word ellipsis on it, and that's it.
What does it mean?
What does it mean?
What does it mean?
Things being set up here. Ellipsis?
Snakes? Mongooses?
What's going on? I'm done. I don't understand. But yeah, he sees that text, and that kind of prompts him to start to make a move and leave the area. So, as Carter is watching this, he's talking to Bond, and he's got a little earpiece, and he keeps on touching the earpiece like closer to his ear and putting his hand up to it, which Bond tells him off about, and stop touching your ear, because that's what eventually gets him spotted by this bomb maker. He looks up and sees him, and that's enough to make it clear what's going on. So he starts to make a run for it out of this arena area. And Carter, bloody idiot that he is, it must be his first day on the job, maybe, I don't know. But he goes to get his gun out. But Bond says that no, they need this guy alive, this bomb maker. But he eventually ends up falling in somehow, like tripping over the front and falling into where the mongoose snake fight is.
I think he's trying to chase the bomb maker, because the bomb maker lands in the pit and runs through it. And I think Carter is trying to chase him, but he just falls.
Trips.
Yeah, he just trips.
Because he's terrible. Because he's rubbish. He trips, and that also causes his gun to kind of accidentally go off, which causes everyone to start to disperse. Everyone starts running around, and it's all a bit crazy. And that's Bond's cue to, I guess, take over now and start chasing the bomb maker himself.
I didn't get the point of this Carter character, because, again, I think it confuses the timeline here about Bond and how well established he is, because we go straight from his being established as a 00 agent for the very first time and him having trouble to then this, which I feel like it's only meant to take place like a week or two after he becomes an agent. Like, this is Bond's next assignment after the thing in Prague. But now he's like with a junior agent, and he's kind of acting like the pro and the vet, where he's telling him like, put your bloody hand down, and he's like having to take over. I feel like it's a bit confusing. I would have probably liked if Carter wasn't in here, not just because Carter's a bloody idiot, but I think it just, I don't know. I guess they're still also trying to establish that Bond is a vet to a certain extent. Like, he is very capable. He's not a rookie. He is still Bond. Maybe that's what they're going for. It's a little strange.
They need someone bad to make him look better. Yeah. Maybe, do you think if they'd have had a, I don't know, 6 months later on the film or something like that?
Maybe.
Just to make it clear about the time jump, if there is any. I don't know.
I don't think there is a time jump, that's the thing. But I don't know if they necessarily needed one. I guess Carter is supposed to be here to show that this Bond is not an idiot rookie. This is still James Bond who can get stuff done. I don't know if he really needed that. And again, in my head, when I was first watching this film, it just confused the timeline of this massively. And I think it's kind of, it goes between trying to say, oh, here's the origins of Bond and how Bond got established, to then also being like, Bond is Bond. You know Bond. He's such a cool guy and he's able to get stuff done. And I think sometimes it jumps around a little bit too much. Not as a massive detriment of the film, but I think as an origin story, it gets a little bit confused with that. And like, they throw in elements to show him being more of a rookie, or being like, not a rookie, but like, starting out. And then also they throw in elements where he's more established, and gets a bit confused sometimes.
Yeah. Although, yeah, well, we'll get into it. There's some parts of this upcoming chase where it's like, they're definitely pointing out that he's not the best yet. So yeah, Bond goes to chase after the bomb maker. I'm gonna keep saying bomb maker. I don't know what his name is.
I
Do you
don't
know?
know either. I think it
I don't know.
might get said, but I think even M calls him the bomb maker.
Okay, I'll stick with that then. So yeah, they start chasing through a kind of market and into a kind of forest area, the trees and everything, and eventually they head into a construction site. This huge construction site where they're building some massive buildings, and I kind of should say right now that this bomb maker is, I think it is actually the guy that like kind of started the free running trend, like parkour stuff, because we do like we're going to see that this guy like is very good at running and jumping and everything. So we immediately get that is jumping straight over into like over the fences and stuff, and ends up going into this construction site and taking cover behind some big old pipes or something in there anyway. And as Bond's following, you do just see him like kind of lock eyes with a big digger. And as the bomb maker's behind the pipes, he gets his gun out to try and shoot Bond from behind it. And you just see Bond like immediately just crash through this entire place in that giant digger, destroying everything in his way, people running out of the way, things getting crushed. And it's just immediately kind of showing like he likes to make he likes to make a mess. Basically, Bond is not that kind of sleuthy. Yeah, I suppose.
Well, I think it matches the description that Frost gives Bond in Die Another Day, really. I think Bond
Yeah,
would have done
yeah.
this at any time. To me, I feel like this is meant to be another one of those Bond moments. And you can kind of feel that because they play a version of You Know My Name at this point. So if this wasn't a reboot or anything, I think they probably would have just played the Bond theme when the digger smashes through and starts chasing down.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. But no, they were very restrictive with the Bond theme here, for the best, I think. So yeah, Bond's in there now. Thankfully, this thing's got like a bulletproof window because the bomb maker does shoot it, but it's all good. It's fine. And the bomb maker starts to climb up a crane and into where they're building, and there's all these like pipes and struts and things like that. And he's kind of jumping all over the place, and Bond follows as well and climbs up. And I think at one point he comes across a worker there, and the worker tries to stop him or like hit him down or something, and Bond just like brushes him aside, basically, sort of thing, and knocks him down. And of course, I don't really know why they do this. I guess it's just they need some action and stuff on screen. But as the worker is falling off this building, they also knock down a gas canister that was on a lower floor.
I think what happens is that the bomb maker runs into someone with a blowtorch who was welding or something. He waves it at him. The bomb maker knocks him down, and because he was using a blowtorch, that was coming from a gas canister. So he knocks down the blowtorch, the man, and the gas canister at the same time.
Basically, there's just a giant explosion, which kind of seemed a bit unnecessary, but they just want to stick one in there. To be honest, I guess it just looks good. Maybe they saw it and thought, yeah, we need more booms in there because it doesn't really do anything. But yeah, they keep on climbing up. The bomb maker is shooting some people as he's doing so. He reaches the top and jumps onto these pipes that are being suspended by a huge crane. Bond does the same. He jumps on it, and as the bomb maker climbs up the cable, Bond instead kind of hits the latch of this pulley and kind of elevates himself up that way. Again, they could have played the Bond theme there as well. there's many things like that's a Bond moment there. So he just comes straight up and catches up to the bomb maker, who's now on top of the crane. So now these two are like very high up, very, very high up indeed. You get these big aerial shots of the two on this massive crane, and they start kind of, when they're close to each other, like hand to hand. So also on top of the crane, there is a lot of Bond moments actually, because there's one moment where the bomb maker goes to shoot Bond with his gun, and he's out of bullets. So instead, he just lobs the thing at Bond, who very quickly and calmly, or casually catches it, and then just lobs it straight back at him and causes him to knock down. So
that's what I was talking about before with like the trailer moments of like, look at Bond being Bond. That is the one I'm pretty sure was featured heavily in advertising and stuff. I want to say it was because it was such a cool little moment because it's so quick as well, but it sells it very well.
It's just cool. Little things like that just look cool. So yeah, and now is where they kind of fight each other briefly, and he ends up, Bondmaker ends up hitting Bond off where it's dangling on the edge, which gives him time to go and jump onto another crane that's just slightly lower down below this one, which Bond does as well. And this is kind of where you see the difference between these two characters, where this Bondmaker, who is like very good at all this stuff, at running and jumping and sliding and everything, and he jumps down onto the top of this building from that crane and lands all nice and neatly, and then Bond does the same, but he sort of just falls down, basically. He falls with grace, and kind of, lands kind of rough and ready on the top of it. So, yeah, he's definitely being a little bit outclassed in terms of the chase here by this Bondmaker. And now they're inside the building, it's more of the same, really. You get these kind of wall jumps this guy does going down an elevator shaft, and he does this jump through this kind of very thin window at the top of a wall in one slick move, and then you wonder what Bond is going to do, and he ends up just blasting straight through it like an animal through the plasterboard, and just rips through the whole thing. It's all these little moments where you're just kind of getting this idea of Craig's Bond. You know, Pierce Brosnan would never do that. There's no way.
I guess so. It's still very runny stuff. I guess what they're trying to say is that it's more like blunt force.
Yeah, blunt instrument for sure.
Yeah.
And at this point, they've kind of reached outside now, or outside this building. The Bondmaker's working his way down, so Bond uses a scissor lift to get down as well. And the Bondmaker heads towards an embassy. We see a sign of it. I wrote down it was the Nambutu Embassy. Looked up, that's not a real place. Fictional country.
Oh, dear.
But it's an embassy anyway. And Bond hitches a ride on the back of a van to kind of follow him and see him from over the other side of the wall, and then jumps over the wall to sneak in. And I say sneak in. The sneaking doesn't really last for much longer, though, because we see that the Bondmaker's gone into this office where Bond just marches into, just completely, without a break in his walk. And there's two men in this office. One's the Bondmaker, and the other's this kind of very official-looking guy in a shirt and tie, and obviously works at the embassy in some manner. And Bond goes and grabs the Bondmaker, knocks out the other guy, like his head on a bust inside the office, and causes him to collapse. And Bond goes and takes the Bondmaker out and takes him as a hostage. Although the other guy isn't out cold, he kind of comes to and presses a panic alarm under his desk. So now the alarms are going off, and all these guards kind of enter the building. All these armed guards enter and start shooting through the windows. There's all these there's debris and glass flying everywhere as Bond is taking this Bondmaker through the corridors. And at one point, Bondmaker gets kind of shot on his leg, kind of like very, very on like a surface level. And eventually Bond enters this other room, office-looking room, shoots to make everyone flee, and just chucks the Bondmaker out the window, and then jumps out himself. And he's sort of reached this courtyard area, and he's suddenly very quickly surrounded by tons of people. Tons of armed guards are around him, so he's kind of in a corner now. And that guy that he knocked out earlier comes out. I don't know what he says here. I didn't actually catch what he says, but he says something, which Bond kind of, I think, realizes the situation he's in. So he drops his gun that he's got on the Bondmaker, and pushes him away. And just at the last second, he pulls out another gun he had from his belt, shoots the Bondmaker, shoots a gas canister nearby, which explodes and causes everyone to knock down and get distracted. And that's his cue to escape with the bag that the Bondmaker had. And he jumps over a wall, and you see everyone getting up and coughing and kind of recovering from that blast. And the man is like, the man in the tie is kind of looking in disbelief at what's just happened. He can't quite believe it. And just to quickly end the scene, Bond is outside, kind of in some shrubbery, looking through the bag. And inside there was a bomb, which he very carefully puts down. And there was also the phone that we saw get the text earlier. So he finds the ellipsis text, and yeah, kind of takes that as the next lead.
I guess the interesting thing about this is this feels like this is an opening sequence before the credits.
Yeah, this really is.
They
Yeah.
just do it afterwards because of the pacing of it, where it's Bond's already on the job and it starts off a little bit slow and spy-y, and then it goes through the big chase and stuff, and then then you get all these different layers of it. But yeah, if that opening sequence didn't exist, the black and white one, we totally would have done this instead.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got all the elements you need to it. I mean, yeah, then all the explosions and things do make sense. But it's also just a very well put together action scene. It's one thing that we said in GoldenEye is that Martin Campbell is very good at this sort of stuff, and it shows again. Like it all works really well.
I think what's really impressive about this is, yeah, we can talk about the action and how that kind of works, but I think it's, as you said about with Daniel Craig's Bond, showing him kind of doing things differently. And I think that's just a much smarter way of selling a new version of Bond. Because when we talk about Craig's Bond, he is more blunt and more to the point and is more obsessed about the mission and will do kind of whatever it needs to get done in a more direct way, some of the other ones. And I feel like that's potentially what they wanted to do with Timothy Dalton's Bond, especially with some of his dialogue. But looking back on it, I don't really know if they ever really sold that with the action itself all too well. Where actually, if you look at the Living Daylights, that opening, he was just very standard. Like he didn't really do anything that any of the other Bond couldn't have really done. And License to Kill was almost the same as well with how that goes down. But this one is like, yeah, it's selling this new Bond through the action by having him do things a little bit differently. I would say not really all that differently, like not massively differently to what another Bond one would do, just his version of it, more to the point, more direct. And I think it actually kind of proves how they didn't really do that good of a job with Timothy Dalton, where they should have really probably sold him a little bit better through the action and through what Bond was actually doing, because they do that here with Craig's Bond. And by the end of this scene, you get it. Like, you totally get it. Like, yes, there's other elements to this Bond, but you totally get what his is about. And you're kind of already on board with it because of what you've just seen.
Yeah, I mean, this is Bond kind of messing up, really. I mean, we learned at the beginning they need this guy alive. That's what he was telling Carter. And it didn't work out. So he ends up just point blank shooting him. And that's sort of like, in his head, that's the most he can do in that situation. So he's messed up. But he sort of tries to save it as much as he can.
And I guess also with this scene, totally agree with that as well. It's a really great ending. He just shoots him and disappears. But also something that we talked about this with GoldenEye, where that Martin Campbell does get the comedy in more than you would think. And that's something this film does as well. And even with this action, like, it's just pretty funny seeing the Bond maker doing all these parkour free running moves and being very good at it, and Bond, like, he just slips through a tiny gap in a wall, so Bond just smashes through it. Like, it sells Bond very well, but it's also kind of funny. Like, it's not laugh out loud funny, but I think some people would definitely go through the scene and see all this action and seeing all the ways that Bond does stuff compared to him. And actually, that's pretty funny. Like, it adds this nice level of humor that also makes it feel a little bit more Bond, because Bond kind of does have that humor element to it. But this isn't necessarily as gritty and serious as you would think, similar to GoldenEye. Like, you remember the seriousness and the grittiness, but this film, just like that one, has all these little funny elements brought in. Nothing too super in your face or corny, just something to kind of, set that tone. And it does that really well.
Yeah, for sure. Even just there's kind of like a moment where Bond is literally kind of shaking off his injuries, or the way he's landing and things like that, and it's just it's very it's just very different. And I think in terms of like the whole action scene as a whole, like it moves quite nicely from one bit to the next. You have it's starting off in that mongoose snake fight, but then you've got the construction bit, and I think it could have been that would have ended there potentially, but they kind of have that secondary bit in the embassy, and it's not a massively long thing, but it's all just flows nicely, and it's all very followable. I knew what was happening the whole way through, so that helps.
And you just got moments that just stand out as well. Just seeing Bond and the Bond maker on that crane really high up, that sticks with you. Like, that's something you talk about after the film. And as you said, there's a lot of aerial shots of when they're really high up. But I really like how it is shot because you get the sense of height. But they don't do that thing where they point the camera down. They actually keep the camera far away and spinning. I think it's something GoldenEye did as well. Mark Campbell likes to kind of spin that camera around a point. And he does that here as well. So seeing two men fighting each other really high up and having the camera spin is really cool. Like you buy it. It's really tense. And seeing them go back and forward. So yeah, just really, really good stuff. And I think this is probably one of the most memorable scenes of the film because of how well it sells Bond and has it as its own like standalone action set piece.
Yeah, for sure.
So we have Bond catching the bomb maker, kind of, getting his phone anyway. We cut to a woman coming out of the ocean, getting onto like a ladder to climb onto the boat. It's very like romanticized for such a quick shot anyway. So she gets onto the boat and walks inside the boat because it is quite a fancy like yacht, really. Yeah, quite a fancy rich man's yacht. And we see that Le Chiffre is in there. And also I have to point out the shot where the woman enters and has
Terrible
the background.
green screen.
Yeah, right? Like, it's
Yeah,
just not
I thought
real.
that too.
It's
I never
oddly-
noticed that before.
Yeah, I never noticed that before as well. But yeah, there's not many of those moments in this film. But it's kind of surprising. Like they have the shot, but for some reason it just looks really fake. But anyway, so she's in there. She walks in and the chief is playing against someone. And we see his eye starts bleeding. He starts getting a little tear of blood from his eye. So he kind of taps it with his handkerchief. I can't remember what he says. I think he says, "Don't worry about that. That's fine." So they are playing poker. This man Le Chiffre and this man's wife, we assume, is there watching the game. Kind of an older couple. So Le Chiffre goes all in. And he then says, "You have a 17.4% chance of making a straight, which is what you need to beat me." And stares at him for a bit. The man looks a bit worried, and then he folds. So Le Chiffre wins. Someone then comes over to him. I think it's this bald man that we see. He's not like a named character, but he's kind of always around Le Chiffre, kind of giving him info and helping him out. But he goes and whispers something in his ear. So we then cut to the chief and the man in a different room, and he sees an article on a computer which is all about Bond in Madagascar. So it's like a British agent has killed some bomb maker or something like that. And they talk about when will ellipses expire? And they say 36 hours. And the chief says, well, that's fine because that's all the time I have anyway. As a quick puff of the inhaler for good measure because that's his thing. And he then says, tell our guests they have 5 minutes to leave, or if they don't leave, just throw them overboard. So, should we talk about the bleeding eye thing now?
Yeah, if you want to. Yeah.
I'm so torn on the Chief as a character as a whole, but what they try to do with this film is keep the villain as someone who's like visually distinctive or has some sort of physical attributes that's unique. And for this one, Le Chiffre has like a scar over one of his eyes, and one of his eyes looks like, I don't know if they ever say if he can see out of it or not, but he looks like it's blind.
It's all kind of milky, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, very milky. And then he kind of bleeds a bit. And I've gone back and forth over this over the years. It doesn't really bother me that much anymore, but there was definitely a time where I'm just like, this feels a little bit forced and like a little bit of a nothing kind of thing. I probably would have preferred if that didn't happen, but I guess nowadays I don't really mind so much. I guess it helps so like make him look like a Bond villain. So I suppose I'm okay with it, but I wouldn't really say I'm all that into it either.
I think you're right. It seems a little bit tacked on, like, oh, the villain needs something. But yeah, Mads Mikkelsen is such a good actor. It's like he doesn't need a kind of gimmicky thing like that. Le Chiffre would have been just as good a character without it. I mean, it doesn't really add much anyway. There's just a couple lines in the film that reference it. So I'm kind of the same. I don't hate it, but I could have done without it, to be honest. I don't mind.
Yeah, it feels a little bit much. I think, and you might disagree with me with this, I think Skyfall did it better, where the physical thing is one scene alone, and then it never comes up again. And I actually kind of like that a little bit more because it allows the character to just be their own character. And I think maybe this would have worked a little bit better if it was a thing, but they just save it for one moment. But instead, throughout the film, he just has to like touch his eye because he bleeds from his eyes sometimes. It doesn't mean anything. He just does it sometimes. So, and also it doesn't tie into his character really at all. Like, I don't even think they ever explain what's going on with his eye and the scar. I guess they don't need to. But it's just like, oh yeah, this is just a guy who bleeds blood and has a scar. Like, I don't think they ever say why that's the case.
No, I don't think so. No.
Where at least with Skyfall, I don't want to talk too much about Skyfall because we're not there yet, but they have it and they give a story explanation for it and is a part of the character's backstory. This one is just like, yeah, he just bleeds from the eye, so that's pretty neat, right?
It's a good visual thing, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, and that's what this film's all about. Trying to balance the older Bond stuff to still make it feel like Bond, while also stripping some of that stuff away so it feels like a reboot. And that is an extremely difficult balance. I think overall they did a pretty good job. And this is one of those where I feel like, okay, we need to tip the balance to make it feel more Bondy. So we're going to show the villain and have him be very distinct as a Bond villain. So this is our way of doing that. And I understand why they did that, but I don't think it really adds too much.
Yeah.
So we then cut to Westminster in London. And yeah, we see the exterior shot, and then we go inside and we see M storming through this building, coming out of these doors all mad. And she says, I report to the Prime Minister. Who the bloody hell do they think those people are? How dare they ask us what we do? And then she goes on to talk about how could Bond be so bloody stupid? So a lot happens here, so I didn't get all the dialogue, but yeah, she's been questioned by some MPs and stuff, and she's not happy about it because she's being quizzed about what happened in Madagascar. So she says, how could Bond be so stupid? If an agent did that something back in the day, if an agent did something that embarrassing, they would defect. And then she's all like, Christ, I missed the Cold War.
Well, it's still Judy. That's the thing.
Yeah?
Yeah, there's new Bond, but they didn't get rid of M. Or the same M.
I think it's the only thing that carried over, right?
Yeah, I think so.
They rebooted everything else, stripped away a lot of stuff, and only Judi Dench remained, which, well, great, yeah. Yeah, she's great. And I think it really pays off for them because of the way she pairs with Daniel Craig's Bond. So, awesome. I'm very glad she's back.
I wonder if that was a decision because there's no... Where this is a reboot and they do strip it back, as you say, there's no Q in this film. There's no Moneypenny in this film. But I guess they kind of realize, we still do need an M. There's still going to be a mission. There's still going to need to be a briefing and yada, yada, yada. So I wonder if that was a conscious decision to be like, okay, well, it's a new Bond, but maybe we should keep Judy as that kind of straw, that link between the previous films and just not kind of scare people off too much with a completely brand new everything.
Oh, yeah, it massively helps having her here and ground it a little bit. I mean, she's just such a great presence in these films anyway, so having her here massively helps. But I think some of it must be because they knew what direction they were going to take Bond, and I think Judi Dench as M is just such a good contrast for that. It's all the same ideas we already saw with Pierce Brosnan, but it's a bit more of a commitment for that. And when they kind of touched on these ideas with Judi Dench as M in the last films, it worked really well. She can pull it off. So I think Bond being that blunt instrument and going through his arc in that way, having M be Judi Dench works incredibly well. And she's such a great part of this film, as she was in the other ones. And I think the story they try and tell, it totally makes sense that she would portray this role. And that Bond would need a higher up figure, I guess, to bounce stuff off of. Like, he needs someone like that. And having that be a familiar face, but also quite a stern face. She's just perfect in this role.
It is kind of a bit of a confusing thing to do, though. And I don't hate that they did it, but it is weird that they have kept M the same and Bond different for the reboot. But the reason why it kind of works is because... it's why it works and it doesn't work at the same time, is that what they do with M and Craig's Bond, there's definitely an arc to their relationship. And it's almost like you needed Judy as the M that's kind of been around for a bit longer, that knows Bond, and there's that attachment there. but it's an attachment to the Bond character, not necessarily Craig, because obviously he's new in this film. It's very, I don't really know how, I'm not describing it very well, but it's like she has been in the franchise for a long time, so she's that kind of foundation. So that's why it then makes it better. It works better when they have that idea of Bond like growing, you know, even though it's meant to be a new Bond. So really it should be her seeing Bond fresh, saying the whole, I think you're a sexist, misogynist dinosaur all over again because they're meant to be new. But it's almost like that's in the back of our head. We know that she's done that. So I don't know. That was a messy way of saying that. But basically, I'm glad they kept Judy.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean. But yeah, it's almost coming at it from the other angle where in GoldenEye, Bond was the established entity and Judi Dench M is the new person coming in and assessing and saying, oh, well, you're an established agent. I think you're a dinosaur. But now this is the other way where I feel like M is the established entity and it's Bond coming in.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think that works really well. But yeah, you're right. Like there is like this implied history between the characters because of the history of the films, even though that's not the case here. But I do think it works because, you know, there's no a woman being the head of MI6. It's just she is the head of MI6. And obviously she's a vet, so it works well for a younger James Bond to bounce off her.
Mm.
So with M all mad, which, yeah, it's a fun little scene introducing her. It's very quick, though. We go to Bond in a very dark room. More shadows here. I think GoldenEye did this as well, where Martin Campbell loves to have these, like, kind of, not lukewarm, like these warm colours, but then put, like, a ton of shadows in the scene. So we actually kind of get that quite early on with this. So yeah, Bond is looking on a computer or a laptop, I think it is, and he's looking through the bomb maker's phone, and he tries to track where the ellipsis message was sent from, and he is eventually able to find that it came from the Bahamas, came from somewhere called Paradise Island, and it came from the Ocean Club. It's the Ocean Club, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Ocean Club. I put blood in there.
The Ocean Blood.
Ocean Blood. But it's like blood with a U.
Oh, yeah, blood.
Yeah, blood. Yeah. So the Ocean Club. And he copies that data to a USB. I don't know why. Don't worry about it. And at this moment, you know, that he knows where the message was sent from, M enters the room through a lift and turns on the light and sees Bond sitting there. So yeah, again, this scene is shot in a very similar way to the M scene that we got in GoldenEye. It's the same colours, same sort of look. And she straight away says, oh, you've got a bloody cheek. And it's a lot of M telling Bond off for storming an embassy. And there's a back and forth here where she's saying, like, you weren't meant to kill the bomb maker. We were trying to find out how a terrorist group was being funded. And all you did was kill one bloody bomb maker. That's not helpful. And I think she's like, well, how did you even get in here? And Bond, it's like a little bit of a joke where Bond says, like, oh, I looked at your file and I thought M was a randomly assigned letter. I had no idea it stood for. And then she says, utter one more letter and I'll have you killed. So that's quite fun.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, so M saying, oh, it was too early to promote you. We shouldn't have done. And Bond says, well, 00 agents have a very short life expectancy, so you won't be regretting that for long. And yeah, it's quite heavy dialogue here. Not heavy, maybe, like, heavy's not the right word. Just like, similar to that scene in GoldenEye, it's very, like, broad scale thing where M's like, oh, arrogant and self-awareness hardly go hand in hand. And she says, I want to know that I can trust you. And at the moment, I don't know if I can trust you. So she says, go stick your head in the sand somewhere, go and lay low. And she's saying how everyone's after your head at the moment because of what you did. And I'm very seriously considering handing them over. So Bond goes to leave, enters the lift, and says, one more thing, don't ever break into my house again. Bond goes into the lift, goes down. And as Bond disappears, M looks and sees that Bond was on her laptop and the laptop is still on. So assumably she goes over and takes a look. So I mentioned that GoldenEye scene, the one where M and Bond sit down and the dinosaur stuff happens, and it's because it's such a similar scene. I don't think this one is quite as good, but then I don't think it really had any chance to be quite as good, to be honest. But as M telling Bond off and Bond, again, being a little bit cheeky, having these jokes in here about how he broke into her house and stuff like that. That's all quite fun. So yeah, very similar to that GoldenEye scene. I would say probably not as good, but still kind of good and hard hitting and big scope and funny in all the right ways.
Yeah, yeah, I like this scene. The end scene where M says, "Don't break into my house ever again." It's a very ominous shot. It's like this very kind of close-up profile where she's in shadow. It's like, oh, M's scary. Don't mess with M. Don't mess with Judy. But yeah, it's like a nice quiet scene, just like the other one was, and the kind of back and forth, quite maybe not witty. Witty's later on with Vesper, but like just quite cutting dialogue back and forth, and everything that M says in this scene is just more of that. You are getting an idea of who this Bond is to begin with. You know, she just literally just says, a blunt instrument, and that we've seen that. We've seen him be that in the scene in Madagascar. So it's definitely an important scene, and it kind of sets the foundation for a lot of the two together later on. And yeah, I think I agree with you. I think I do prefer the scene in GoldenEye, but I think it's still pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think it's... I only really compare them because they're so similar. But it's kind of a nice mix-up, I guess, to have it actually take place in M's house and having Bond break in. Like, they're dropping all these little things about this being early on with Bond. So the idea that at one point Bond did break into her house and she's like, don't ever do that again. And he never did. so I kind of like that more subtle thing of establishing their kind of relationship. They clearly already have a relationship. Like, that clearly is already the case. But kind of dropping in these little seeds in there, that makes it feel like it is quite early and establishing some kind of boundaries. But yeah, this is where I get confused, because M's like, it was too early to promote you. I only just did that. So yeah, there can't be that much of a time jump. My
question is, does M go to get a drink at any point? Is she drinking?
Well, she did only just walk in.
Well, I mean, it is M though, so...
Yeah. No, I'm sure she does drink. I'm sure she does in this film. I don't know if it was here, but she must have done.
I hope so.
I hope so too. And also there's the whole randomly assigned letter thing, which I think we do get a payoff for that later, although I don't think it makes any sense.
In another film?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they contradict that moment in the later film.
Yeah. Oh, well. In the moment, it's quite nice, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, we won't go over all of those, but because this is like the first film in the Craig storyline, which pans over 5 films, and a lot of things change during that time, but they still connect them all together. There's definitely some things that seem like a little bit odd in hindsight. It doesn't really matter that much. This is the first film, but there are things in this one that maybe is like, that doesn't quite add up and match, and that's because there was a lot of a lot of rearranging, a lot of bending to make things fit, so all the films come together.
Yes, a lot of cooks in the kitchen.
Yes. So we cut to a plane, and this is in the Bahamas. Bond lands, or the plane lands, and Bond gets off, and this was a bit disappointing, because this is the first time we get to look at Bond in a suit. It doesn't look very good.
Is he wearing a suit?
Well, he's got so obviously the rest of the scene he's in the white shirt, but he is wearing a grey suit jacket when he gets off the plane.
Oh. See, this is the thing. He hasn't got his style yet either.
No, which they do establish later, which is so silly. But yeah, this was... I think this was all very deliberate, where it's like, look at Bond in this bad suit. Because then they cut to Bond just driving a Ford. Just like your basic Ford car. Just like a normal car as well.
Yeah, I did think that. It's just, he's got his Ford, he's on his Sony Ericsson phone. Everything's Sony, obviously, in this film.
But yeah, I feel like this is supposed to be a joke, because they play You Know My Name over the top of this. So I feel like it's meant to be funny, but I didn't find it funny.
I did, it definitely stood out to me. I don't know if it was very funny, but yeah, it's like, oh, ew, why is he driving that for?
Yeah, the car was kind of funny, but yeah, because we've had that in the past where they play the Bond theme during something that's not very cool to highlight it. So I feel like that's kind of what they were doing here. So when I say they're playing the main theme, we get a ton of different versions of You Know My Name throughout this, which is part of the score. So this is just kind of one of them. But yeah, I guess we'll save it for later, but I'm not that big into some of these sort of ways they handle stuff like this. Like, I guess it's funny Bond driving a Ford, but they literally did this joke in Die Another Day. And now we're doing it again, and I feel like I would have preferred to not do it than actually doing it.
Yeah, there was no nice scene with Q where he gets his nice new car. So he's stuck with the rental.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. But anyway, so Bond is driving. He's straight away out of that suit jacket. We don't see him in that suit jacket again. Does go for more of a classic look. That looks pretty good, with just like a white shirt and I want to say grey smart trousers. So he's using his phone as a GPS to get to the Ocean Club, which, can you even imagine? Some sort of high-tech witchcraft, that is.
Well, I love how they got this. Yeah, it's GPS, but it's on this tiny phone still as well. It's so small.
Yeah, it's like something you would play Snake on, but like it's got a GPS to try and steer him to where the Ocean Club is.
I don't know. It's kind of like we're not quite there yet. I mean, it's pre-iPhone, so yeah, we're still on this sort of phone.
It was just impressive it was a color screen. That's why everyone really saw.
Yeah. I wonder what ringtone he had.
Oh.
Some MIDI thing he bought from the back of a magazine.
Crazy Frog, I think. So he arrives at the Ocean Club and the valet take his car away and he's kind of standing outside the club, scoping it out. 2 women tennis players just check Bond out and are all like, hey.
Oh.
And then just leave.
Yeah.
And we never see them again.
They got tennis to play. They're,
But they very strange. I guess they're trying to sell this idea of Bond as a ladies' man still, but it seemed very awkward because they're just like, I'm not saying they shouldn't. It's Daniel Craig, why not? But it was very strange the way they did it. Yeah,
it was very front and center in the camera, wasn't it?
Yeah, so especially because they're tennis players as well. Anyway, so Bond goes to tie his shoe. So he goes down, ties his shoe, but he's not really tying his shoe. He's mostly just doing that to cover, to look around, and he sees there's 2 cameras at the front, which at the time I assumed meant, he's worried about going into the club because there's cameras and he's a spy, but that's actually not the case. He's looking at those cameras so he knows that, there's some video footage of the front of this place that I can go check out in a second.
Yeah, where the text was sent.
Yes. So he sees the cameras pointing down, and then as he's still tying his shoe and looking around, a very rude man, somebody who looks like he's about to go golfing, is all like, are you gonna take this for me or make me wait? And throws the keys at Bond, and he's like, sorry sir, right away sir. So the man thinks that he was a valet or part of the valet service. So Bond takes the car, he gets in, it's this Range Rover, he drives into the car park to park it, and this was quite a funny moment. He perfectly parks the car, flawlessly parks it, really quickly into the space, but then he just backs up into another space and crashes into a parked car. All the car alarms go off. Bond gets out of the car, walks away, and just throws the car keys away.
Now, I've got a question about this little scene here.
Yeah.
I want to see if you got this, because I certainly didn't. I was just reading about it after watching. But that character that gives him the car keys and kind of moans at him, "You're going to make me wait," he's got a very clear German accent when he says that. And he's in, as you say, he looks like he's going to go to play golf. So he's in this jumper with a checked kind of pattern on it.
Oh, are you going to say...
The Land Rover is gold coloured.
Oh.
But I just thought that was really? I read that, I thought, no, that's kind of stupid. But then it is all there. So maybe it was on purpose. I don't know.
Is this something someone has ever confirmed, or is this just a fan theory about it?
I think this is just a fan theory.
Yeah, I can see where they're coming from, but I didn't even pick up the accent properly. He only talks once.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, he is with somebody else. If that guy was 4 foot... Not 4 foot, sorry, but that guy had a bowler hat on.
Yeah, that might be a bit
Korean.
Too much.
Maybe that would have done it, but it's just a dude.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the idea of it, but also not. So I'm not surprised you didn't catch it, because I didn't either.
No, I didn't catch that, but I don't know. It kind of makes sense, but that seems like a very strange thing to do.
Yeah.
Especially because like Die Another Day had all these references in, and this is a reboot. Why would they do such a reference like that? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think it's the case. I'm going to say.
It's just happenstance, I suppose.
Yeah, but this is another case of just like just this comedy, this stuff of Bond being kind of a jerk for good reason, but also enjoying it. I'm not sure if he smiles in this scene, but you get a lot of scenes of Bond doing something and then like smiling afterwards. He doesn't say anything. And this one, I don't think he does smile, but it's clearly him enjoying himself. Somebody was rude to him. So he just, it's so funny that he just parks it so perfectly, so quickly, just to then mess it up and then like throw the car keys away.
Toss them away, yeah.
Yeah, it plays into what we already saw with the action, where it's very matter-of-factly blunt to the point, but they can take that same personality trait and make it a cool action scene, but also they can make it like a smaller comedy scene, and you bias the same character, and it's this version of Bond that would kind of do that. It's this coming from the same place. It's just a bit funnier.
Yeah.
So Bond kind of uses all this commotion to sneak into the security office. So he walks into the Ocean Club, and because people are running off, and you see the golfer and like run off as well to go and check out the car. So Bond sneaks into a security office, and there's a load of screens there showing different parts of it, and he sees the golfer arguing at the car with a load of people at the valet, and he smirks at that. I really like those moments. We get quite a few of those.
Yeah.
So Bond gets out the bomber's phone, and he gets up the ellipsis message, and he sees the exact time and day that the message was sent. So then he turns around and he looks through all the CDs of the different security footage. He finds that day, he puts it into the machine, and then he starts like rewinding or fast forwarding through it to find the exact moment when it was sent. So he manages to sync it all up, and he sees a man get out of the car outside of the Ocean Club and send a message on the phone. So he pauses, he compares the times, and he sees like the person who sent the message. So he now knows who that, well, he can see the person anyway, and the car that they were driving as well, because they pulled up to the front of the Ocean Club. And then there's Bond hears somebody outside, so we just then cut to Bond going to the reception of the hotel, or the club, which is also a hotel, I suppose. I never really know with Bond films, because it's like hotels connected to these really big fancy areas. I felt like Die Another Day did this as well, and this is it. So it's like the Ocean Club, which is also a hotel. Like Bond always finds himself in a hotel somewhere.
Oh, he has to. Yeah, that's part of the script. You got to have that hotel scene.
Yeah,
actually, there's a couple in this film, isn't there? Yeah,
that's very true. But yeah, they always combine like a location with a hotel. And maybe I'm just poor and sad and don't know about these things. Maybe that's how it's done. I don't know. Maybe I learned something watching these.
We'll get there one day, Tom.
Maybe.
No, actually, no. Well, I won't anyway.
Save up and go to like one of these locations.
Spend all my savings and then end up on the street. But it was worth it because I could be like Bond for one day.
Yeah, it's like, Joe, why did you spend like 10 grand on that holiday just to break into the security office and smash somebody's car and throw away the key? Why did you?
But the film, the casino, it's like they're already handcuffing me by that point.
Yeah, it's like, we've all seen the film, buddy.
That's what they all say.
So Bond leaves and he goes up to the reception and speaks to the woman there, and he's like, oh, I want to do a booking, but I don't have a reservation. Very embarrassing. So she says, we have the Ocean View Villa that you can book. And he's like, perfect, book that. And he also says, I accidentally nicked the door of an Aston Martin. So the car that was in the footage he saw was an Aston Martin. And he's saying, oh, I accidentally nicked the door. So I want to go and apologize. Who was that? So she explains that it was Mr. Demetrios.
Yeah, Demetrios. Yeah,
Demetrios. Yeah, that's the one. And she says, if he didn't notice, I wouldn't mention it because he doesn't take bad news very well. And she's like, what if I was so inclined? Or Bond says, what if I was so inclined? And she says that he has a house just up the beach. My final note in this one is that she looks like someone from Austin Powers to me.
Oh, wow. What, really?
Maybe it's a specific actress that I'm thinking of. Maybe the woman who was in the second one. But she gave me Austin Powers vibes. not because of the way she acted, but she just looked like that type of character. I don't know.
I didn't get that. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Fair enough.
I kind of wish I did. That sounds fun, but I didn't. Yeah.
But this is all classic spy stuff. It's kind of going through the motions a little bit, but I guess, you need to go through the motions. We've seen him as the cold killer in the opening. We've seen him as the big action crazy guy going through the construction site in Madagascar. We've seen him talking to M, sitting down. So now this is some more direct spy work where he creates a distraction. He has a bit of fun with it. He goes in, does some spy work. He figures out where the message was sent from. It's nothing really kind of amazing, but it's like it's a new Bond. So let's see this stuff, and it's all pretty solid.
Yeah, it's not the most crazy interesting parts of the film, but the way they do it, the little moments of comedy they throw in there, the German character and all that sort of stuff, it just makes it all still very, very entertaining. It doesn't reach highs, but it doesn't need to. It's just sort of like the filler bits in between the bigger set pieces. So it all works. It's all good.
Yeah, and it's a bit more of that charm as well. It's Bond. I guess they're trying to put the idea of him being quite charming, like talking to this woman at the reception, and also the random tennis players who are like, hey. I think they're trying to put that in there. That's another element we haven't really seen yet, and we don't see massively in this film. But the idea that Bond can go up to anyone, or here's a beautiful woman, so Bond is going to go up and be quite charming. There's a little bit of that here. It's not really what Craig does in general, but they're trying to put some version of that in here. So you could be like, oh yeah, that's Bond. I know the guy.
Yeah. So from that, we cut to a nice big sparkly shot of the sea glistening and a woman riding on a white horse down the beach. And she's in a sort of, it's not quite a bikini, but she's being chased being followed by all these children behind her. These little boys kind of look on as she rides off, adoringly, just like, as she goes off. And then we go back to the sea, because we get a shot of Bond. We get the shot of Bond. This is one of the infamous shots. This is like one of the screen grabs that was in all the papers as Craig, as Bond kind of rises up out of the sea and stands up and starts to walk out. And you see he's obviously topless, and he's got these little skimpy blue shorts on. But yeah, you get a proper shot of Craig, and he's beefy. And this is what everyone was in all the newspapers and stuff. It was like, oh wow, this is the new James Bond, and got like war sort of thing. It's all very kind of, all very like looking back on it like, oh yeah, of course they're going to do that. Not great, but still, yeah. This is like, well, I think one of the things that people would talk about most if they mention about Casino Royale is this shot. And I don't know. I mean, people say it's like, oh, it's like Honey Rider coming out of the sea from Dr. No. I don't know if that was intentional. I guess so. But I think it's just Bond coming out of the sea.
I think it is as well, yeah. I don't think it's meant to be that reference. I mean, if you believe a lot of these are references, then this film feels very much like Die Another Day. So yeah, I'm going to believe they're not references.
Like one film ago, the Halle Berry one, yeah, that was definitely it. But I think this is just they just wanted a shot of muscly Bond, because he's got a good body, so they're going to show it off.
But there's not much to it anyway. Like, it's like 10 seconds, if that. Like, he just walks out of the ocean. That's it.
It's just those skimpy blue shorts, Tom. People loved them.
Well, I have a pair now. We were all wearing them after seeing this film.
Yeah, somehow I don't look as good in them.
I thought it was just the shorts. I have to exercise? And
yeah, I was hoping the shorts would be enough, but they're not.
Damn.
Anyway, as Bond walks out of the sea, he kind of locks eyes with the woman on the horse as she's getting off and dealing with the reins and everything. And they look at each other, and there's kind of a bit of flirting between the two. And Bond looks up and sees someone looking out on a balcony, kind of watching them. And that's kind of it for that scene. It's just a little bit of a kind of glamorous shot there as Bond finds out about that woman. And we then cut to M in bed, asleep, next to her husband, presumably, who I don't think we ever see again or is ever mentioned about. But she's next to someone in bed in the middle of the night because she's woken up by a phone call, very grumpy. And She's woken up, and it's MI6 on the phone because they've been able to track Bond. Bond has logged into their secure website using M's credentials, and she's like, "How the hell does he know these things?"
Oh, so good.
But yeah, M kind of sits up in bed and taps this little button on her bedside table, and it turns into this big screen, and, like, flips up from it, which seems a little bit unnecessary, although I guess it's being used now. But like, how often does she have things in the middle of the night?
Probably a lot.
Probably a lot, actually, given her role. It may be a good use of money there, but yeah, it flips up, and they can basically see what Bond is doing using her login, and he's looking up who he saw on the balcony, who's Demetrius, kind of looking and finding his file on MI6. And M actually recognises him, calls him a slimy bugger. And we then see Bond actually doing this searching in his villa on a laptop, probably another Sony Vaio. Everything's Sony in this film. And yeah, he keeps going through all the associates until he comes across Le Chiffre, who M, again, she recognises, and it's like, oh, Chiffre. So yeah, that's kind of setting in motion about getting MI6's attention to it all. And we then go back to the Ocean Bay, I guess it's their casino. They've got everything at this place. It's nighttime, and Bond is there, and he's at the bar watching Demetrius play a game of poker. He's playing a game with some other people. And did you actually catch? So he's at the bar, and someone from the bar comes over and says, "What do you want?" Did you catch what he orders?
No, because it just looks like a tall glass of water to me.
Well, here's the thing. This is all the stuff about this is not the Bond we know quite yet. It's no martinis, not yet. It's because I went back and listened because that's not a martini. What is that? It's a large Mount Gay and soda. So it's just rum and soda. But I guess you're in the Bahamas, so yeah.
Yeah, I guess Mount Gay is white rum. It has to be because yeah, that just looks like a tall glass. I assumed it was like water, but because otherwise, what would that be? Like a gin and tonic or something? But right, fair enough. Mount Gay rum.
Yeah. And so with that, he goes and joins the poker table that Demetrius is playing at, and starts to he wants to go play with them. Then the lady from the horse comes in. From the horse, yeah, from the horse riding.
The horse, she rides in.
She just trots in. No, I think her name is Solange.
Solange.
I don't know if we ever hear that, but instead of saying horse lady, I'm actually going to say her name because that feels weird saying horse lady all the time. Yeah, Solange. So she comes in, all kind of very glamorous in a nice dress and everything, and comes over and kisses Demetrios, although he's kind of angry and says, if that was for good luck, you're 2 hours late. So she goes off and sits very lonely at the bar instead. And there's a bit of a skip forward in this game of poker because Bond has got some winnings and the game has progressed a little bit. Now it's just in this particular round, it's Bond versus Demetrios. And Demetrios tries to bet like $20,000, but the car dealer says, our table limits, you can't do that, sir. So instead, because his car keys are on the table, he says he puts that in and offers his car instead, his Aston Martin, into the pot, which Bond obliges to, says give him a chance to win his money back. And they reveal their hands, and a little bit of a taste of things to come, I guess. But Demetrius reveals like 3 kings, which, that's a very good hand. He's got this in the bag. But then, of course, Bond has to do one better. So he shows 3 aces and he wins. He wins everything. So he wins the Aston Martin. So that's how he gets his Aston Martin. And even asks for the valet ticket as well. Like a bit of a cheeky line to him.
Yeah, I think it's really smart that they did a poker scene so early on. As you say, it's a very small scale one, but this film is a lot about poker, and we get a very intense poker scene later. So I think having a smaller one to get that in there, very, very smart. And I just love how classic Bond this whole scene feels. Like, this could have been in any other Bond film, really. If you swapped out the drink, it was just pretty woman walks in to bad guy's a jerk, and bad guy's all arrogant, and is like, I want to bet big, and Bond just kind of like beats him anyway, and it's all... it feels so classic Bond that it was just really enjoyable to have this here. Again, this feels a little bit like, I don't want to say going through the motions again because that's not fair. It's more like, let's get through some of these classic Bond checklists small bit villain playing a game against Bond and Bond winning with a beautiful woman involved. Tick, 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 tick. So I actually really quite enjoyed this.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of those things where I was reading a bit about like what people's thoughts were on all the poker scenes of Casino Royale, because they have to make it tense and interesting. So they always have to have these like silly outcomes of the card hands and things. But I do think this film, it has to do that, and it does it well. Like it does make these little, obviously later on when we have the main poker game is way more tense, but like it's spelling out all these little elements of the film, even so much as Solange coming in and kissing Demetrios is exactly what we see later on happen with Vesper. Like maybe that's where Bond kind of gets the idea from. But yeah, like it's just like a mini version of that, and kind of sets everything up very nicely.
Yeah, and yeah, as you say, it is kind of a bit silly, the triple king and triple aces thing. But I kind of wish we had. Now we get later in the film, Bond explains how he plays poker, which is great. I love that. But it does make me think about, I think it was For Your Eyes Only, wasn't it? Where Bond is talking to Chrissy about how he plays.
Oh, what, when they're eating dinner?
No. Maybe,
No.
like before the dinner scene, and then that leads into the dinner scene. The one with Bucky or Bunky, I think he was called.
Oh yes, yeah, poor old Binky or something.
It was like, I think it was Bumpky. It was something so absurd. But yeah, I like that. It reminded me a little bit of that, or later in the film anyway, or makes me think of that, where Bond and Chrissy go back and forth, and he explains about being bold or something like that. And we do get that a bit later, but yeah, with this being the poker film, maybe a little bit more would have been nice. But here, it's not missed or anything, but it makes me think about how good that line was.
That's because Chrissy is so great, and you will come around to For Your Eyes Only. I know it.
Sure, yeah. How many episodes we got left?
I'm running out of time.
Oh no.
So yeah, Demetrios loses, and he leaves, is all grumpy. And a little bit later on, outside the club now, we see Solange. She, the Aston Martin pulls up, and she goes to it thinking it's still Demetrios's, but no, obviously Bond's won it, so Bond's there and gets it off the valet, and the two start to have a little chat together and kind of flirting, and Bond offers her a lift home, which she says no to because it will make her husband mad. She's Demetrios's wife, and so instead Bond offers her a drink, and drink at his place, which she asks, is it close? He says yes, so she agrees, and they get in the car, and then all Bond does is just drive around the front lot and then drive back to the hotel, or back to the club, which she finds very amusing. Oh, Bond, so charming with his little games. It's kind of a strange moment, but anyway, we then cut back to Le Chiffre's yacht that we saw earlier, where Demetrios has come to pay a visit to him, and the chief is there sitting down and questioning why the bomb maker, why the one we saw in Madagascar, he was actually under surveillance by MI6. That's why Bond and Carter were there. So how could you let this happen? Is there an element of distrust now? How can I trust you? And Demetrios says, I don't care. I don't care about how you think. I can get you another man, basically, as long as you have the money. There's someone else ready to do it for the whole ellipsis stuff. Very quick scene, but just to show that the plan continues.
How much do we see this Aston Martin, by the way? Because I was just thinking about that this whole time.
Oh, what with the little drive around thing? Yeah. I guess they want to get it in there. Although, I
don't want to complain too much, but I don't really like how that car stuff is handled in this film. Later on, we do get the proper Aston Martin, but this to me, I don't know, some of these elements where it never used to bother me. I think a lot of this is more about we've now watched 20 of them in a row, and now I'm watching number 21. I'm not really all that impressed by how they did this car with the Aston Martin. That the idea that Bond drives a bloody normal Ford and then just happens to win an Aston Martin and likes it. So that's that. Something about that really didn't work for me. It felt like it was getting a little bit like too cute with some of this Bond elements there, and you just didn't really need to do that. I think the drink thing as well, I don't really like all that much. I think they're being a bit too cute with it. But I never thought this before. Never ever thought this before when watching this film. But I think watching all of these like this has changed my mind on this stuff, where it's like, I'm not impressed that Bond got an Aston Martin by beating someone, and him ordering a different drink. Like, I don't need an origin story of the drink. Some of this stuff actually kind of bothered me a little bit.
It's almost as if they needed to have Bond in the Aston, especially because, I mean, it's the same Aston. They even say it's the 1964 Aston Martin, so 1964 being the year that Goldfinger came out.
Yeah, they
And
don't say it's actually the DB5.
it looks. I don't know if there's a slight difference, but it looks like it to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're right. I mean, he does get another Aston a little bit later on. So I don't know. I think it might be, yeah, like when you're saying we've just watched so many in a row. I suppose if this was the first film in 4 years, it would have been maybe kind of nice to see that again. And maybe the first time you're seeing it. I'm in two minds. I can see where you're coming from, though.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Like, this being the 4-year gap in a new Bond kind of makes sense. But you are kind of taking that history of the Aston Martin, which was Goldfinger, and Q being like, hey, Bond, look at this awesome car we made. And then just turning that to like some bit villain who doesn't really matter at all. It being his car and Bond just happened to win it in poker. I just like something about that I think it feels really off. And you didn't really need Bond to be driving the Aston straight away, but I feel like the way they did it just doesn't sit right with me. I don't find it charming anymore. When I was younger or watching this film, I kind of did. I thought that was cool, but it's like I just don't think you needed some of this origin stuff, like the way they handled it. I just don't think you needed it or didn't need to do it this way.
It would have been really weird if it was the Aston Martin with the revolving license plates and ejector seat and the guns out the front there. And that would have been strange.
Button? What the? Why did I just win?
Did Q sell these like to the side as well? Make a little bit of money? What's going on here?
Was Dimitrios Q the whole time in disguise?
Wait a minute. There is no Q in this film, so maybe.
Could be.
It just pulls off a mask and it's Desmond underneath or something. Actually, I guess it'll be John Cleese now. Whoops.
I guess going back to the actual scene you just talked about, though, with Dimitrios and the Chiffre, I really like this scene for how quick it was, because it sets the Chiffre up, and they've kind of been doing this, that he is not the guy in control, where he just kind of gets, he's like, yeah, he's so rude to him, and that's that. So yeah, I kind of like that. They're setting up that element of his character. Like, yeah, there's a lot of things that he does well and is very heavily connected, but actually this is not a Blofeld #1 big organization. This is just kind of a bit player just trying to do what he needs to do as part of this big scheme.
Yeah, that's exactly it. He's just the middleman in all of this. And very, very back in the sequence in Uganda, you saw that bit about the man in the organization, but like that's where that all links into. But by this point, he just kind of seems like this is a random guy, like is just a guy that's kind of caught in all of this stuff, and his plans are going wrong. But yeah, like it's not like they're gonna drop him into a piranha pit or anything at this moment.
No, that's what
he's
I was
just
thinking.
dealing with it.
Yeah, this isn't like a Sanchez throw him in the shark pit or something. This is just a dude trying to do business with someone else on a boat, and the other guy's just like, I just don't really care, actually, mate.
Just want the money.
Just give me the money and I'll do the job.
Yeah. We go back to Bond's villa, where him and Solange are on the floor kissing and talking to each other, and she says about, oh, you like married women, don't you, James? And he says, yeah, it keeps things simple, which is a recurring element in this film.
Sarcasm.
Yeah. Oh. But yeah, and how she's attracted to bad men like her husband and like Bond in this situation, and that's a sort of a little cue that Bond stays with to try and find out more about Dimitrios, because he says, what makes your husband a bad man? And she doesn't know. It's a mystery to her. He asks about ellipsis, and again, she doesn't really know what that's about. But she does. The thing is, like, she knows that she's just being used basically by Bond here for this, but she says that she doesn't care. Like, she's just gonna carry on regardless, which is a bit refreshing. Girl power, I guess. I don't know, but as she asks about ellipsis, as he asks about ellipsis, she gets a phone call from Dimitrios, and you hear that he's leaving for the last flight to Miami. With that, she says that they've got the whole night to spend to question her, and so Bond decides to order some champagne. She heads off into the bedroom, and on the phone, Bond orders some Bollinger. It's got to be Bollinger, hasn't it? Yeah, it's back. Some
Nice.
Bollinger and some Beluga. Well, it'd be funny if you said some of Zukowski's finest on room service. And the guy on the phone says, you hear him say, for two? And Bond doesn't catches him and then says, no, one, and puts the phone down. So, yeah, wonder what's going on here.
Yeah. As you say, yeah, it is kind of nice. Like, it's what we had all the way back in Doctor No, really, where the first Bond girl ever, who was also from a casino that Bond was playing, which is quite nice, I guess. I don't know if that's a reference, but maybe it's just they've done it so many times. Everything's a reference at this point. But yeah, it's just two adults having some fun. And that's kind of what is probably needed with some of these Bond girls. Just two adults who are just at an ocean club. So they're just going to, have a night of fun with some Bollinger.
It so doesn't feel
it's a
weird.
nicer way of doing it.
Yeah. Like it in other circumstances, this could feel a bit manipulative, I suppose, depending on how the woman reacted. I mean, there's definitely been some Bond films where it's been like, but this is, as you say, it's just like two adults who just, they don't care. Like she wants to have a good time, so she does. She knows the situation she's in, and she's going to go on regardless.
Like these characters don't need to be deep. That was never my point with a lot of this. Like the main Bond girl, sure, let's have an arc for that. But like these side Bond girls, it's fine that Bond sleeps with women. It's just like, just don't make them so stupid.
Yeah, ditzy. Yeah.
Yeah, and she knows she's in a loveless marriage with someone who's just kind of a horrible person. So she meets a charming man on the beach, and they just have they just meet up. It's like, yeah, that's all you really need. It makes sense to me. I mean, she has a bit of a rough go of it.
She does, yeah. It doesn't end too well for her, but oh well.
No, but this bit all totally makes sense. It's a better way of doing it. It doesn't change anything massively in terms of the function of the film relative to other Bond films, but it's just portraying it in a way that just makes it seem a bit better.
Yeah. So after that, we see Bond still somehow finds a time to be with her and also somehow chase after Demetrius, because he is in a taxi following him to Miami. I'm not quite sure how he does that. I guess I don't know. I never really questioned that too much.
I think this is really confusing the way this is shot, because I see it that Bond gets in the Aston, because you do see him in the Aston, I think, and he burns it to the airport, lands in Miami, and then what you're seeing is Bond in a taxi following Demetrios from the Miami airport.
Yeah.
But it's not it's not shot or edited very well. So initially I was kind of like, oh, I guess they're still in the Bahamas, but no, they're not. They are already in Miami.
But Bond is literally behind him, tailing him. And it's that's very fortunate that he managed to get into that position.
I think he could have done it. It's just, I guess you didn't really need all the backstory of it. But yeah, if he managed to burn it to the airport, get on the same plane, then you could just follow him as much as you want. Obviously, he can't follow him too much because he knows who he is. It's like, is that the guy who stole my Aston in seat D4?
Can we share a cab? If it's all right if we share a cab, but just, we're both in the same place.
We're both going to Miami, so it makes sense.
Sorry about that whole car thing, by the way,
And the car was never seen again.
But yeah, we see that Demetrios eventually ends up at a sort of science exhibition. He's going to a Body Worlds exhibition, which is a real thing. I think it was in London not too long ago, actually. It's like a thing where there's all these preserved, dissected human bodies in different poses, and you can see all the organs and things like that. So, Demetrius heads inside and goes to check a bag and gets a little token for the bag check, and Bond follows him inside, as Tom says, not going too closely, obviously, and kind of watching him from afar to an extent. And Bond sees Demetrios. Does he get the text first, or does he put the token on first? It doesn't really matter, to be honest.
I think he gets the text, and then he puts the token down.
Yeah, so Bond is hiding behind one of these skeleton things. They're all very creepy. It's this huge room full of people bustling, and he's hiding behind one of these exhibits, and he sees Demetrios get a text or do something with his phone anyway, And then after that, he heads over to one of the models, which is of these bodies playing poker. And he puts the bag check token on top of the pile of chips on there. And we see Bond looking at this and wondering what's going on. And then we suddenly see Demetrius kind of appear from behind him. So he's obviously spotted him and has come up from behind with a knife pointed at his back. And with that starts to sort of guide Bond a bit over with the knife behind him. And you then get the two kind of caught into a little bit of a lock together. Bond turns around and grabs Demetrius's arms so that he can't stab him. And so they're sort of, locked one another, trying to overpower each other, trying to, like, you see the knife like point towards Demetrius, and then it's slowly pointing towards Bond, and what's going to happen? And it's kind of like they're in the middle of this giant room full of people. There's tour guides going on behind him, and they're obviously in silence, trying to keep this relatively hidden what's going on here. So eventually Bond sort of nods his head as a distraction to make Demetrius look behind him, and that gives him enough time to overpower and stab him with his own knife. Go take him and plonk the body down to the side, kind of a little bit more and hidden in the darkness, and give him a little slap on the cheek. There's no quip there or anything, just a little pat on the cheek. And he takes his phone and spots that what he was doing was another ellipsis text, which had just been sent. That's when he looks over and spots that the token, the cloakroom token that had been put down, is now missing as well. And the bag has been taken from the cloakroom.
So, very simple scene, this. I guess I would say it's quite standard, apart from the fact that there's a lot of, meat people sitting around.
Yeah.
Definitely sets a tone, I suppose. But, this was quite good. Demetrios, despite, he's done now. Goodbye. He's been stabbed. But, I think we've talked in the past about how these bit characters can kind of be a bit lame in the early Bond films. But this one works quite well. I think he's mostly here just to be a classic Bond kind of character that he goes up against. But pretty tense. It was pretty tense seeing them both holding the knife and shaking and all the little things where they're both trying to stab each other with this knife and they're just trying to hide it as well. And I think it goes really well in terms of Daniel Craig's demeanor as Bond. It's that stone-faced look that is quite famous for. So seeing him trying to keep up that facade and try to keep in control or trying to stab each other so no one knows what's going on. It's a very simple setup, very simple idea, and it's just shot very well to create all this kind of tension between these two people, especially because it's also the classic Bond thing of two men or Bond and somebody has a casual game and Bond wins. So now they're in an actual physical one. It's also that formula, which is quite classic Bond. So it's all very it all works very well.
Yeah. And Demetrius does sort of get the better of Bond as well. He catches him from behind, so he makes a good go of it, and he gets one step ahead of Bond briefly, but obviously ends that way. It is that thing where they've done this a few times where they have that moment of juxtaposition between something happening and there's this wider thing going on around, and it's one moment of danger in a usually quite a informal or jovial setting, some Thunderball, for example, where what's her face dies and while they're dancing, sort of thing. So it's nothing that we haven't seen before, but I think the way that Craig does it, as you say, he's got that way to sort of really get the intensity of it all with his lovely blue eyes and everything. So it works really well.
So with Demetrios now successfully stabbed and left and slapped on the face, Bond has realized that everything has been taken, so he needs to find out who took the bag, because he has no idea. It's a very crowded place, so he's just kind of manically looking around. This film does this quite a few times where these scenes with a lot of people, I think we had that a little bit of that in Madagascar, and we get that here and we get that elsewhere as well. Something that we didn't really have in GoldenEye, but in this one, a lot of scenes where it's big crowds of people. These are taking place in very open spaces, but unlike A View to a Kill, where it's a Frenchman going my car! It's instead just, it's almost there's all this stuff happening out in the open. It creates quite this unique feel. Not necessarily a James Bond feel, but a very action feel to some of these.
Yeah.
a natural intensity from the fact that it's happening in such a public place. It's quite smart. So Bond runs out of the museum, starts looking around, can't see anyone. So he decides he has taken the phone from Dimitrios. So he calls the man. Whoever just texted him with ellipsis, I think it was, he calls that man and he sees somebody answer the phone carrying the bag. So Bond knows, oh, it's him. So he starts following him and they go to the airport. So this man goes to the airport and Bond is right behind him. He kind of goes through security and Bond is watching and Richard Branson is there.
Yeah, that's okay.
Boo.
Why?
so bad. Like, it's just so... Oh, so nothing. I don't want to talk about it too much, but yeah. Just is a cameo in the background that Richard Branson's also going through security, which he's a rich person, so he just bought a cameo. It sucks. I hate it.
Is that really how it happened?
Well, like Virgin Airways was like a sponsor of the film.
Yeah, right. Makes sense.
So, and also Richard Branson's now in it, so it just sucks. But
get out of here, Richard.
Yeah. Boo you, Richard.
Boo.
Boo. So yeah, so Bond is still following. So they're now in like the shopping kind of area of the airport after security, and this man that Bond is following goes up to the sunglasses like little stand, and Bond like picks up a newspaper trying to hide and is watching him. But the man like puts on some sunglasses and looks in some other sunglasses and sees Bond watching him, so he knows he's being followed. And in a very awkward kind of moment, he just like the man knows that Bond is watching him, so he just ducks out of frame. And then we just cut to Bond looking over and he's disappeared. It's like, what's the implication here?
He's vanished.
Like he's either vanished or he's just like sneaking, like, oh, I'll go really low and just sneak, and just crawl away. So where did he go?
Yeah, just on the ground, like wiggling away.
Like I wouldn't pick on this at all if it was like another film, more silly film. But yeah, it looks really silly. Because if he suddenly like ducked down, Bond would be like, "Oh, he just made a sudden movement." Like,
he's there. He's right there. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a bit strange, but yeah. So he's disappeared, and the man. Should I call him Bomber? Shall I just call him the Bomber? So yeah. So this was to sum things up, I suppose, is that this is another story element you might miss on your first viewing. I think I did. So the guy in Madagascar was hired to do a job by Dimitrios, and now he has hired this man to do the job instead, which is why they're at Miami airport. So this is now a different bomber who's carrying out this job. So he goes into a clothes shop as part of the airport and goes into a changing room. He opens up the bag and he gets some like security clothes out. So Bond is looking around, he can't find him, and I thought this was a very nice subtle detail. So Bond looks at the clothes shop and sees a woman handing the black bag over to the shop owner, which tells Bond that the guy has changed his clothes.
Yeah.
So he then looks around to find the man in different clothes, and that's when he sees him in security clothes heading towards the door. I thought that was it's very easy to miss, but I thought that was very nice.
I did miss that, to be fair.
Oh, did you?
but then if that wasn't there, I would have been like, well, how does Bond know that he doesn't look like that? So it's one of those small things that just makes a lot of sense to add. Yeah. Yeah,
I appreciate it. It's very nice. But yeah, you can miss it. It doesn't matter too much. But yeah, so Bond sees him and he goes up to this door, this like security door is a restricted area, and he puts in the code and he goes through the door and disappears. So Bond runs over, goes up to the door, and at this moment he calls MI6. Now, he speaks to a character we see a lot, some like quite tall, lanky, young person, or young for MI6 anyway. I think I looked up his name is Villa or something.
Villa? Oh, okay. I didn't know his name.
Yeah,
because it's sort of like, it's a bit of a Tanner character, but not.
Yeah, it's quite strange because I expected this to be Tanner, and it made me think, where's Tanner? Because Tanner becomes like a consistent character played by a specific actor in the rest of the Craig era. But for this one, we just get like this young character who, like, they always do this with MI6, where at some point it was Tanner, and then it was like Charles, and sometimes Tanner, and then I think there was somebody else as well.
Yeah, I don't know. They just, yeah, it was Robin. Yeah, Charles Robinson. Yeah, that was his name. Yeah, I don't know why they keep changing it up like that.
Yeah, I don't know. They always have to kind of switch up that character for some reason. But yeah, so he calls and Bond then says, I need to speak to M. And he gets put through to M, who... Is she in bed again? I think she's just in her office, isn't she?
Yeah. It would be funny if she was in bed. M overslept, sorry.
Yeah, my bad. Well, Bond says initially to the other guy, like, there's a bomb that's about to go off in Miami airport. And that's why he gets put through to M. But as M goes through and says, Bond, what's going on? He's then like, I'll call you back. And M's like, Bond, what are you... So Bond realizes that ellipsis is a code for the door. So he types in ellipsis and that opens up the door. So something that they treat as quite a big mysterious deal is purely just to open up a door in Miami airport, and that's it.
And I guess... Does that... So when you said earlier on, when you were describing the scene with Le Chiffre, and he says that ellipsis expires in 36 hours... Is that the code expires? Or
yeah,
just the
I would assume they rotate the code out on a set basis.
Yeah, okay then. I like that, yeah.
I quite like it as well, but it does make you... It's a bit of a disappointing plot point. There's so much more going on with the film that it doesn't really matter, but they kind of treat it almost in like a Spectre way, where it's like, oh, what does this mean? Ellipsis, it could mean anything. And it's just like, it just opens the door, and we never talk about it again.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's not like some code name for a huge, I guess, for like some master plan or anything. Yeah.
No, it's nothing like that. So Bond gets through. So MI6 are aware that Bond is there and talks about the airport. So they search online and M is looking at an article and they talk about how a giant new aeroplane, like a commercial airplane, I think, is being revealed at Miami airport. And this is the Sky Fleet. Which we did hear the name earlier, but I think you would probably completely have forgotten it by this point. So Skyfleet is revealing this new huge aeroplane. So we then go back and we see that the bomber, who's now in his security gear, has just triggered the sprinklers. So there's a lot of panic, like in these like back areas. Everyone just freaks out. I don't know why. Are they freaking out? Sorry, go on.
It's wet, and that's dangerous because this poor lady falls over at one point.
Yeah, it's very dramatic for everyone's a bit wet now.
Yeah.
I almost assume this is tying into the fact that MI6 has already told the airport there's a bomb threat, and that's why they're panicking, but it's all very strange. I didn't quite understand this bit.
I don't know. I guess I'm trying to think what I would do if a sprinkler went off in an airport. Would you
no, but like
this
is like behind the scenes, isn't it? Like they've gone into a restricted area. Surely these are all like members of staff.
Oh, has it not reached everyone else yet?
I mean, maybe he has, but like, surely this is like Bond has gone through that door and the security guy's gone through that door, and I'm assuming the security guy went through the door to turn on the sprinklers, and then Bond is still back there because Bond is getting wet as well. I don't know.
I'm not sure either. The more I think about it now, I don't know.
It's a little bit clumsy, but the bomber goes to a locker room and he grabs a gun, so now he has a gun, and this is when we see like the police arriving at the airport. So I think at this point MI6 have informed them that something is going down, because we're seeing a lot of police arrive at the airport. So M is trying to contact Bond and does, and says it's the Skyfleet prototype. The bomb is going after the prototype from Skyfleet. So Bond looks around, and I think they're now out on the runway. They've now come out of that, and they're now on just the airport runways, and sees the man or the bomber enter a police car and starts driving onto the runway. So we get a big shot of a hangar door opening up nearby, and we see the Skyfleet plane, which is huge, by the way. I don't know if they actually built this thing, but it looks huge, this plane.
Well, I was actually going to say that I don't remember the shot. I don't really remember thinking anything about this shot before. It's just been, that's a big plane. I watched it this time, and I suddenly realised how they're not bad. All right, there's not bad CGI. There's no tsunami, but you can, at least for me, I can clearly see where they're like green screening the people next to it to make it look huge, I guess, and like composite them on, and that was the thing that just caught my eye. So I think it's all just CGI.
Oh, okay, it makes sense they would use it there, but that's a bit disappointing.
Yeah.
All right, makes sense. So, this to me at this point in my notes, I put that this feels like almost like quite classic Bond, old school Bond, where we're getting this big chase scene and we're getting like a lot of big music as well. We haven't really talked about the music yet, but it's David Arnold was kept over. So it's not just Judi Dench, but David Arnold is the one doing the score here. And this is probably his best score yet.
Yeah, I think so.
The style of this film, I think, matches his strengths a lot better. There's a lot less corny on the nose music, and it's either more kind of subtle, stylish, classy tracks, or it's the bigger music as well. And he doesn't necessarily pull both of those off, but I think this is much more his speed, and he was probably a little bit mismatched for Pierce Brosnan's Bond. But for Daniel Craig's Bond, which is more like brutish but also stylish and classy, it's like a perfect fit for what David Arnold does.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple points I kind of forgot to mention the music, but even it's because we were too busy talking about the Ford. But in that section where he's driving the Ford, the music there is really good. It's very good, sort of like traveling music. I don't know, but that in any other film could have been like a kind of weird moment for music. I don't know, like it's just such a simple little scene, but even the music then was standing out to me being quite good. And yeah, like I remember one of the things you mentioned in Tomorrow Never Dies was sort of like the music with Paris on screen. It goes all sort of lovey-dovey, whereas with this one you do get a proper Vesper theme later on, and it's a good track and it's used at the appropriate moments. So, yeah, I think he did a very good job here.
Yeah, definitely. The only thing I would complain about is that I think you hear "You Know My Name" too many times. And I know why. It's because they couldn't use the Bond theme in the film. So it's kind of like, okay, well, use You Know My Name whenever we would normally use the main theme remix. But also whenever we use the Bond theme, we're just going to use that song again. And I think it's a bit much. I would have preferred if it was used like one or two less times, but I get it. I get why they had to. It's just, and it is a great song, so it's fine. It just, it rips some of the identity of some of the scenes because it's just You Know My Name over and over again. So
yeah,
it's not a huge complaint, but that's the only thing I would say kind of harms this score when watching the film anyway. Just a few too many times with that.
Yeah, I can see that.
So, the bomber is in the police car driving on the runway to try and go after the Skyfleet plane, and Bond is just running. It was just like, oh, catch him, just sprinting on the runway.
Tom Cruise, yeah, just getting to it.
Yeah, and he does this a few times as well in this film, where Bond just goes, like it's part of what he does. Pierce Brosnan was like this a bit as well, very sprinty. But Craig is all in, he just sprints. So he's just running on the runway and a load of fire engines go past. And we see the bomber stops at a resupply fuel truck. Something that they would use to resupply a plane. So they would go up to the plane and plug it all in. So this is where all the fuel or the petrol is held. So he breaks the man's neck, the one who's there, which is very not convincing, by the way. I was not convinced by this at all. It looks like he just spins him by the torso and he just dies.
Yeah. It's a little bit too Hollywood for me, that bit.
I think so as well. Yeah, like he just needed to quickly kill him, but for some reason they chose neck break, but they just do it too quick. Like he just needed to, even if he just grabbed him from behind and then, broke his neck like that, that would be a little bit better than just, I'm just going to go, whoop, and now you're dead.
That really is, yeah. It is that quick.
Yeah, it's a bit too much. So he gets a little, bomb detonator clip, something you would have on a keychain, and he attaches that to the bottom of the truck. And then he pairs it to his phone, so he can now activate this detonator from his phone. So Bond sees the truck from a distance, the fuel truck, and we get some very dramatic zoom-ins where it just keeps cutting a little bit closer. So the idea is that I guess it's Bond realizing what is happening, but for some reason it's edited in a way where it's done, and then it goes a bit more and it's done, and a bit more done. Where did that come from?
I don't know. Well, hang on, is this the close-ups of the detonator?
I don't think it goes directly onto the detonator because Bond doesn't know about it. I think it is just the truck.
Oh, okay, right.
But it's very strange. There's some very strange little moments in this film. It's kind of sillier than I remember, but yeah, it's like dun dun, dun, like it's in time with the music. That's why I said dun dun dun.
Right, okay.
It's very, yeah, a bit off. So the man or the bomber gets into the truck and drives off. So Bond does his classic trick of like, I'll just run after it. But it pays off because he's able to run up the top of some like boarding stairs that are parked up and runs up those, jumps off, and the truck goes by just as he jumps off and he lands on top of it. So the bomber sees that this is happening. So Bond rolls onto the side and is like hanging onto the side of where the fuel is stored in the big tanker bit. And the bomber sees it, so it's just going side to side, trying to get him off. We cut to the Sky Fleet plane being brought onto the runway, so that's still all moving forward. So the bomber is driving down the runway and sees another vehicle coming the other way. So the bomber tries to ram Bond into it, but just before he hit it on the side anyway, not directly hit it, but like scrape the car into it, so it knocks Bond off. So Bond at the last minute jumps off and he like rolls in between the two or in front of one of them just in time, which was an awesome shot. Like,
yeah,
I don't know how
from
real
above,
that was,
right?
but it looked real.
Yeah, it was good.
Like, it actually looks like Bond is about to get run over because it's like an above view shot. It's not zoomed in. It's over the top, two cars smashing into each other, and just a man rolling to get out of the way. So that causes the trucks to spin out. So the bomber is now the wrong way round and starts reversing, and Bond just starts running again, just sprinting, and the bomber eventually has to turn around. So as he turns around, it causes him to slow down, which gives enough time for Bond to jump onto it and hang onto the back, and he climbs on top, and the bomber in the truck like smashes through some luggage cars, then he smashes through a bus, and after that Bond then flips into the front, goes onto the front and flips through the windscreen, and they start fighting in the front. So the truck is swerving backwards and forwards as they're punching each other and losing control, and like 3 police cars show up. So the police are aware of this and they see them, so they're just chasing them. They're right behind. So some more fighting, and the police, actually being competent, just...
No.
I know, right? This is a new Bond.
Yeah.
The police just get a shotgun and just shoot the back tires off the truck to kind of slow it down. I don't think it really does anything in the end, but they are actively trying to stop this truck from moving forward. So they shoot those out. We see that a plane is now landing onto the runway. So they're like driving at like a 90-degree angles across these runways at this point. So we got Bond and the bomber in this truck being chased by the police cars. So they're all driving forward and they kind of go across one of the runways as a plane is going down. But the plane does see this, so it pulls up and at the last second, so it doesn't actually go into them. But the force of the plane like blows over one of the police cars and it like spins in the air. It was such a small thing, but it was really quite impressive to see this car just like get flipped in the air by this plane. Whether that's realistic or not, I don't know, but it looked cool.
It looked good. Yeah, I don't care if it's not realistic. I liked it.
Yeah, me too. So the bomber manages to kick Bond out of the car. So he's like hanging on the door, but then he's kind of completely hanging off. So his feet are still in, but he's like hanging out, and his gun falls out of his pocket as well. And because Bond is like hanging out and like going down below, he sees the keychain bomb being attached to the bottom. So we cut back to the bomber. He has set it up to go directly into the Skyfleet plane. It is right in front of them. So he sets it up so it can go straight ahead. He like uses a seatbelt to lock in the steering wheel and then jumps out. Or he goes to jump out, but Bond pulls him back in. But then he just jumps out anyway. So, so he has now escaped, and Bond is in the driving seat, heading straight towards it. He tries to hit the brakes. They don't work. He smashes through a police car without being able to stop. So he's able to then unhook the seatbelt from the steering wheel, and he swerves at the last moment, and he goes into a drift, and he stops at the very last moment. So this was a very loud and crazy scene up to this point because it was a big action scene, but now it's very quiet. You got Bond looking very beat up in the front on the driver's seat. So he just kind of falls out of the truck. He's just kind of exhausted, probably because of all the running. And he then stands up. The police instantly knock him back to the ground and cuff him and drag him over to the car. And they put him on top of one of the police cars on the hood. And Bond sees in the distance the bomber is by one of the other police cars. And he gets his phone out and he hits the button to detonate the explosives. He hears some beeping. He looks around and it's on his belt. So Bond was able to attach it to his belt. So the man explodes off screen. And as he explodes, we zoom in on Bond's face and we see a little smile because he killed a man.
a little cheeky smirk from Bond there. Yeah.
Another one of those moments where he's very proud of himself, how he's been able to solve that.
He likes his job, as much as there's downsides to it.
How did you find this scene, Joe?
It's it's very, the scale of it's huge, right? They're on this runway and there's everything's going on, things are exploding, things are crashing, a plane is nearly landing on them. Everything is going on. It's nighttime. There's all these sort of is it raining? I don't know if it's raining, but it's like quite atmospheric anyway.
Right, it is Miami. I don't think it is raining.
Yeah.
But it's very blue, right, I guess.
Yeah. And
dark blue.
Like as I said before, all the action stuff is great. I think it all works really well. The one thing I really liked, such a minor thing to pick up on, but the one thing that really kind of sold the scene for me in a weird way is as Bond is trying to stop the fuel tank, he's got rid of the guy and is trying to brake, and that's when he does the whole swerve to make it stop that way. I just love that little moment afterwards where you just get that shot of Bond just like almost in disbelief at it, or like just like taking a second to breathe and taking what happened, because it all just like back to back to back craziness, and then there's just that moment of like after the storm where he's just there and he's like staring straight ahead and then looks around, and you never really get that sort of stuff with like when Bond does the thing and saves the day or whatever. He just does it and he's like, oh yes, look at me, and it's probably says some line or whatever, but that's just in the moment all the sort of agonizing stuff that just went on, and he's just sort of like taken a second to get him like kind of get his bearings again. I loved it.
Yeah, I think this is a ton of fun. I think it works very well. As you kind of say, like the setting helps. Like it's such a basic thing, but the first one that we had with the action was the Madagascar one, where it's very bright and it was a big chase. And this is another chase where now it's very dark, and I think it's very basic, but I think that's nice. It helps kind of separate it out. But just like the last one, this is a very public chase. They're chasing each other in a very public area, so it's kind of like Bond trying to go against people to get his man, and the person being able to use other people to hide it. So it feels built very similarly, but it's in a very different location. It takes place at a different time of day. It's all on this runway and this big chase that happens there, and it's the vehicle chase for the film, pretty much.
Yeah.
Even though Bond isn't really in a car for most of it. But yeah, it's a smart choice. It's not one of my favorite action scenes, to be honest. I think there are some parts that are a little bit awkward and a little bit off, but I think it has a ton of memorable moments. It's Bond being very determined. I think the running does get a bit silly for me. I would have preferred if maybe he did get in some sort of car. I guess I get what they're trying to do with this determined blonde Bond, but I think it does look a bit daft. But it doesn't matter. I think the bomber is a very entertaining person for Bond to chase and beat up, and a lot of back and forth. So yeah, I didn't love it, but I definitely enjoyed it.
I think it's something as well that we haven't really mentioned on yet, but is with this whole reboot of Bond, and one of the things perhaps they noticed, although I don't really know how true this is, because I think Die Another Day wasn't particularly bad compared to other films, but the whole gadget element to things and how they've really stripped that back for this film, and in any other film there would have maybe been something that Bond would have used, or I don't know, or his watch, or he uses his phone in this film as a GPS, but that's about it. And you don't really get any of that. It is just Bond on his own, taking out guys and things like that, using his own methods, using just running or whatever, or just overpowering them. So I think I do, like, when I look at the Craig era, I do miss I know we're only just starting it, but I do miss that they did kind of drop the whole gadget stuff quite heavily. But I think it does make sense for this first film in particular anyway. So yeah, I quite like that it's just Bond and just getting to it with this whole scene.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that with this scene, to be honest. So I guess that tells you all you know. I didn't even think, oh, there was no gadgets being used. So I guess that it does its job quite well if I didn't even think that.
Yeah, exactly. So after the scene at the airport, we see Le Chiffre's stockman on the phone, the one we saw earlier. And he is talking to Le Chiffre and telling him basically his little gamble earlier on has not paid off, obviously. The plan did not work. They did not blow up the plane. And so when he was betted against Skyfleet, he's actually lost. And he goes to say how much he loses, or they're unsure how much he's lost. And then Le Chiffre replies and says exactly it's like 101,200,000 and something $1,000. So yeah, he's not looking too good in that regard. But he has a puff of his inhaler and just kind of very calmly says someone talked.
So this is like, I think at this point this is supposed to be all of his plan revealed. Although I think you say that actually M does say it, doesn't
she says a little bit about this, yeah.
Okay, so I guess you've got enough there that you could put it together, but yeah, it's if you're not sure what's going on, M is going to explain it to us very shortly.
Thanks, M.
Thank you.
So back in the Bahamas, a helicopter lands and Bond gets out. Bond and what did you say his name was again?
Like Villas?
Villas, yeah, he's there.
I'm assuming that's how you say it. It's a bit of a weird word.
Okay. And they land and get out of the helicopter and they head down towards the beach. And on the beachfront, there is a hammock tied up between two trees. And there's this body, this dead body, this corpse all tangled up inside it, covered in sand and everything. And the other guy sees this and starts to like throw up and run off. And Bond just kind of looks at it. No response really from Bond. But we see that it's the Solange. It's the woman that we saw earlier. It was Demetrius's wife. And as we see that, M comes in, walks down, and says to Bond, it's quite the body count that he's stacking up. And yeah, so it was Solange who, after Demetrius was killed, we learned that she was kind of the only one left for Le Chiffre to question and torture. And that's how she ended up. And M says, did she know anything that would compromise you? Did she know your name or anything like that? And Bond just like so bluntly and coldly just goes no. So no emotional response from Bond whatsoever. And this is where you then get M kind of tell you what the little update on the Chiffre. So he is a private banker to all the terrorists, and he's also a chess prodigy and a maths genius, and he likes to play poker to show it. They walk into this like gazebo on the beachfront, and there's another man in there with this big briefcase. And he opens up the briefcase and he gets this sort of injector gun thing, and gets Bond to hold out his forearm and just injects him with something. And Bond's just ow sort of thing. And it's not Q though, this man who does this. It's just this random mustached man. Doesn't say a single word. He does that, and it's like a scanner in this briefcase that has this little thing that can go over. It goes over Bond's forearm and links up to a screen, and you can see that there's a micro transmitter now in Bond for him to keep an eye on him and know where he is at all times.
I don't really get this, because they knew earlier in the film that Bond was in the Bahamas, so why would they need this?
I don't know.
And Bond called it in Miami, so what's the problem? It feels strange.
Does it ever come back?
It does, but I'm not sure if it's MI6 knowing where Bond is.
Ah, yes.
It does come back later,
right.
But I feel like it was kind of a completely unnecessary thing. I guess it's more about M and Bond's relationship at this point in time more than anything. Mm-hmm. But it felt a little unnecessary.
Yeah. And so M starts to explain about Le Chiffre's plan with the Skyfleet stocks failing since the bomb didn't go off. And so now that he's $100 million in debt to terrorists, he is setting up a high-stakes poker game at the Casino Royale in Montenegro. And it's like 10 players, 10 million buy-in, and with a 5 million buy-in and all this sort of stuff. So basically he can earn 150 million from this if he wins it. So M obviously wants Bond to not let that be the case. So if the chief loses, they can offer him sanctuary and then probe him for information from that as well. So M's going to send Bond, since he's the best player in the service, as much as she doesn't want to, kind of. And yeah, as they're talking about all this, they head back towards the beach with the hammock, and they see Solange's body being taken away in a body bag, and M says to Bond that I'd worry about, being emotionally attached, but I'm sure you'll have no issues, sort of thing. And so, yeah, Bond is kind of getting that idea of Bond is just a very cold man, no remorse or anything like that.
Well, I want to flesh out what M said a little bit more, because this plot that she actually says that after 9/11, the Americans were investigating what happened and found that a load of people shorted a load of airline stocks just before it happened. So because they did that, after 9/11, they made a fortune because all the stocks went down and they shorted them. And this is the same thing that was supposed to happen here. And I was like, that's it's a really interesting idea. Like a really cool idea to kind of play this into a spy film. I'm not sure if Bond is maybe the appropriate one to be directly referencing 9/11, but I guess they've done sort of this stuff in before. But this, I think, shows the more complexity of the villains and their plot than what we've had in the past, where previously Blofeld was just trying to get rich, but you would have this kind of crazy over-the-top weapon almost to blackmail people to get rich. And then we have the more over-the-top, like, oh, I'm going to destroy humanity and start again. But then we also have the ones where it was a little bit more small scope. But this one feels like a very modern villain plot here, where it's making a ton of money, but he's like a banker for terrorism. So it's the way he is funneling the money, but then he's like manipulating stocks to do that. It's a lot more complicated than what we had before, but it's really interesting. Like this feels like a really great like update in terms of a Bond plot, potentially more complicated than before. And as I've said before already, like you could totally miss stuff with this, and you almost certainly will. But I kind of really like this as a villain scheme, or like a modern day villain scheme. It's more stocks, it's more manipulation, it's more, as M says in a later film, in the shadows. And I think that's really cool.
It's difficult to make that sort of stuff interesting, I suppose. See, for me, there was that bit about 9/11 and that. I just kind of glanced over that, to be honest with you. To me, that was just making things more complicated. But like the bit I was getting from that was just they're setting up the casino game. But you are right. I mean, they've tried to do something similar-ish with the whole Carver and media stuff, but then even then they had to kind of go back to kind of old-fashioned Bond villains as well, with World War III and stuff. This is definitely a very modern age, kind of more down-to-earth thing that actually probably does happen. So
yeah, it's like a huge impact what he's doing here, but it's not so direct and out front. It's not like, as you say, he's causing World War III or something like that, or we're just going to blow up this place. It was just like a terrorist attack on an airport to make a ton of money to help fund terrorism. It's a little bit more nuanced, and I think that works quite well, and helps Le Chiffre as a character. But I guess we should talk about the body in the room, the corpse in the hammock.
Oh yes, poor Solange. Yeah, as we said, it's not a nice ending for her.
No, and I think it's so interesting because we've seen this sort of stuff before, and I don't think this is a million miles away to what has happened with former Bond girls. It's just a couple of lines and moments that means you feel the impact of her being killed a little bit more. And when M is asking Bond about, like, she was tortured, did she know anything? And Bond's like, no. Like, not even your name? And Bond's like, nope. And then you think back and it's like, oh yeah, that didn't happen. And then you're like, oh no, that didn't happen. So it's like quite horrible. Like it's something that you kind of assume happens with the other Bond girls, but they don't really spend any time or pull any attention to it. And this one doesn't go like crazy with it so much. It definitely draws a lot more attention than before. It's not like a hugely emotional scene, which is kind of the point. But the fact that it's making you think about it at all, like, this was pretty harrowing, especially with that corpse being dragged away at the end.
Yeah, yeah. There's that one close-up shot of her, like her face is like caught in all of the hammock, and it's not very nice. But you're right, it is that element of what actually goes on. Because before it would have been very kind of I don't know, brushed over, I guess, or you wouldn't. They wouldn't have even kind of highlighted it really. M would never have asked that question before or anything like that. It would have never come up about when Bond gets involved with all these women, like what happens in terms of how much does he give away, how much do they know, how much happens when they inevitably die, because there's always this sort of Bond girl character that does. And I think this one just puts it out there very clearly on screen in a very not a gory way, but I think maybe just like kind of grotesque way.
Yeah, and I think the balance they find is great because I don't want a big Bond is now depressed the rest of the film because the woman died. Like this, she was a big character, so it's kind of pointing at itself without going, in my opinion anyway, too far with it, because it would have been very easily to like push this idea a little bit further in this film, and I think that would have maybe felt a little bit preachy, a little bit too over the top. So they had to kind of find this balance with Bond kind of showing the connection here and showing her die and adding a little bit more weight to this without kind of dragging the film down. It's setting up stuff that comes up later with how Bond sees women, and we just kind of get that here. So it's like pointing the finger at the franchise itself, and to me, I would say it avoids being preachy about it because that would have been pretty bad.
Preaching what in making Bond remorseful for it.
Yeah, I guess in terms of like the self-awareness thing, I don't want Bond, like I don't want them to really kind of flip the formula or change it or anything like that, or be like, wasn't it bad that in the older films that women just died and Bond didn't care? It's like, yeah, it was, but I don't need the franchise to kind of go all in on that idea. Just kind of have it in there for things to think about and make you feel it a bit more. I don't need the franchise to go too self-analyzing itself. Like, you know, I can't really think of any examples of other franchises that have done that, but it's definitely a trap that other franchises fall into, where they want to update to be modern and they just kind of focus too much on like pointing out how terrible the older stuff was now that it's a bit dated, and it's a difficult balance to find, and I think this film finds a really good balance for pointing at itself a little bit and paying attention to that, or like shining a light on that stuff without going too far with it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And the film needs this element to it anyway, because as you say, it all links in together later on with the emotional attachment. You know, M literally asks us about emotional attachment, and that is what ends up happening. So it's sort of a bit of a counter to that, and you sort of see both sides of Bond there. So yeah, we then cut to a train. There's a train going through these very lovely looking places in Montenegro at night. It's kind of like valley, and inside is a suited up Bond at one of the dinner tables on the dining car, sat down, and another woman comes in to sit down opposite him. She sits down and says, "I'm the money, every penny of it." And yeah,
that was weird, wasn't it?
What do you mean?
Like, is that not a Money Penny reference? Because she says, "I'm the money," and Bond says, "Every penny of it." And it's like,
I guess I
don't know how that makes any sense to have a Money Penny reference here, but having money and penny back to back like that, I'm just like,
Yeah, maybe it is a bit of a wink to the audience, but it does make sense if you don't think of Money Penny as well, but it is right there, I suppose. I don't know. I never really thought about that too much. But yeah, she is there. She's been sent by the Treasury. She's there to manage the funds associated to this poker game, this whole plan in action for Bond to try and beat Le Chiffre. And she goes over and kind of pushes over a business card to reveal her name, which is Vesper Lind. And Bond says, "I sure hope your parents." What does he say actually?
I didn't write this down.
I bet you gave your parents hell for that, or something like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, we see kind of cuts a little bit later on. They're having dinner together now on the train, drinking some wine together. And Bond is in the process of talking about how he plays poker and how the elements of bluffing and how you don't play your hand, you play the person sitting opposite you. And I'm really not going to do this scene justice because this is one of those scenes where it's like so quiet and focused on the dialogue. There's a lot to it, and it's all very good. But yeah, Bond boasts about being pretty good at reading people. That's why he's good at poker and starts to psychoanalyze, I guess, Vesper, talking about how she looks and her beauty and how that gets in the way of her intelligence and being taken seriously by colleagues and everything like that, and overcompensating, coming across as arrogant. There's a lot to it, and he finally ends with saying that she thinks because of the way that she ignored his quip about her parents, she's probably an orphan, and she counters by doing the exact same thing and analyzes him and talks about the cut of his suit and how he's wearing it with disdain and he doesn't come from money. He was sort of gifted it, and also being an orphan because that's who MI6 look for. They look for those sort of men that can that have those emotional detachment and can protect queen and country, and that he thinks of women as disposable pleasures. Yeah, as I say, there's like this whole dialogue in the scene is so good and it's so kind of pointed. I think it ends with her saying like, "How was your lamb?" And Bond says, "Skewered." One sympathizes, and it really is like that is the scene. It's like proper biting, witty, cutting dialogue back and forth between the two, and yeah, she goes and leaves, and Bond just kind of watches her leave and like laughs it off almost. It's that reaction gif that everyone uses, or I've used it anyway. Yeah, where he just sort of laughs at himself for what just happened to that conversation. But this is probably one of my favorite scenes of the whole film. I just think it's like such a great way to get some real like in-depth character there from both sides as well. Obviously from Bond, but from Vesper, who becomes a huge figure, not just in this film but the one after. And it's done so well. It reminds me a lot of like the GoldenEye M scene. It's just that sort of dialogue where they deliver it so well, like they act it so well, and it's so well written that nothing really happens. Like it's not an action scene or anything. It's just them sitting on a train talking to each other, but it was so engrossing. I loved it.
I'm going to be the negative Nancy of the group. Not that I really disagree with what you're saying. I think a lot of this works really well, but there are some times where with Vesper's dialogue, I'm not super into it. Like she's quite sarky in this scene, and I kind of get sick of that throughout the film. It's not something I remember about this film, but there's just a lot of times where like a lot of the jokes and the charm and stuff, it's just sarcasm, just saying something that isn't true. And it happens a little bit too much for my liking. So I still overall really like this scene for sure. The amount of stuff they managed to cram into this, and Craig and the actress Eva Green, I want to say Evergreen.
Yeah,
Probably Evergreen.
Yeah. Evergreen. Oh, that's nice.
Evergreen, lovely. Yeah, like instant chemistry, really great back and forth. The mood lighting is really great, and having this be on a train, and it's all quite classy and sophisticated. The setting's great, and as you say, like it looks really nice on the outside as well. Like the establishing shots, all that stuff's great. So overall, still a really great scene. But yeah, this was the start of like, why is everyone just so sarky all the time? It gets a little bit too much. But even saying that, it's still very good. They cram a lot of ideas and concepts setting up these two characters into a very small scene, and overall do it quite well. So yeah, overall very good.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose she is quite sarky, although then I suppose that links into kind of what Bond was saying when he was analysing her. Maybe that's just her way of dealing with things. So yeah,
I think you're right. Yeah, I think that's what it's kind of supposed to be, but they don't stop. They just keep
no, they don't.
They keep just being sarky the whole film. It's sometimes it's charming, but sometimes it's not. But yeah, but it doesn't matter too much.
So after the train journey, we see the two of them get into a taxi in the town because they're heading to the hotel that they're staying at, and they're both sitting in the back. And Bond is there with some papers, some last-minute details about their cover story as they're going to enter inside the poker game, along with their passports. Bond is Mr. Arlington Beach, a professional gambler, and Vesper is Miss Stephanie Broadchest. I love that little bit where she like looks over, no, it's not, and he hides the paper from her. Although it actually is, I think, on the passports, it is actually Stephanie Broadchest. So
I don't think it is Broadchest, isn't it? I thought because they're Mr. and Mrs. whatever.
They're not married. They're not married though.
I thought they were. Oh.
I don't think so anyway. But yeah, it's one of those things. Because they do talk about that. There's a 2-bedroom suite. Because Vesper's character is very religious, so there's got nothing to worry about between the two. Well, that's what Bond says, nothing to worry about. And she goes, because I'm smart. And he goes, no, single. So anyway, they get to the hotel and check in on the front desk. And Bond just immediately drops the whole cover that he was talking about in the taxi. He says there's a reservation under Beach. His name's Bond. So that angers Vesper. She has to sign a form and she does it angrily and storms off towards the lift. And Bond finds it all quite funny. He's just like, I think the receptionist's like, have a nice day. And it's like, thank you. And they walk off. Well, he walks up and catches up with Vesper. And she's annoyed that they've just blown the cover straight away. And Bond explains that, well, it's fine. Le Chiffre, with his connections, probably already knows who Bond is. And the fact that he's still decided to let him enter kind of shows Bond more about his character, that he's desperate or overly confident, he says. So yeah, he got a lot out of it for just something that they already knew. But then Vesper does counter by saying that now Le Chiffre knows that he's one thing, and that's reckless, and goes up in the lift goes up in the lift alone. There's no room for her and Bond's ego, she says. And this little scene in the hotel ends just with Bond being given a package from the reception addressed to him, and it's some car keys.
Yeah, some very cheeky Bond here, which is always fun to see.
Cheeky Bond. Oh, yeah.
Bit of cheeky Bond. Nice to see Craig is able to kind of do that cheeky stuff as well. Yeah, and I think Bond makes a good point about it's funny to see Bond do the thing, which is, again, I think pointing the finger of the franchise itself, where he just introduced himself as James Bond to everyone. Yeah. So him doing that and then having a little bit of like, it actually kind of makes sense is cool. You know, some of this stuff is hit and miss for me in terms of like pointing the finger at the franchise and reinventing stuff. But I think this one works quite well. But then I also like that Vesper makes a really good point. It's like, well, you've just shown how reckless and stupid you are. So it's just like, that's also true. So it's the back and forth here. It's kind of, yeah, Vesper storming off and being all moody and stuff. It's not the most fun thing to watch. But I think in terms of having these two be equals back, like go back and forth, Bond makes a good point and is being cheeky. But Vesper also makes a really good point. And I think that's incredibly important to have them both bounce off each other like that. It's setting them up as obviously she's frustrating with him, but still it's setting them up to be someone that you could see be equals as a couple down the line.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It would not have worked if there wasn't that element of she is very smart and she sees things that Bond potentially doesn't. You know, he's got maybe certain blind spots with certain things and he's only seeing one angle of things, and then she's there to point out the other. And yeah, I mean, it's all good that you do see Bond thinking about the psychology of it all, and you're getting an element of how he's then going to later play the poker game. It's not, like you say, it is the whole, oh, my name's James Bond, but there is a reason for it all, and that really adds something to it. Just instead of just being a passing funny line and just getting it in there, the James Bond stuff, there's a reason, and I love that.
Yeah, I like that as well. And it just goes back to the characterization we've already seen, and we saw it in Die Another Day, where Frost explains it is like the Bond aggravates to get stuff done, and that's exactly what he's doing. And I kind of love that part of his character, and I love seeing it return as part of this reboot. Bond intentionally gets under people's skin and goes in and is intentionally reckless to like draw things out. And I love that he does it here. The aggravation stuff is both really funny, but also kind of you buy it to a certain extent.
Yeah.
So Bond received that key when he was in the lobby. So we cut to him going outside, going up to an Aston Martin. Not the one that we saw before, but like a very nice modern Aston Martin. I put silver down as the colour, but I want to say it was more like black.
Kind of very deep grey.
Yeah, a
I
deep
thought.
grey. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
quite a dark one. It's a lot darker than the DB5 and the other one we saw for sure. So Bond enters the Aston Martin and he goes through like some paper documents that I think M sent, some briefing, and he also gets a silenced pistol out of his car. We also see some other device in the car, but we don't really know quite what that is yet. It's all very quick. So we then go to some like aerial shots showing like this estate. I think estate, I want to say. Another chance or another place where You Know My Name plays again, unfortunately. So Bond parks up in the city and he's in the Aston Martin, and Bond and Vesper get up and they meet up with a man who says, I'm Mathis. I'm your contact. He just... I appreciate that dialogue because there's been quite a few times where they meet up with someone and they're like, who's that? Is he part of MI6? But it's just like, I'm your contact. And
Nice
so,
and
okay.
simple.
All right.
Yeah. No code word or
Mathis.
anything.
Mathis?
Yeah.
I think I'm saying that right.
Yeah, like Rene Mattis or something like that.
Mathis, yeah. So they sit down at this like outside cafe, so it's all very sunny. So they're kind of at this little cafe bar, but there's a load of tables outside, very touristy. So they go and sit down to talk, and he is saying how we've been watching Le Chiffre, or he says, well, it's just me. I'm the only one working here as part of this department, so I've been the one watching him. And he says he's arrived and Le Chiffre has met up with the police chief here and has implied that he's been bribing him. And he says, well, the police chief is just behind them. And they see that the police chief is on this table nearby with two women, just kind of being a little bit over the top with the fact that he's clearly just fallen into a load of money. So Mathis thought, well, we can't buy off the chief, the police chief, because we can't afford it. And at that moment, a load of police cars show up and start surrounding the police chief. And he makes like some comment about accountants are running MI6 now. I think in terms of saying that's why we can't afford it. But he says it was cheaper instead to give the deputy chief evidence that we were bribing the chief. So what he's done is he's got the chief arrested by providing evidence to the deputy. The deputy is someone who wants to get promoted to be the full chief in order to get the chief arrested. So I think he then says, I think our odds are getting better, Mr. Bond, something like that. So yeah, this is our introduction to Mathis, and really effective stuff. So
He's a cheeky chappy.
he's a bit cheeky as well, but yeah, it was really interesting to, again, some of these details are very easy to miss, I think, on the first viewing, but actually like him explaining the whole how it works here and bribing the chief and then have it play out behind him, it's all very spy film-esque, but it's also very charming and quite interesting to see play out.
He's a very kind of friendly looking. It's one of those Bond allies that are very friendly looking and very kind of charming. And you just get that straight away with his little speech as it's all happening behind him, and he's just a little olive or two. Yeah, I like Mathis. He's a good character.
I do too. It's like an older gentleman, but he's quite like chipper and kind of I don't want to say carefree because he's still someone here, but he's a little bit more upbeat than some of these other characters, which is a nice way to pair up with Bond, someone who is a bit more kind of not happy go lucky. It's not that. It's just a friendly, charming guy.
Yeah, that's all you need.
So we then cut to Vesper in the hotel bathroom, who's getting ready, and Bond goes inside the bathroom and puts a dress on the door, and she's like, what's that? And Bond says, I need you looking fabulous tonight. So when you walk in that dress I've just given you, all the other players are looking at you rather than me. So she's like, all right, I'll do my best. So Bond then goes and sees like a dinner jacket or one of those bags that you put a suit in on the bed, and he gets mad.
It's so dramatic, this bit. It's like you think someone's going to be in the room or something like that, and no, it's just something on the bed. Just
yeah, he gets very wound up by this, and he's like, what the bloody hell's going on?
What's this?
What's all this then? So he goes back in. He's like, what's this? And then she's like, well, I need you to look like someone that belongs at that table. And Bond was like, my other suit was tailored. She was like, don't worry, I sized you up the moment I saw you. So Bond just like reluctantly leaves, and then we cut to Bond looking at himself in the mirror, and it's the classic black tux. It's the bow tie, it's all black, it's the white t-shirt, and I think Vesper sees him, and I think they kind of laugh a little bit, but yeah, he's checking himself in the mirror, and it's classic James Bond that we all know and love.
Yeah, it's all those little building blocks of the Bond character that are slowly getting revealed over the course of the film. And even with this one, though, this is a very iconic one, being the black tux, as you say. And you also even kind of hear it as well, I think, because you get, it's not the Bond theme, but you get like just a little kind of few twangs of the guitar. Like there's something growing there. I think it's something quite clever that David Arnold did. And I don't think I'm making that up because I'm pretty sure I heard that in some behind the scenes stuff that he wants to reach that big moment of the Bond theme by sneaking it into smaller extents throughout the film, and like this is a perfect example of it, and very, very, very well done.
Yeah, it's nice to see it all come together. As I've said, I've been hit and miss on some of this stuff, but I think this is definitely a hit. I think it makes sense to me that Vesper would be the one to dress Bond and say, you need to be wearing this, and then Bond to put it on and actually really like it without really expressing that, but you still get that sense that he does like it. Like, very smartly done. You know, not all of these moments work for me with Bond, but this one makes sense that it'll be Vesper, makes sense that you get this big reveal of him. It all works very well.
So after he's now all suited up in his tux, we see Bond head into the Casino Royale at night, looking very dashing as he crosses the street.
Did we ever mention that it's called the Casino Royale? I think we might have missed that detail.
I think M does say at the Casino Royale in Montenegro.
Yeah, and she looks right at the camera when she says it as well.
Wink.
I'm sending you to the Casino Royale.
Well, Tom, you'll be pleased to hear that it's very, very high up in my casino rankings of the Bond films.
I bloody hope so.
It is a very royale casino indeed. He goes in and it's this huge, very glamorous, very intricate and fancy looking place. He goes in and he actually ends up going down into this private suite where the competition is being held, and goes through this little what are they called, metal detector things at the airports, and gets some. I don't know what he's given there. Is it like a little? He's given something by the person, but I didn't actually know what that was.
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember him being handed something, to be honest.
Yeah. Anyway, so he goes down into this room, and you see the private room that they're playing this game in, and it's very, as I say, very fancy. He's got this big poker table right in the middle of it, all these tables around the outside, and a bar at the back, and it's where we're going to spend a lot of the rest of this film in. So I like it as a location. It's very atmospheric. It's got nice lighting, and it's kind of sets the scene quite nicely.
I quite like how low the ceiling is, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's such a minor point, but like usually these are massive ones, and that's what we see when Bond first enters. Really tall ceilings, very over the top, almost like a church or something, a cathedral. But this one is just more low key. It's like a really nice basement conversion, I suppose. But it kind of makes it feel more intimate, which is exactly what you want for this.
Exactly. When we get to more of the head-to-head stuff, it really helps kind of make it feel a bit more like it's just them two against each other. Yeah. So actually, speaking of head-to-head with the Chiffre, Bond walks past him. The Chiffre is there, and the Chiffre goes to introduce and says, you must be Mr. Beach, or was it Bond? I'm a bit confused. Bond says, well, we wouldn't want that, would we? And just carries on walking, and heads to the back near the bar. And then one of the workers from the casino comes up and sort of introduces the game to all the players. 10 players, 10 million, blah, blah, blah. And also introduces this rather lovely Swiss banker called Mr. Mendel, who is there to represent the Basel Bank. And he's the one that's going to be kind of in charge of the money, in charge of the winnings, and transferring it to the winner when it's eventually decided. So this guy is very chipper. He comes back later on. He might be one of my favourite characters in this whole film.
I was going to say, who actually remembers the name of this character? But of course you do.
Oh, I had to write it down. Yeah, it's just like everything is so moody and atmospheric, and you just got this guy going, "Hello."
I think the only thing that might have improved this character or this bit for you is if it was Mr. Wit and Mr. Kid.
We're back, baby.
We're back. The game is Texas Hold'em.
They just bring this giant bomb cake in with them. Yeah.
With like a Looney Tune style like sparkler or something into it.
But yeah, he's there to explain about they need to have a password for their transfer system. So all the players need to come up put in a password so they can transfer it. So they go alphabetically. So Bond is first, so he has to go up and put in at least a 6-digit password. And he goes up and starts to look at the keypad. And there's a little smirk from him. He's thinking about what to put. We don't actually see what he puts, but you see his fingers start to tap it in. And with that, the game starts to go. All the players are around the table, and fortunately for the film, Bond is directly opposite Le Chiffre. That worked out well, didn't it? Imagine if it wasn't right next to him, and he's like, "Oh, how am I going to find his tail from back here? Like he's right on the other end. Oh, crap!"
It's a good point, actually. It's like when you normally watch poker games, everyone's wearing sunglasses and things like that, right? It's a huge part of the game, but yeah, like the table's somewhat big, and having 10 players, there, some people you just won't be able to see across the way.
And then Bond loses, Le Chiffre wins, and the film ends. Very sad.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we see that Bond is directly opposite Le Chiffre, and there's lots of close-ups of Le Chiffre's eyes here, where Bond is trying to work out kind of the tells and everything associated with poker, and you keep seeing Le Chiffre sort of touch his eye around that area. You know, the one with the big scar over it and the one that he weeps blood from. Maybe it's just kind of irritable. I don't know. But Bond, I think they're kind of in the middle of a game now, and Bond kind of calls to Le Chiffre's bet, and as he does so, Vesper walks in. So Vesper comes in, all dressed up, as I mentioned, back in the bathroom. Bond wants her to come in and get the attention of everyone, but she's a bit late. She comes in and kisses Bond and wishes him good luck, darling, but he whispers to her that, I thought you were meant to come in and make everyone look at the beginning of the game, and all she actually ends up doing is just distracting Bond, because she walks off to the bar to go meet Mathis, and Bond's kind of still staring at her.
I don't think it's quite that she was late. I think it was more that she came in from the wrong direction, so only Bond could see her.
Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, and so Bond is the one that ends up being distracted, and the guy's like, you're cool, Mr. Bond? And he's like, oh, what? Okay, yep. And so that's when I think Le Chiffre ups the bet, and Bond matches it, and Bond ends up losing. He ends up folding because he doesn't have the right hand, so he's sort of a bit distracted in that moment, I guess, as he's trying to still figure out Le Chiffre's plan, what he's going on for.
I don't think he loses because he's distracted, though. I guess he explains it in a bit, but I don't think that's what happens. He is definitely distracted. Like, he is staring right at her ass, which I like how they set up that, because normally, like, a guy staring at a woman's ass, you might be like, that's a bit odd. But you had Vesper in the first scene talk about Bond's ass. So they've really put in the seeds of ass appreciation between the two to be a back and forth thing, which I like. Yeah,
you can see why they fall in love. They just love their asses.
Their rumps really, they were just meant to be.
But with that, Bond calls over for the barman, and this is where he makes up his drink. He says about having a martini, but then he starts to actually go into the details of all. Can't remember what he says now. Gordon's something or other, blah blah blah. Kind of almost making it up on the spot. And as he does so, all the players start turning around and be like, "Oh, that sounds nice. I'll have one of those. Yeah, me too." And then this final man's like, "Yeah, I'll have one, but save the fruit." And Le Chiffre's just sort of looking around like, "Come on, guys, can we actually play some poker?" And because he's obviously a little bit stressed, so he's not really getting on board with the drinks.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about this whole drink bit, but I guess cause it's an ongoing thing, isn't it, with his drink, where initially he orders something and then this one he just kind of like makes it up on the spot, but it's very specific as well. So I'm kind of I wasn't really into this one. I think when I was younger, I might have liked it, but I didn't really find this charming. I think it's funny, all the other people saying, that sounds nice, give me one, and the sheep getting annoyed. That's funny, but this is, I talked about being these Bond references and bringing stuff up back being hit and miss for me. This one's actually kind of a miss. I find it a little bit too annoying and cute to enjoy it.
Something tells me that's probably from the book, I imagine, is the drink, because it's not. I actually haven't read the book, but I'm pretty sure it's from that and not directly a like. Well, not shaky. That comes up later, but like a vodka martini thing. I guess it's pre-vodka martini in that case. I don't know. Anyway,
Yeah, but they do call it a vodka martini later, I'm pretty sure.
but before they give it his name.
Well, I think he orders one later, I want to say. I'm not sure.
But yeah, with that, Bond gets up and goes over and goes to the bar where Vesper and Mathis is, gives her a kiss and asks Mathis if they're looking, which they are. The chief, anyway. And Vesper is quite grumpy at this moment. Surprise, surprise. Bond's losing a lot, and she's worried that he's not going to have enough money to even get past midnight or something like that. So they're sort of in the cover still as a couple, but she's pretending to be annoyed with him losing. And this is where, as Tom says, this is where Bond kind of explains about what just happened. So he lost that round, but it was worth it. It was all to find out what the tell was, which is, and I like how Mathis is like, he's such like the audience member for this film at points, isn't he? He's always there just to really clearly explain things.
Yeah.
Because he's like, what do you mean?
Poke.
Tell? What do you mean, Bond? Please explain. But yeah, it's a twitch. The chief has a twitch that he has to hide, which is why he always has his fingers near his eyes when he bluffs, because he only won on that last hand, that last card reveal. He was bluffing before, so Bond now knows. Bond also asks Mathis if he's got a bug ready, which he does. It's this little tiny metal pill thing, which he takes and goes back to the table. And then the guy says that they've been playing for like 4 hours. And I was like, bloody hell. This is I mean, I'm sure they do last that long, but I'm like, bloody hell, 4 hours of one go playing poker. What about needing a Wii or anything?
Well, we do see later Bond you can
tap out.
You can tap out, skip hands. You do have to bet the blinds. So I guess you would maybe have someone just bet the blinds for you. You just don't. You just fold instantly because you're not there. So yeah, they do allow for that.
Yeah.
I think I do want to go back to that first hand though, because I think that was so cool. It was such a cool way that it plays out because, I'm not a poker expert, but I feel like I've played enough poker that I know roughly kind of what goes on. And I just like how that all plays out. It's such a good hand of poker where it's like, Bond explains that he only won on the last card, which is true because he got a full house, which was 3 9s and 2 2s. We don't actually see what Bond has because he folds his cards, which is a little bit unfortunate. But Bond says that the odds of that card coming up are 23 to 1. Like the only card that would have allowed Le Chiffre to win was the 9, which happened to come up, and that's how he knew he was bluffing. So I don't take it as necessarily Bond was trying to lose. It was more if he did win, then if he won, he won, and that's great. But the fact that he lost on the last card is very helpful. And I think, again, I'm not an expert poker player, but that totally makes sense. That totally makes sense. It's very smartly put together, and the fact that there is a attention to detail with the poker stuff, even though it's not massively long and they don't really get super complicated, I would say, just makes it really engaging. Like right off the bat, that first hand was just entertaining in itself.
Yeah, they strike the right balance of having enough poker in it to warrant it being Casino Royale and all the posters and everything of Bond at the casino and keeping it kind of interesting for the average moviegoer that isn't into poker a lot. I kind of joked about Mathis, but he is there as that sort of person to say at times like, there's X amount on the table, Bond needs to do this to win, or Le Chiffre is going to do this, and it's sometimes it does stick out a bit, but I think it's rather that than the opposite way around, where they just go a bit too much into the poker, and then you're just left feeling like I don't know, there's just cards being shown. I don't really care what's going on.
Yeah, and there's also a reason in the universe why Mathis is doing this, because Vesper is there, doesn't know anything about poker, but is in charge of the money, so needs to know what's going on. So it's a very small detail, that one. But yeah, it totally makes sense that Mathis would be explaining stuff to Vesper. Maybe Vesper should have read a book on poker on the train. But
Maybe a quick one.
yeah, maybe just a quick read just to understand. But it totally makes sense that Mathis would be explaining out loud to Vesper what's going on, which allows the details of what's happening to come out. So even if you don't understand all the details, you know, oh, it all comes down to this, or oh, what's going to happen. Like, you know enough for it to be like tense and interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, after the 4-hour play time, they have a 1-hour break, the guy says. And so they'll get up and leave. Le Chiffre leaves his inhaler on the table, next to the table, as he goes off, which Bond takes as the opportunity to go and walk over to it, and kind of Mathis gives him some cover. And he sticks the little bug tracker inside his inhaler and have a little cheers. So Mathis goes to report in, he says, and Bond heads back upstairs. Well, he goes over and is like, you said you want to do what to me? And he's like, you just told me you want to go upstairs. So they start heading up back to their room. And we then cut to Le Chiffre, who is entering his hotel room because he's been summoned by... Now, I wrote down this woman's name. I don't know if it's ever said, but I just wanted to know who she was. Her name's Valenka. Yeah, Le Chiffre's girlfriend. And we see that she's on the balcony. So we see Le Chiffre walk over to her outside on the balcony and say, what's so important you needed me for? And she's looking very distraught. She kisses him, and suddenly from off screen, like, Le Chiffre is grabbed by someone, and you see it's the terrorist back from Uganda, and he's got like a bodyguard with him. But yeah, he grabs Le Chiffre and just starts like strangling him, asking, where is my money? So it all kind of goes from 0 to 100 very quick there in that scene.
Something I thought that was going to be a cool detail, but I don't think pans out, is that when the Chiffre is at the poker table and gets a message from someone, like that, I think it's the ball guy, probably whispers something to him, he leaves very quickly. And I feel like I thought this was tied to the fact that he knew the Ugandan terrorist was up front, so he needed to go up and talk to them, which is why he stupidly just left his inhaler on the table. So I thought they were implying that he needed to quickly get out of there, which is why he had the mental hiccup and left the inhaler, which is what allows Bond to put in the bug in it. But really, it was just his girlfriend saying, can you come to the room, please? So it doesn't quite come together. I mean, it's fine. He leaves his inhaler on there. Fine. But yeah, I thought that was going to be a clever detail, but ends up kind of not really. It just makes him look a bit silly for just leaving his inhaler in such an obvious place.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. You think this mathematical genius and everything would be a little bit more careful with his belongings, but I guess not.
The thing he needs to live, yeah.
It's fine. I've got loads of them.
At least he's not about to go into a
suitcase.
stressful situation.
No, he'll be fine. His breathing will be fine.
Yeah.
We then cut back to Bond and Vesper on their way up to the room. They pick up a package from reception, and it's and they end up going in the lift, and it's the gun that Bond got from the car earlier on. It's in like a brown paper package, so it's hidden that way. And he takes that out, and he also sticks in an earpiece, which is connected to the bug, the tracker, that you can hear as well.
So he does have the inhaler then?
Yeah. I don't know when he picked it up, but he somehow does then know where Le Chiffre is. There must be a little missing scene.
Yeah. I would assume one of his assistants picks it up and brings it to him. So he somehow leaves the inhaler to go to his room, and also then has the inhaler in his room with enough time for Bond to bug it. That's a bit strange.
Yeah. When you point it out that way, it's kind of, I don't know. It's just very, very quick. So yeah, looking on the GPS phone once again, that lovely tiny screen, he can see that he's on the 4th floor, Le Chiffre, so they start heading up to there. And back inside Le Chiffre's room, the terrorist he pulls out his machete, and he's getting very angry now. He threatens that he'd usually take a hand for this sort of betrayal with what Le Chiffre's done with his money, but since he needs it to play cards, he won't. So instead, he asks for, he says to the poor old Valenka to give him her arm instead. Starts to like mimic doing that. And as Bond and Vesper reach that 4th floor, they do hear Valenka kind of scream from the room. and kind of tells Bond where they are, and he tells Vesper to go back to the room, get out the way, go and hide. But annoyingly, it's always the way. She just misses the lift. It's never coming on time, is it? So she's there pressing the button, and it's just not coming. It's too slow. So she has to go take the stairs instead. But yeah, the terrorist is about. He goes to swing to cut the girlfriend's arm off inside the room, and stops just at the last second, and kind of says about how Le Chiffre, no word of protest from him. She should find a new boyfriend, which is very true. And she doesn't, actually. She sticks with him. So good for her.
Good for her.
Maybe not.
What?
Maybe she's just truly in love. She doesn't mind.
Oh, right.
That the Chief would have her arm cut off for her. Yeah. So, yeah, as the two Ugandan men leave the room, Bond and Vesper are now kind of caught in the corridor because she didn't get to the stairs in time. So they kind of take cover a little bit in a doorway and start to kiss each other as a bit of a disguise. So there's two people kissing in a hallway. And the men walk past, except the bodyguard guy spots Bond's earpiece in his ear as he walks past. And I think you even do hear something. You do hear like Valenka's voice coming from it as well, or ever so slightly.
A little bit. Like, I don't think that's realistic at all, but I guess they really want to hammer home that this is an earpiece and he understands it's an earpiece. So yeah, they just put a little audio in there of someone talking. So you put that together. Yeah, which is enough for him to realise that something's going on there. So he immediately just starts to shoot, and Bond and Vesper kind of head through the doorway to avoid it. And then we get into this kind of very crazy, very quick fight scene. So the two men come in, and Bond's sort of hiding by the side of the door inside. So the first one comes in, and Bond just immediately like flips him over the railing because it's a stairwell. And so this guy just falls all the way to the bottom. And that's one taken care of immediately, which is nice and handy. But then the second one, the one that had the machete, comes in. And he's just like swinging it mad. He swings it and hits Bond's gun out of his hand. And so then it's just this fight that sort of moves down the stairwell. Vesper's jumping out of the way and screaming and getting out of the way as Bond and this guy are kind of going at each other. And yeah, this man just keeps on swinging and like jumping down, toppling down the stairs. It's very rough and ready. It's like quite a cramped fight scene being on this stairwell, going around the corners and around the corners. Yeah, it's quite intense very quickly. The music is like going mad at this point, the score anyway. And Vesper still trying to run out the way. She gets down to the bottom where there's like an escape door, and she's trying to, like the one that you push, and she's trying to push it open, but locked or jammed or something, so she can't get out. And Bond and the terrorists, they flip over the railings, are now on the floor, just like where the other guy is now. His body's there, and Bond's got him in a sort of strangle hold and trying to kill him, but this guy is almost reaching for the gun. Bond's dropped. I don't know if it's Bond's gun. I assume it is, or it could have been the bodyguard's gun. I don't know. Oh, I want to say it's Bond's gun.
It'd make more sense to be Bond's gun, I feel like, because you do see it get knocked out. So yeah, he's almost reaching for Bond's gun. You kind of get this very frantic shot, almost reaching it, and Vesper sees it, sees what's happening, and kind of has to go over and start whacking the gun out of his hand to stop him grabbing it and shooting Bond. And yeah, does the trick, and that gives Bond enough time to finish the guy off, strangling him. Vesper just kind of looking on in horror, like curled up on the side as this is happening. And then, yeah, the music just cuts out, and it just goes back to like very quiet scene after that dramatic thing. And Bond is all bloody and messed up and beaten, and he goes and tells Vesper to go find Mathis, go tell him where the bodies are, go deal with the bodies, whilst he has to go and clean himself up. But yeah, it's like, it's a very, very short fight scene, but it's it's like, wow, it's kind of very brutal in a way.
Yeah, it's certainly the most hard-hitting action we've had here, because we've already had elements of this before where it's more kind of brutal and blunt and one-on-one, but there's kind of no real stunts here or anything else. It's not like there's no explosions or anything like that. And yeah, in Bond, we've had one-on-one fights before, but this is like, yeah, a lot of backwards and forwards, and it's not super bloody at the end of the day. Like, it's not like grim, but they do take the time to make you feel it a little bit more. I think the setting is a big part that helps with that, because you go from a really nice fancy hotel, but they go into the stairwell, which is all concrete. So like that helps a ton. Like, you're suddenly not in this nice hotel, you're suddenly in this really concrete, harsh setting, and you kind of feel that a little bit. And I like the whole thing of like, they're continually fighting down the stairs backwards and forwards. It moves quite a lot. They are falling down these stairs almost while fighting, and that works quite well. Something I didn't really like is how like they really had to force Vesper to be in this scene. And it just looks really silly to me, because Vesper is like behind them going down the stairs, and they're fighting down the stairs, but she's trying to get away, and they just keep like accidentally following her all the way down the stairs, and she's just like trying to, it's a bit silly for my liking. I mean, it pays off, because the last moment of Bond choking out the guy and Vesper then choosing to help is pretty rough. It's pretty tough, and that bit works really well. But unfortunately, they wanted to have like, we need Vesper to be in the scene, and we also want this kinetic, brutal fight scene of these two people punching and swiping at each other all the way down the stairs. So they just kind of had to have Vesper follow them in this really silly way. So it's still really effective, but that detail feels a little bit off. Like, they had to write her to still be in the same scene for all of this, which starts off with they both go up to the same floor, which I'm assuming that Bond's room is on the same floor, because otherwise why wouldn't Vesper go to the room? So I'm assuming that it's actually on the same floor.
But it can't be though, because then why does she go to the lift?
Maybe
it's
that's
higher
a good point, yeah.
Maybe like but then why did she get out? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, it feels like they had to do some writing gymnastics here to put her in that situation. And it pays off. It's a really good final moment, and you really do feel it, but it's a bit daft. Maybe it's I've said this before multiple times already in this episode. Maybe it's because I've seen it so many times that it stands out, but it feels a little bit daft, all that. But again, it's still a really effective scene in terms of having this more brutal fight scene and having that moment at the end of Vesper helping out Bond and Bond being very bloody and bruised. That stuff still works super well, so still very good stuff at the end of the day.
Yeah, even if it was a bit clumsily, because you're right, it is a little bit like the way they do that about how she has to be with Bond. I still think what it sets up for in the next couple of scenes is worth it for like, you know, getting that. Well, we'll talk about it, but yeah, I think it is worth it.
Oh yeah, I agree. Definitely kind of worth it. And it's interesting watching this scene because, you know, I think the stairwell and the staircase in terms of action films have become a bit more of a thing over the years. I'm not going to say that Casino Royale was the first one to do it, but it probably is one of the more famous examples. But nowadays we have quite a few of these kind of scenes. And I want to say it was Daredevil season 2 that did it and had that one continuous shot. That might be one of the most famous ones. I think there's other ones as well that are failing to come to mind.
Is that the one that No Time to Die then sort of tries to mimic with the
I want to
thing?
say so, yeah. Where it's just it never cuts and you kind of follow the camera going down with Bond or Daredevil, whoever, fighting all the people.
Actually, I think he goes up in that scene, so it's almost like a nice symmetry there.
Oh, that's lovely.
Bond goes down and this one up in his last one. There you are.
Yeah, so this one doesn't quite hit some of those. I guess it's not as unique as some of those, but I think it still very much stands tall, even though it is, you know, not shot in a crazy way. But I think it's still kind of effective. Martin Campbell knows how to make you feel these fights and make it feel chaotic, but also you understand exactly what's going on. So yeah, I don't think it's really anything spectacular when compared to, say, what happens later in action films with staircases and stuff, but it's a really well made, well put together fight scene that just does exactly what it wants to do. So maybe it's not one of the better ones, but it's definitely a really good one.
Yeah, I agree.
So with Vesper now, you did say that, right? That Vesper has to go and find
she
Mathis.
goes to find Mathis, yeah.
Yeah, to get rid of the bodies, which is a really nice final moment as well. So we cut to Bond in his hotel room in the bathroom, and he's cleaning himself up. He takes off his shirt. We see that there's a lot of blood on him, and he pours himself a stiff drink, a bourbon, I'm going to assume, some sort of brown liquor. And he just downs that in one, and he stares into the mirror. And that's kind of it for that bit. But it's shot very differently to anything we've kind of seen. It's almost like he's a bit dazed and confused with the way it's shot. The lights feel very bright. A lot of the camera shots are quite zoomed in as well, and you also get that extra moment of him looking at the mirror, which I don't know exactly what you're supposed to be thinking, or Bond's supposed to be thinking, but it does give you that extra second of breathing room, I guess, or that extra second to think about what just happened, which is never a scene you would see in any other Bond film, him kind of contemplating and almost like mentally resetting himself so he can get back to the job.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the scene where he's kind of cleaning the cut on his head, I think it's just something about Craig's eyes as well. I'm going to keep talking about Craig's eyes, but like the expression he's pulling there is one that and you'd never see Bond, like he looks like he's wincing. It looks like he's in actual pain, like not just the stunt pain of like Roger Moore going oof or anything. Like he's actually cleaning himself up after a really nasty fight, and his face really sells that. Like it's such a simple thing that they've never really done before, but it adds so much just to have a proper like intense expression like that after a fight scene.
Yeah, I also really like how it just doesn't dwell on it too long. Like, yes, this is a more character-driven Bond film, but when you think about like character-driven films, they usually like really lean on these aspects. It's what you kind of talked about last time with Die Another Day, where it's all about, the PTSD angle, which they completely ignored. But this one kind of brings in a little bit of that, but I think they didn't bring in a ton of that, so you're not really like being beaten over the head with it, which I think is good. Like the ideas are there, and you understand what's going on, but this isn't like, it's not hammered into you. So it's kind of showing these two sides of Bond, which is something we saw in the intro as well. So they have set up that idea, but it's just doing it in a very to-the-point manner, so you understand it, but it doesn't really distract too much from the Bond adventure that we're having.
That's it. It's a very difficult thing that they had to do with this film, which I think they pulled off nigh on perfectly, is that it does, you're right, it does still have to be a Bond film. Like, this isn't a 6-part TV series that you're going to get where you can go into the inner mind of Bond and really like the psycho of him, or the psyche of him. I'm sure he's a bit psycho, but like they had to still have all the action and the fun and the comedy and the whatever that you come to expect. But then if they did want to try and have a bit more of that character in there, so popping it in these 30-second scenes throughout is like all they could really do. And then there are some bigger moments, I suppose, later on as well. But it's like it was a very delicate balancing act, and I think they kind of nailed it.
Yeah, it's stuff for you to think about Bond. That was probably always the case. They're just adding it in now, and that's all you need. That's all you need. So with that quick scene, we then cut back to the casino table where Le Chiffre is playing some chips, and Bond shows up and he's all suited and booted again, looking very smart, looking quite chipper, and he shows up and sits down, and the chief points out, you've changed your shirt. I hope this isn't making you perspire. And he talks about, I won't start worrying unless I start weeping blood. Just stares at him.
I didn't really get much from that line, because is it meant to be that he's saying that because I don't know. I don't really get. I just think that's a very good. I don't think that's a very good like. Ooh, you got him there.
Bond hitting back at him?
Yeah, I just thought it was a bit of a bad line, to be honest with you. That's just me, though. Sorry.
Maybe. I see it more as Bond is pointing out that he knows about that, whether that's common knowledge or not, but I would assume throughout the game maybe that hasn't happened. Yeah, maybe it is of. I just assumed it was more like, I know that you can cry blood, so I'm just going to point it out at you.
I thought that too, but then I thought back to, he's never really hidden it. I don't know. I'm overthinking this one line. It's okay.
Yeah. Although I found this a little bit confusing because we know the chief was meeting with the Ugandans. So I somewhat assumed initially that he was mocking Bond because he knew that he'd go into a fight But we find out that he didn't know that at all later.
Yeah.
Like, he has
Yeah.
no idea that Bond was fighting Ugandans. Like, so this isn't him mocking him because he knows what's happened. This is him just mocking him because he noticed the shirt is different. So he's just trying to like be like,
Any
ha,
little
you
dig.
changed your shirt.
Back on the school ground.
Yeah, pretty much. So they continue playing, and we don't really see much happen. We just know they've played a little bit more. So it's a quick cut, and it's back to Bond re-entering the hotel room, and he sees that there's a smashed glass there. A wine glass has been smashed, and he also hears that the shower is going. And he slowly opens the shower door, and he sees Vesper in the shower. But unlike a normal Bond girl, she is in her dress, in a ball, like fetal position kind of thing, just kind of shivering to herself, like really kind of closed off on the bottom of this shower. So Bond just slowly goes over and sits down next to her, sits in the shower as well on the floor, and she holds onto his arm, and she kind of says, "Oh, the blood on my hands, they won't come off," because she helped kill the Ugandan man, and she's saying that the blood won't come off. So Bond takes a look at her hands and decides to suck on her fingers for a bit. And it was like, oh, all better. And they then hold hands. He holds onto her head, kind of puts the arm around, and then there's this slow zoom out showing them sitting alone in the shower as they're just curled up together with the shower going. So overall, very, very good scene this. I do want to just mention the sucking of the fingers.
I knew you were going to mention that.
I don't think that quite works. I just don't. I know what they were going for, that Bond is going to help wipe the blood off the hands that she sees. I don't think sucking her finger works.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you just have to sort of, if you look at it too much, you're like, oh, that's a bit weird. But I think taking a step back from the scene, you just sort of let it pass. Because I really like this scene. As you say, it's that sort of, it's the shower scene, but not as you have ever seen it before in a Bond film. It's not a sexy shower scene. That's hard to say. It's complete opposite. It's this very powerful, kind of harrowing scene instead. And the thing I really like about this is that Vesper is the Bond girl for this film, obviously, and in a lot of films, the Bond girls end up being like, oh, they're actually CIA, or oh, they are the Chinese foreign agent, or they're always something. So that's how they end up helping Bond and whatnot. But Vesper is just a normal person. She's an accountant. I mean, she has some secrets that we find out, but she is still a normal person, and she is reacting to how I think a lot of people would react, and seeing a death like that, and being involved in such nasty things as that. Like, this is a true. This sets her aside from just being another Bond girl, because it is affecting her, what she's seen, and they really want to point it out, and I just really like that they go for this angle instead.
Yeah, I think what they were probably going for was Vesper is a normal person, is actually being affected by this stuff that Bond kind of does somewhat casually, although not as casually as he normally does with this film. But where I think this actual strength of this scene is in setting up Bond's and Vesper's relationship, and how they are they're going through something quite horrible together, and he's there for her as she's kind of going through this horrible time. It's kind of like stripping down some of those layers. It's a much more personal moment, and the fact that they share this personal moment, and Bond kind of helps her, or is there for her in a really down moment, kind of then sells a deeper connection that they are supposed to have later in the film. So yeah. I don't actually care too much about Vesper's actually not the usual Bond girl, but what I do kind of care about, and I think why this succeeds, is this is someone that Bond would, they would fall to each other after such a short time, and having such a kind of quite a horrific experience, and being there for each other and getting through that together, I think really sells it a lot better, especially for how little time they have to really develop this relationship.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the film, they haven't really spent too much time together. It's later on when you kind of see them more kind of falling in love sort of thing, but this is like getting that ready, setting that up, and makes it all the more believable. so where they head together. So yeah, just that final shot out where they're just sitting in the shower together, both fully clothed. It's, as I say, it's very very powerful, very striking. And the music is great as well. This is where you hear Vesper's theme and kind of that association to her, and it's nice. It's sad. Like you look at it and it's very different from what you've just been watching. And that's what's so good about this is it does hit so many angles. This is like what the beach scene in GoldenEye was maybe trying to be a bit more like, but this just does it far more successfully.
Yeah, just zooming out on them at the end. You don't get anything like that in the rest of the film. So it highlights it to be a little bit more unique.
Yeah.
And it's just interesting how we get all these scenes slotting around the casino and the poker game. Because the poker game is the main attraction, but I think, while that stuff is really solid, I really like the pacing of this whole section, that you're getting this story in between that. And none of them really like overlap with the other ones in a negative way. It fits in really well. It's like really well edited and put together that you can enjoy the poker stuff, but get the plot develop outside of that and jump between the two in a way that is really good. It's really well put together.
Yeah, I'm glad they didn't just spend the whole of this act just at the table. That would have been dull.
That would have been fine by me.
But they were smart about it, and they're like, okay, well, we'll go back, then we'll come out, then we'll go back, then we'll come out, and we'll set up all these little things around it. But they do keep the card game mingled in, so there is still that underlying plot point. But yeah, they can build upon it, so very good.
Yeah, definitely. So we then cut to the next morning, where we see Bond getting dressed in his hotel room. He peeks in on Vesper, because they do have the two separate beds. So Bond sees Vesper still sleeping in her bed. Is getting changed. He then steps out onto the hotel balcony and he sees Mathis there overlooking the car park. And there's like somebody arguing with some police outside near some cars. So I think Bond asks, like, did you get rid of the bodies? And he was all like, yes, I definitely did. And he calls a phone number, and the trunk of the car then goes off with the phone. And the police open up the trunk and they find the two bodies in there of the Ugandans. And they both laugh. And I think they talk about how, like, because Chiffre doesn't know what has happened, it's just going to make him more paranoid about who's out there, like who killed the Ugandans. Because this is when it kind of confirms that he doesn't know that Bond did this. He just knows somebody did. So they're kind of using this to try and make him more paranoid. And she's like, how is Vesper? I can't really remember what Bond says. I don't know if you do.
I think he just says sleeping.
All right. Yeah, it's not much. It's just Mathis just asking, double checking. But the man, outside gets arrested. And then we cut to a shot of Vesper at his hotel window having a little peek. Just peeking a little bit. Seeing all this happen. And then he cries a little bit of blood. And then he like kind of walks away. But that shot seems so silly. Like the actor, Mad, is selling it. Like he takes all of this very seriously with this role. He doesn't play it in any sort of silly way. And I think that's what kind of makes it work. But yeah, this is like a Bond villain just peeking out the window, being like, this will affect my schemes.
Being a little curtain twitcher. Yeah, we're going to go straight onto the Facebook group page.
Yeah, get this report. Did you see what happened? I know.
Whoever keeps leaving their bin out.
I bet it was number 42.
It always is.
Always is. But so we fade back to the poker game, and that's something that's done with the editing of this, where there's quite a lot of different transitions here, but they kind of save the fade mostly for the poker game. Like there's some fade to blacks and fade from blacks and stuff, but you kind of know when you're getting into the swing of things with the casino and the poker game because they fade to it. Like every time they go into a hand that's being played, it's a fade, which I think was a very nice choice. It makes it feel a little bit more personal. It kind of gives that sense of time, and it gets you back into it without it feeling like a hard cut. It's a very minor detail, but I really like that. Very smart editing.
Yeah.
So we have 8 players left in the game. So we had 10, and now 2 people have disappeared. And we see an American man goes in on his hand for 300 grand. So the initial pot, everyone had 10 million initially. So 300 grand is a small amount, but another smart detail about all of this is that the betting kind of goes up and up and up as it goes on, which is another very smart way of building that kind of tension that things are kind of building as it goes because the numbers are getting higher. So Bond calls the American man, and Le Chiffre also calls. So we also have the guy, the dealer, and he kind of commentates a lot of this. Like every time we have a casino section or a poker section, he kind of commentates what's going on. So he's like, free pliers, final card, and stuff like that. He's commentating this, which is I really like. So they've got 4 cards on the table. It goes to the final card. We see on the table there's lots of like face cards. So it's like aces and kings and jacks, I want to say. So we see that Bond has a king and an ace. He bends his card a little bit up, so he's got a king and an ace. And I believe there's at least 1 king and an ace on the table. So he goes in for 500,000. He raises. And Le Chiffre does his tell. So earlier, Bond explained how, he has the twitch and he touches his like right side of his face. Yeah, where his eye is, whenever that happens. So he does the face thing. And we go to Mathis watching with Vesper nearby saying like, look, he's doing the tell. That means he's bluffing.
James was right. It's the tell.
It's the tell. So yeah, he's bluffing. He's doing his tell. That means he's bluffing. So Le Chiffre raises to 1 million. So he raises by quite a bit. And the American man folds. He says that's too rich for my blood, something like that. And then we get a bit of a stare down. Bond and Le Chiffre just staring at each other, trying to figure each other out, what's happening. So Bond goes all in for, goes in for 2 million. He doubles it again. And at this point, Le Chiffre says, well, I'm going all in. 40 million. So there's a bit of hubbubaloo, a bit of murmurs. And he starts to push in all these chips into the middle. So now it's up to Bond. And Mathis also then explains to Vesper that Bond has to go all in to call, which I think most casual watchers would probably assume that's the case. But it is technically sometimes you don't have to. If you have more than the other player, you wouldn't have to. So it's a small thing, but yeah. They explain, and Bond decides to go all in. So he pushes his chips forward, and because Bond called, he has to show first, and he has a full house, kings and aces, as the dealer explains. And Le Chiffre, he has 2 jacks, which I missed what he said that was, because I don't know how it beats a full house, and that's probably just me just missing some of the knowledge. I assumed it was 4 jacks.
I think so, yeah.
But maybe he said 4 in French, which is why I missed it or something. But yeah, so he had 4 jacks. He had 4 of a kind. So that means he wins. So Le Chiffre then says, oh, you must have thought I was bluffing, Mr. Bond. And the dealer says, let's take a break for an hour. And we see everyone get up and leave. But the only person that doesn't is Bond, who just stares at the table. He's just kind of leaning forward, just staring, not moving. So Bond has lost. He went all in and lost, and Le Chiffre has won.
Oops.
Oops, indeed.
Oops, yeah. So the thing that now that we're talking this through, so is the idea that Le Chiffre's tail is not actually his tail?
No. It gets explained right at the end of the film. If you remember that bit.
It gets explained right at the end of the film?
Yeah.
What does?
What happened here?
Oh, what? Right, of course. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
So
Fair
so
enough.
something has gone wrong here. Le Chiffre did his tell, but he wasn't bluffing, so Bond has lost. Which is why he's quite devastated, because we hear in the train as well, where Bond is explaining to Vesper about poker and how it works, and how, you play the man and not the card. And he's like, I'm very good at reading people, which is why I'm very good at cards. So the fact that Le Chiffre has used that against him is why it's so devastating, and why it's such a good moment, why it hits so hard that Bond would lose here, and why he would be so devastated, because he's like, no, I'm really good at reading people, honest, I swear.
Yeah, and then you, like you say, you just get that shot of him all alone at the table. Everyone walks off, and it's just him, and it's you do feel for him there, poor guy. He's just staring like dead into the table and just taking it all in, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely. And that kind of sets up what happens next. So we go to Vesper approaching Bond outside the hotel. So he's kind of just staring out into the distance a bit outside. And she goes up to him. He smiles and says, can I have the 5 million to buy back in? So the whole point in this game is that you had 10 million to go in, but you could buy back in with another 5 million. And she says no. Like you can't have that 5 million. You lost. And something about like, oh, we don't want the British government funding terrorism. I think she uses that line again. But Bond is saying like, I can beat him. I made a mistake, but I can beat this guy. And she's like, no. And Bond starts to get like very mad at this point. And Vesper starts saying, oh, this is not about the game or the mission. This is all about your ego, which I get a little bit annoyed about Vesper saying ego, because they really like, Vesper has certain buzzwords and she just says ego. This is about your ego. Your ego can't fit in this lift, and it bothers me. But Bond doesn't like this either. And says, oh, he calls her a bloody idiot. Gets quite angry at this. And then Bond's all like, look into my eyes. I can beat this man. I can beat this man. Which I don't know what Bond was hoping to accomplish by this. Unless it's just look into my dreamy blue eyes.
Look into my eyes. Don't look around my eyes. Look into my eyes.
Look at these dreamy eyes. And she's like, oh, okay, then they are like the ocean. All right, here's your 5 million. But she just kind of walks off because Bond is very mad and agitated at this bit.
Yeah, Bond kind of loses his cool a little bit, loses his temper. Frustrating that you're a bloody idiot sort of thing. And it's just it's a very wide-eyed scene. That's all I wrote in my notes. Is just like their eyes are so wide. You're right, very very blue eyes from Bond. But yeah, they're both just like staring at each other, and yeah, it's kind of nice to see Bond lose his temper like that, lose his cool anyway, and kind of not be in control now because she's the one in charge of the money, and she said no, and that's that. That's all he can do now.
I still don't get it though. Like, this scene doesn't work that well for me. I do like Bond getting annoyed because it is like Bond. I think ultimately it's all about controlling the situation, right? And when he's in control of stuff, and he has now lost control of this. He doesn't know what has happened. Like, he usually relies on his skills and and he keeps calm because he's in control and he knows what's going on, even if it doesn't always seem like it. He has confidence in himself, and it's almost like his confidence going. So seeing that side of it when something has gone wrong, I think totally makes sense, and I think Craig pulls it off well. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really buy Vesper just battering on about the ego again. I think it's lame. I think it's just a bit lazy writing, where really Bond should get the 5 million. Like, what is she suggesting? Let's just go home. Sorry. Like, no. Like, surely you would give... I know, like, Bond needs some time to cool down, but just being like, this is about your ego, it's like, well, I guess it probably is to a certain extent, sure. But it's like, I liked before how in the hotel reception, they both made good points, and it just depends which side of the coin or which side of the argument you want to land on. This one, I don't think she does. I think it's a little bit off and awkward, and it's more about Bond being mad at her and getting all bent out of shape, which is why it's really a no, because just give him the bloody money. Bloody idiot.
You're a bloody idiot. Yeah, no, that's true. She doesn't really say much else, does she, apart from the ego stuff, which M says a little bit about as well. That's the word of the film is ego. It's all about your ego.
I know, it gets a bit too much. So we then cut to Bond at the bar, and the guy says, here's your vodka martini. Or he orders a vodka martini, I think. And the guy's all like, do you want to shake it, shaken or stirred? And Bond says, do I look like I give a damn?
What?
Goodness.
No.
So yeah, that's why I think that drink is a vodka martini, because that's just what he orders then, a vodka martini.
But he doesn't ask for all the whatevers.
I guess not. But it's like, if he had a drink that he liked before, why would he order a martini that's really similar to it but not it?
Maybe he should have gone back to the large Mount Gay and soda.
Yeah.
Shaken or stirred.
He won that game.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
That's his good luck charm, yeah.
I mean, he would be extremely drunk by this point. That's something they don't touch upon.
That is true.
He would have had so many of these vodka martinis, which has so much alcohol in. Lucky to be alive.
When he downed the drink in front of the mirror, I was thinking that, like, you are going to be playing a card game soon. But hey, it's Bond, I guess, isn't it? So
yeah, that's all part of it. All part of the fun.
Yeah.
But I think the line is here because it's flipping in on its head, right? Shaken or stirred. It's like, do I look like I give a damn? Which I don't mind. It's fine. It was really cool the first time. Like, it was a really cool subversion the first time. But when I watch this again, I'm just like,
Yeah, I don't really think about it too much now because, like you say, I guess you just know it's coming. And also, does Craig ever eventually say shaken, not stirred?
Oh, I'm sure he does. Almost
Yeah.
certainly not in the next one, but he must do.
No. So yeah, I guess it's just a little wink to the audience, and it's like it's fun the first time, but then you just kind of move on, don't you?
Yeah. So Bond is at the bar and he sees Chiffre across the room with his girlfriend and other people. Seems to be enjoying himself walking through. So Bond gets a bit mad and he picks up a sharp knife from one of the table and storms off. And he runs into Mathis and Mathis is like, hey, and he's all like, get the girl out of here. And Bond is just storming across. So he then leaves the bar to kind of chase after Chiffre. And the American man that was at the table before grabs his arm, stops him at the top of these stairs just before Bond goes to leave. And he kind of introduces himself. I'm Felix Leiter.
Oh.
Hey. I think he says with the CIA. He says, like, we're on the same side here.
Yeah, brother from Langley, I want to say.
Yeah.
Is that like a military thing?
It rings a bell. Maybe it's where CIA is. I don't know. That Langley rings a bell, though. So, yeah, introduces himself. Felix Leiter, CIA, and he sees the knife, and Felix is saying, like, oh, I think you have him. I think you could win this. But Bond says, I'm not buying back in. And Felix is, like, thinks about this a little bit, and he says probably my favorite line in the film, not because I think it's a great line, but it's the one I remember the most, where he's all like, I'm not doing very well here. I'm bleeding chips.
It's just the way he says everything in this scene. It's like so. It's just cool the way he says stuff.
Yeah, like he's trying to be quiet. Yeah, he's trying to be quiet and whisper it, but he's not really whispering it. So it's like, you're not buying back in. I'm bleeding chips.
Brother from Langley.
Langley. Great voice. So he says because he's bleeding chips, he thinks Bond has a better chance to beat him. So he says, we'll give you the money. We will, we'll pay for you to buy back into the game, but on the agreement that the CIA brings in Le Chiffre. So Bond wins the game, and then the CIA will arrest Le Chiffre and get all the credits. And Bond then asks about, what about the money? And Felix is like, do we look like we need the money? So that was Felix, and yeah, this is the version of Felix we get throughout here, and I really like this Felix.
Yeah, he's great. Jeffrey Wright, I think is the actor's name. He's a great actor, and like even just this tiny scene we've just spoke about him, he has such an impression, and is a great match for Bond, I think, because also he's not crazy like older or younger, and it kind of is more believable as well that they would become friends.
Yeah, you instantly buy that. But it's nice because we have seen Felix throughout. Like, he is one of the people on the table, because everyone on the table looks quite distinct, and Felix is actually sitting like right near both Bond and Le Chiffre. So I think it was very smart that he was part of that last hand to first of all sell the idea of him bleeding chips. That's important. But also that you see him quite a bit. So this reveal that actually, I'm part of the CIA and actually another plant, which is awesome. That in itself is very cool. That Bond is not the only one here who has alternative motives, or is someone from an organization trying to take down the Chiffre, but also B, that it's Felix, and Felix is now back. And it's an element of Bond that kind of goes all over the place. We didn't really get Felix for Pierce Brosnan, but he was an important part of the books, and he was an important part of a lot of the film. So bringing him in for a reboot and having him be a new actor, incredibly smart. And they pick someone, as you say, Jeffrey Wright, just brings this really great energy to it, this cool guy energy, but cocky, and you can really buy straight away them going back and forth with such a small bit of dialogue between the two. You really buy it, this kind of mutual respect. So it's all very well done, and it's kind of why this guy is probably the best Felix by far out of all of them.
Oh yeah, I mean they give him the most kind of care out of all the Felixes, so that helps too. I was just trying to think. I haven't read the book Casino Royale. I'm assuming he's not in it, and this is for just the film. Have you read it?
He might be.
Oh, is he in it? Okay.
Oh, actually, maybe not. Because I want to say Live and Let Die was the second book, right? And I think Felix is definitely in that because of the shark stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe, you might be right. But I would think that if they would Yeah, I don't know. I shouldn't say.
Don't
I
know.
do have the book right next to me.
Have a quick flip through.
Have a quick flip. Felix. Is there like what's they called, a glossary at the back?
No, but one thing I was also going to mention was it's quite interesting to see what Bond does in this scene as well, because it sort of mirrors what we saw in Madagascar, where Bond messes up, and so when he doesn't catch the bomb maker alive, and so he ends up just shooting him point blank, and that was pretty much the plan again here, where maybe he wasn't going to kill the chief, but he was at least going to resort to violence by grabbing the knife. And it's just, again, it's like when Bond, as we say, loses control in terms of the finances, he kind of has to go back to what he knows, and it's just kind of a bit of an insight into he's still at that stage where he's kind of relying on maybe the wrong lessons, the wrong morals that he's got as a 00 agent, where he needs to just get it done by any means necessary now, despite what like M would say and MI6 would say.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because there's this whole thing that you read about and people talk about. It's like, oh, this is a young 007. I never really take it as that, as a young, inexperienced one. I know that's definitely what they're trying to do. I just take it more that Daniel Craig's James Bond is just more of a blunt, to the point version of Bond. I don't really think of it as like, oh, he's young, so he's just reacting and not thinking. I think it's a pretty good idea. Just give him the old stabberoo. Like, what else is he meant to do? Like, what else is he meant to do? I see it more of his style of Bond rather than Bond being young, because I'm not too sure if these elements really ever go away in the other films. I just think it's how Daniel Craig's Bond reacts. It's not because he's young. It's how he would probably always do it. It's like, I got a job to do. Let's go.
I think they don't help themselves by what they do with like the Bond timeline with Craig as well, though. Like where they sort of do the time jumps a bit strange. I think if it was a bit more like, this is definitely the beginning, and then later on it moves in a more natural time rather than it's just jumps in being immediately past it, sort of thing. That doesn't help with this Bond timeline. But yeah, I don't know. I guess so. I mean, he is still quite like this. Yeah, I guess you could see it both ways.
I think he is meant to be young and inexperienced in what this stuff is going to. When I watch it, though, I don't see it as that. And I think the film is better off for it, honestly.
I kind of like it. I kind of like having both elements, I suppose. But yeah, so after he gets the buy-in back from Felix, he's back at the table with a new stack of chips, and we don't really see much. It kind of fades again. It does that fade to show that some time passes, and you see that from that small stack of chips. He's doing pretty well now. He's getting quite a lot. He's clearly winning a lot and beating Le Chiffre, because you do see Le Chiffre in one hand in particular fold and toss his cards away. Very dramatic shot as well. It's like very low down, and you can see like the cameras like the cards fly straight towards the camera as well. But yeah, at that game we then cut to the bar, and we see a couple of martinis and another drink on a drinks tray, and we see a hand pouring some liquid into one of them, and it's Valenka.
Oh no!
Yes, she's back. She's kind of calmed down from having her arm nearly chopped off, and she's poisoning one of the martini drinks, because it's just very quickly then picked up by one of the waiters and taken over to Bond, who obviously looks at it and immediately has a drink, and you see that as he's drinking it, like the chief obviously opposite him, just like so intently watching as he drinks it. Not taking his eyes off him. And I was trying to work out whether there was anything, like, I was trying to think, like, is there like a little slight smirk there? But I don't think there is. I think it actually works better that there's just no reaction at all from him. But you couldn't obviously know what he's thinking in that moment as Bond is drinking it.
Yeah, I see it as it's his poker face, I guess, right? Like,
yeah.
The chief has that tell, sure, but in other situations he plays poker, so he just keeps it cool and just watches Bond. He knows what's happening, but he just watches Bond get sweaty.
Yeah, because he does. Bond starts to get a bit kind of uncomfortable and sweaty, and he looks over to the glass, and that's kind of the cue for him to realize what's happening. So he excuses himself from the table. This is what Tom was saying. Like, he just quickly does the buy-in and just throws a chip in and leaves. And he goes and grabs a salt shaker and a glass and enters into one of the bathrooms. And the camera work here just completely changes, and so does the visuals as well, because it goes into this very handheld, spinny, very high emotion shots as he goes to the sink and makes a salt water mixture to force himself to throw up to try and get out some of the poison. But the camera work here obviously meant to be very disorienting and matching what Bond is feeling right now as he's getting poisoned, and the whites of it is also really blown out as well. It's all hazy. It's like a complete difference to. It's really like amping up the feeling that Bond is in right now.
Yeah, which is very different to what we've seen before. We said that already.
Very different, yeah.
But yeah, actually seeing this all from Bond's point of view, well, it's like third-person shots. It's showing Bond, but it's using the camera work and the lighting and stuff to try and replicate what Bond is feeling. I think the idea is really cool. I love that like Bond realizes quite soon what is happening, and like he's a trained agent, so he knows what to do instantly. He's in a bad situation, but he instantly knows, go and grab the salt, go and grab the glass, and try and make yourself throw up. That's awesome. I love that small detail. It's very practical, but it's like, well, agents would be trained in this, so he straight away does it without real explanation.
Yeah, I like that they didn't dwell on Bond like getting, I don't know, like making it really obvious that he's like getting more and more poisoned. It's just very instantly he knows, he looks at the glass and he's out. So yeah, it all moves very quickly. And after the little kind of strange scene in the toilet, he is outside the casino now. He's kind of stumbling in the middle of the road. He's very sweaty. His clothes are all like his bow tie's undone, everything, and he's stumbling across the road trying to get to the Aston, and almost getting hit by cars as he does so as well. Well, I think he does get hit by a car, kind of very lightly anyway. It causes him to flip around, and he gets to the Aston that's parked outside. And you get this kind of really, this is again the camera work is really kind of moving a lot here. Like it reminds me of the scene in GoldenEye with Natalia in the kitchen when she's trying to hide, and like it gets very close to Bond as he opens the car door and sits inside, and he grabs something from the dashboard that we saw earlier, like something next to it, and it's like I guess it's like a sort of diagnostic thing that he sticks in his arm or his forearm or his wrist, and that connects through to MI6 as well. So they get you see them in their office back in London, presumably, and there's this sort of alarm that goes off on one of the computers, and they see that it's Bond, and so they get M's attention as well because they can now read his diagnostics on their screens. They can see his heart rate and everything like that. So they say that he's going into cardiac arrest. Because of the poison, and obviously like this scene is all very frantic and very quick, and there's all these people that are crowded around this computer screen, and they can talk to him. So they're saying there's this one guy that's saying you'll be dead within 2 minutes if you don't follow what we say, and so they tell Bond to take the thing next to the gadget in the dashboard, the defibrillator, and take out the pad, stick it on his chest. And you can see it sort of slowly start to charge up. It's got this interface to it, red line going across, and a big red button on it. And they're still trying to work out what it is. They're like trying to do like some analyzing and work out the poison. And the guy figures it out. God knows what the poison was, he says. But they say to Bond to inject himself with one of the blue combi pens in there. So he does that. And he needs to keep his heart going. So just as he's about to pass out, he needs to push the red button on the defib to give himself a shock, a volt. And he starts to push the button, and it doesn't do anything. He starts spamming the button. They're all yelling at him, push the damn button, Bond. M's there. Push it, Bond.
Take the bloody shot.
That's what I thought. Yeah. And yeah, it's not working. And as he is passing out, he just at the last second realizes that one of the leads is not actually attached to the patch on his chest, and as he does that, he passes out, and you see everyone back in like the office, MI6, looking worried, and it's sort of like flatlining sounds and everything, and just in time though, thankfully, at the last second, Vesper arrives. Vesper comes over to the car and looks around and realizes what's happened, and plugs in the missing connection, presses the button, and gives Bond a zap to bring him back to life. And you get this reaction from everyone, like a big gulp reaction moment from everyone as he comes back on screen. Heart rate comes back up, and Bond very quickly comes to from near enough dying. And the first thing he says to Vesper is, "Are you okay?" Which is nice. That's nice. The doctor, presumably on the other end, is saying to Bond, "You have to go to hospital now." But Bond is obviously not having any of that. Not until he wins the poker game. So, yeah, he heads back to the poker game.
Another two sides of the coin thing. You get this a lot, which I like. Where it's like, it's like almost those two worlds collide. Bond being not in a great situation and being quite rough, and Bond being very cool and collected. Which is why I kind of like that moment of where he tries to leave and he has to be as quick as possible. Yes, to save himself, but it's almost like to save face. It's Bond having to transition to this, which is like, I'm in a really bad situation and I'm probably going to die. But it's nice to kind of see Vesper here because, as I said, they don't actually have a massive amount of time to develop these two with the whole James Bond plot happening all around them. So we already know Bond saved Vesper, so now we have Vesper saving Bond. And they set it up a little bit because when Bond drinks the drink, I think Bond sees Vesper staring at him, so we know Vesper notices probably something is up, so it makes sense that Vesper would come and investigate just to make sure Bond's okay. So that's smart. It is a bit silly that the wire's just not connected. It's like, who built this?
You can tell there's no Q here because that would not happen.
Oh, Q would not be having any of this. This is probably a John Cleese
QC
one. Yeah.
This is an R thing.
Yeah, definitely an R thing. But yeah, so it works quite well. This does, to me, this always feels like it's like book Bond, right? This whole poisoning thing. So I associated it not so much with, I do with Craig's Bond, obviously, but this feels very much like they pulled it from the book. I don't know if this was from the book, but I feel like the idea of Bond going through a poisoning and just about surviving is something the book would do, or one of the books would do. So it's nice that they're putting that into this. It is very different. This is probably the most different Bond thing we've seen out of everything, just because of the way it's shot and the way it plays out and how he does almost die. But I think it makes sense to pull this element and bring it in for this film.
Yeah, especially if, like I say, once again, I don't know if this is in the book, but obviously that would have been in the 50s. So they sort of modernize it with this idea of the car gadgets. I think the thing with the scene is it's not actually that kind of James Bondy in a way. I mean, it is, but like it's filmed in a way where it's an easy thing to make a tense scene, isn't it? Someone flatlining and the button's not working sort of thing. It's an easy target to have as we need like a bit of suspense, we need a bit of tension now, and the way they film it adds. But I think I'm not saying that in a bad way. I think it's like a really good use of it here, and like you mentioned earlier, like there is still a bit of a use for it in terms of Bond's character as well, where he gets out of it and just immediately wants to go back to the game. He's not going to let that stop him. But yeah, like you could take that bit of like someone nearly dying and with the defib, and that could come out of any sort of action film, really.
Yeah, that's true. I do
but
like
again,
this.
Not a bad thing. Not a bad thing.
I do like this whole sequence. I'm not like massively into it. I don't think it's like, a brand new dimension for Bond. I think it's just it's decently tense. It's interesting to see them do a different kind of version of this, or Bond to be poisoned and to actually take you through it. And Martin Campbell knows his stuff, so he knows how to kind of shoot it and make you feel it and have it be tense. And it works well with Vesper helping at the end. And I mean, this is probably the most useful the car is in the entire film.
yeah, because you're right. Actually, it doesn't really do much else.
Doesn't do anything really. This is the most helpful it's been, like with the defib. So really, it's just a car battery that would have done the same thing.
But it's very flippable. That it does its thing there later on. So.
Oh yeah, very helpful there. So yeah, I don't like necessarily love this scene, but I do think it's good. If it wasn't in the film, I wouldn't really miss it. But I think, yeah, in terms of doing something a little bit different, sure, it's solid and it's quite interesting to watch.
So yeah, with that, Bond has to kind of put himself together, and after nearly dying, he heads back to the poker table. And we see that before Bond enters, Le Chiffre is cleaning house. He's doing very well. I don't know if there's less players now. I think there's only 4 players now.
I think it's 4. It's 5, and Felix is just about to go out.
That's right, yeah. So a few more people have left, and poor Felix is down to his last million with his chip, and loses, of course. So yeah, you're right. It is down to 4 by the time that Bond comes back in. It does seem a little bit unfair that you could do that. Could you just leave the game and then come back when it's just 1v1?
Yeah, like it's like I said before. I think you can probably just have a system where if you're not at the table, you're automatically paying your blinds.
Right.
Bond did technically pay his big blind, which I think would give him 1 loop around, and I guess depending on the time, I don't know. They don't really go into the timing of it, but yeah. So you would be bleeding chips, as a certain American would say, the whole time, and you would never get chips back. So the other person would just wipe you out.
Yeah.
Eventually, because of how many hours these games take.
So Bond does eventually come back in, and he looks like nothing's happened at all, really. He comes back in looking just as smartly dressed and everything, and obviously that gets a bit of a reaction out of Le Chiffre. He's very much surprised that Bond is back, and he comes and sits down and says, I'm sorry, that last hand nearly killed me. So, great little line there. Love that.
Great quip. Potentially the first quip we've had, I want to say. But yeah, great quip.
Great quip. And one of the kind of workers there kind of says that with this next chip exchange, it's the final phase of the game. Just 4 players left. And I don't know if there's another fade here. I think there might be because we then kind of jumped right to the end. So we get 5 cards revealed on the table. What is that called? Is that a river? No, I don't. I don't play Texas Hold'em, but whatever it is, when like all the 5 cards are on the table. Do you know?
Not off the top of my head. It's like, yeah, I think each card has a name. One is the river. One might be the flop or the
flop. I think, yeah,
something like that.
Anyway, see, I didn't learn that much about poker from this film. You can tell. So yeah, with all the 4 players, the first one, as Tom said earlier, they're all quite visually distinct. So one of them has like long white hair. And he goes first, and he goes all in with like 4 million, I think it is.
I think it's 6 million.
No, I think it's 4 because then the guy does 5, doesn't he?
I thought this was 6.
Oh no, yeah, the other guy has less. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Because then there's a rather big man next to him that also goes all in. They're all very confident, and he goes all in with 6 million. Or no, 5 million. Doesn't matter. They're going all in, and comes around to Le Chiffre. He raises to $12 million, so we're getting a lot of money now on the table. And this is where Bond is really like staring out, trying to read him. Vesper and Mathis are looking on at the sides, looking very nervous, obviously. And Bond then also decides to go all in with like $14 million. So there's now, I think Mathis does say at one point, there's $100 and blah, blah, blah million in the pot. So, yeah, everyone's very confident basically on this last round. They all check and everything's ready. And there's like almost like a bit of it's just this one scene where it's like everyone literally staring at each other. It's like a Mexican standoff sort of thing. Yeah, every player left in the game just intently staring. And it's time for all the hands to be revealed. It kind of follows the same order. So the first player does it. I didn't pay attention to what these first 2 people got, but I think they were all.
Yeah, the Japanese man has a flush.
Yeah, and then the man afterwards, he has an even better hand.
It's a full house.
Then Le Chiffre reveals his,
which is a higher full house with aces.
So yeah, they're all doing better than the last basically, and Le Chiffre is looking very smug because it's a very good hand, I suppose. And there's all these. But as it's time for Bond to reveal, he does so, and it's a straight flush. Gasps, and there's even a bit of an applause for Bond, as that's the winning hand, a straight flush, and kind of you see a very, very small amount of what Bond did earlier with Le Chiffre, but definitely not to the same extent, because he like has a brief moment of looking like he's dying inside, and his eye starts to bleed, like starts to weep again, and he just very quickly walks off. And yeah, Bond's done it. Bond's beat him.
It's a very exciting hand. I do wonder if, because I would assume Le Chiffre, the point of his character is that he can mathematically calculate the odds. So he probably calculated the odd that Bond would have a 5 and a 7 to make the straight flush work, and would calculate that as being worth going all in on. But it turns out that Bond does have it, which I think goes back to a little bit of it probably was against the odd, but just like what Roger Moore was explaining to Chrissy all the way back in those films, it's all about Bond being who Bond is and being a bit more rash and stuff. Although, Bond had those cards, so he was completely right to do that. Like, of course you go all in on that situation with a straight flush. But yeah, I'm assuming that was against the odds if somebody was to actually figure it out. What the chances of that was.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think all of these, I don't know the ins and outs of poker, but I'm having such a hand where like everyone is better than the last. Like, surely that's quite rare to have that. So I don't know. Yeah, with the chief walking off, Bond goes up to Felix and says, "He's all yours, ready for the CIA," and walks over to Vesper, who's there, and she says, "Congratulations." And Bond is very hungry, so celebrations are in order, so they go for dinner together.
Yeah, it's all very nice.
Yeah, I mean, he's won. It's like, hey, well done, Bond. Everyone's very happy.
And it just kind of caps off this casino stuff, which I think I've probably already covered it, but they just do it so well. It's just so interesting and exciting, but they don't get too into the nitty gritty. This is just like the best part of the film for me, really, this whole kind of sequence and how it all kind of plays out. And I am someone who just likes like tournaments and games in my media.
I can tell. Yeah. I can definitely tell.
Yeah. And this ain't Squid Game or anything, don't worry about that. But it is a very a good version of this. And the way it plays out, like it keeps you on edge, it doesn't get too complicated, and actually fitting all of this into the film was just so smart. And they just bring so much atmosphere to these games, and they have all the stakes in the background, because I think that's what some media kind of forgets with some of these sort of games. You need the background to be really strong and build in that story to make you feel it in these moments. And having Bond almost go through like the hero's journey throughout this casino, where at first he's really cocky and then he has his low point, but then the hero comes back, but oh no, another obstacle, and now he's done it, hooray, Bond. Like they've almost like put that into just this casino game in the middle of the film, which is really cool.
It's a film within a film here, and yeah, I think we said before, but there's only so much you can do to make card reveals and things interesting, especially if you're not as into poker as other people. But they did it well, like just everything to do with the reaction shots, simple things, but the reaction shots, the music cues, the little kind of stings to know that, oh, that was a big moment or whatever. It's all you need, really, and they did it kind of flawlessly, I would say.
Definitely. Yeah, love this part of the film. Love it. So after that, we cut to Bond and Vesper alone in a restaurant. I'm assuming it's part of the hotel, but it's like empty. Like nobody, it's a massive room with a ton of tables, but it's empty. It's just them in a corner eating together.
I have to assume that the poker game ended at some silly hour in the morning.
Oh, yeah, that probably is it. Yeah, like 5 a.m. or something. So it would just be them celebrating. Yeah. So they're sitting down having some food. Vesper, I think, gets a message on her phone and says like, oh, that's Mathis. And they're saying that the Americans are closing in on Le Chiffre. He's about to be arrested by the Americans. So Bond is having his drink again, the martini, and he says, I think I'll call this drink a Vesper. And she says, because of the bitter aftertaste, which I thought was kind of fun line. But Bond says, no, because once you've tasted it, it's all you'll want to drink. And they have a little bit of a laugh. So it's quite a nice moment, the back and forth. So Bond then spots her necklace and says it's an Algerian love knot. I'm not too sure if she's been wearing this the whole time. I want to say no, but it would make sense if she was wearing it the whole time.
Yeah, I don't know, actually. Maybe she put it on after the whole shower stuff, because I don't remember seeing it on her at first.
No, neither do I, but it's obviously important to her.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Bond looks at that and says, oh, it's a love knot, so that means he's a very lucky man, implying that Vesper is already with somebody because of this love knot. And then Vesper changes topics and saying, does it bother you about killing all these people? Bond gives a very Bond line saying, well, I wouldn't be very good at my job if it did. And Vesper talks about, well, you don't have to keep doing it. Just because you've killed people doesn't mean you have to kill more people. But this is, again, more kind of high-level dialogue here. So Bond then starts saying, oh, there's something driving you, and I don't think I'll ever figure out what that is. And Vesper gets another message from Mathis, and then she leaves, and that leaves Bond alone with his drink, and he's having another sip, and then he kind of realizes something, and he says to himself, Mathis, out loud. So yeah, another scene between these two. I actually quite like this one. I keep using the phrase hit and miss. I gotta stop it, but I don't. What I realized watching this film again is that not every single aspect of Bond and Vesper really works. There are still some dialogue that I'm not massively into, but this one's really good. It's them celebrating. It's more getting into the characters. There's clear affection at this point between the two, but we find out like, oh, Vesper is already engaged with someone or involved with someone, which Bond is, saying very lucky man. This one was really solid. This one was a really nice back and forth.
Yeah, I think it is that idea of now. It's almost like now that Bond knows that she is with someone, it's the taking a step back from it, and you get sort of a different conversation between the two now, where it's not just the like flirting or they're still flirting, but like he knows where he stands basically with this. So this could have been like the end for them too, sort of thing.
Yeah, like he was kind of seeing it as, oh, now we're going to depart ways, but
yeah, exactly.
We're getting some seeds for the later part of the film because we've still got a decent amount of the film to go. So just like with GoldenEye, there's some nuggets sprinkled in here about what's going to be happening next, because really, like, this could wrap up quite quickly, but nope, unfortunately not. So Bond has realized something about Mathis, so he gets up and we cut to him running to go outside the casino, and he sees Vesper being captured. Somebody's grabbed Vesper, shoved her in a car, and is driving away. So Bond starts running after them, but he's actually running to get into his car. I was half thinking Bond was going to just start sprinting down the street.
And he still makes it.
Yeah, and still somehow makes it. Oh, here's one of those boarding steps. Oh, I can jump on this and perfect. But no, he is going towards his Aston, and he's driving through the street very quick. We cut straight away to them being out of the city and being in like the middle of nowhere in the country on one of these, like, it's not a proper country road, but they are out in the middle of nowhere, and Bond is being very calm. He's very calmly driving here, trying to chase after this car. But as he's going, because it's at night, so he's going with his lights on, and we see that Vespa has been tied up in the middle of the road, and it kind of comes into the headlights that Bond has on the car. So he swerves to avoid, and this causes the car to like flip over like multiple times. And it stops, and we see it all smashed up, and Bond has been knocked out in the front of it. I guess the car had to flip multiple times for us to sell the idea that Bond would get knocked out by this, because Bond is kind of shown to be such a, well, not in this film, I guess, but generally speaking, like a bit of a superhero, that if a car flipped twice, you probably would expect Bond to get out and be like, oof, and then start running. So it's like they had to flip it like 5 or 6 times to be like, no, he's knocked out, and it makes sense.
I'm going to be honest, too many flips for my liking.
Too many flips?
Too many flips, just a few too many. To me, it crossed the line into you would be dead from that. Like, come on. Like, the way that car looks at the end. I actually think, I'm pretty sure I'm right in thinking that that flipped more than they were planning it to as well.
Oh.
Or like they didn't expect it to do that as much as they did, because I think I got like a Guinness World Record or something silly, like the most flips of a car in a stunt. But yeah, like the music cuts and it's just the wreckage sound as it's doing this. I don't know. It looks cool, but I could have done with maybe 2 less. Yeah,
I guess it wasn't their fault, I suppose. What would you give out of 10 if this was an Olympic sport? What score are you holding up?
8.
An 8? Solid 8?
Yeah, solid 8.
I'll go for a 7.2.
Oh, well, I feel like I need to go lower than what I've just said.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll go with 7.
All right, I'll go for 8 then.
All right, yeah. Sounds good.
So Bond has been knocked down in the front of the car, and we see some shots of some weird shots actually of some guys like dragging Bond, and there's some breathing. They're like some first person shots, and it's all kind of blurry. So this actually reminded me a little bit of GoldenEye, where Pierce Brosnan had something similar when he was in the jungle, where he's coming to, and it's all blurry, and you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
So it's some of that coming back in. Because I was going to say, we've never seen this in Bond before. But no, we actually did in GoldenEye. So Bond gets thrown to the ground, and they're still out in this middle of nowhere, almost like on this field by the side of the road. And there's a load of guards, like everyone in black, kind of surrounding them in a circle almost. And we see Bond get pulled up, And the bald man, the one that has been around Chiffre the whole time, gets a knife, stabs into Bond's arm, and removes the chip. The chip that MI6 put in the arm all the way back in the Bahamas. He removes that chip, and we see the chief is there. And the bald man gives him the chip, and the chief says, well, your friend Mathis was really my friend Mathis.
No, not Mathis.
So Mathis was a traitor, and they carry Bond and throw him back into the car. So here's question time. How did Bond figure that out?
How did Bond figure that out?
Yeah.
Figure what out?
That Mathis was a traitor, so he needed to go and chase Vesper.
Well, I was thinking, I did wonder, that scene when after the dinner where he just looks and goes, Mathis, what does he actually realise there to make him do that? And my thoughts are that, well, he's just being misled, right? But I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. Because we actually had the same conversation last week with Die Another Day, funnily enough. And that one kind of made sense to me. This one I can't quite figure out. Because we know what Mathis did in terms of being a traitor later. But the only misinformation here is that I guess Mathis told Vesper on the phone or text her like, oh, the Americans are arresting Le Chiffre, which makes sense to me. But then when Vesper says she has to leave because of Mathis, that seems fine to me. I don't know. I'm guessing this is just Bond thinks there's something there's some things he doesn't quite understand, like about the tell. So he's just kind of associating that with Mathis. I don't. Or maybe he doesn't fully figure it out, and maybe he is just a more suspicious. And when he sees Vesper be kidnapped, that's enough to confirm something's up.
I think he's just suspicious because I'm just want to get this out in the clear now. Mathis isn't actually a traitor, right?
There he is.
No, I don't think he is.
Well, the chief just says your friend Mathis is my friend Mathis.
I think he was doing that just to trick him.
What? For what purpose?
To make Bond, I don't know, to throw Bond off the lead.
What lead?
Well, to think of how I don't know, but I just think
he just captured him.
But
he's got him.
Isn't the next film they clearly say that Mathis was innocent?
Oh, maybe. I don't remember that, to be honest. My impression from this film is because the chief says your friend Mathis is my friend Mathis, and all the other things that get associated to what Mathis did, which I think M does address and they do talk about and say, oh, maybe there's another explanation, but I don't think that makes any sense that the chief would say your friend Mathis is really my friend Mathis, because I don't think he would try and trick him like that. I think he has to be a traitor, at least in some form.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. All I'm pretty sure of is that it's revealed that he's not. But that's in the next film, I guess. So
I don't remember. Then. Yeah, I guess we'll see that next week, but I don't remember that part. So I guess we can debate and argue with that.
Yes.
With Bond being captured, he gets thrown into the back of the car, actually. Like, the chief gets him thrown into the back of the car, and we see Vesper in the back as well. So Bond is kind of pretty much passed out in the back, and we see Vesper next to him. So we cut to the two black cars that were there before arriving at like a dock at night. And the girlfriend of Le Chiffre, and I just put evil woman in my notes for this character. And that's because initially she just seems to she's just a blonde woman that's attractive that hangs around Le Chiffre. But then she gets a lot of like evil looking shots. Like when she puts the poison in the drink, there's like a dramatic turn of her looking. And she doesn't like go super evil, but it's like, oh, she's mad.
She's definitely, yeah.
Yeah, she's a
nasty one.
She really stood out to me because of all these like shots they had of like, she's a nothing character at the end of the day, but they make her look kind of evil for just like a henchman's girlfriend or a villain's girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're inside this like old ship, this old rusted up ship. I want to say inside the hull. I'm not too sure if that's the right term, but yeah, inside this big old ship. So the evil woman and Vesper and one of the guards go into one room and they lock the big old doors, which are the very oldie time ship doors where you spin the circle to lock them. So they disappear into there. And inside the main area of the hull, we see the bald man who was always around the chief. He gets a wooden chair and he like gets a knife and cuts the bottom of it out. So he completely cuts it out, and we see a very sweaty Le Chiffre is there, and Bond gets stripped, this all happens very quickly. I think you see like they remove some of his clothes and then they just cut to him being tied down to the chair naked. So everyone else leaves. So it's just Le Chiffre and Bond. And it gets very quiet for a moment where it's just Bond, quite bruised and cut, looking quite rough and also naked, tied to this chair. And Le Chiffre has this rope, like a long rope with like a knot at the bottom of it. And Le Chiffre starts saying, "Oh, you've taken good care of your body. This is going to be such a waste." And he starts swinging the rope quite slowly. And then he flips it at the bottom of the chair and Bond kind of grimaces. So they don't explicitly say this. I guess they pretty much do. But yeah, he's kind of whacking the genitals underneath the chair cover. So Bond is sitting there naked, which means, and with the cover exposed, it means he's just kind of flipping the rope upwards to cause a lot of pain. So Le Chiffre says, there's all these torture techniques, but it's very simple to cause a lot of pain, more pain than a man can endure. And he hits him again, which Bond, it's a bit harder this time. So Bond, grimaces a little bit harder this time. And Le Chiffre says, will you yield in time to save what is left? Referring to his manhood, basically. So Le Chiffre explains, I want the money. I want that money. And he gives a really big hit this time. So a lot of screaming from Bond. That one really hurt. And Le Chiffre says how we've got Vesper, and Vesper is going to give us the account number. All we need is the password. So before, when the Swiss banker was there, Vesper had the account number and Bond created the password. So Le Chiffre's plan is, well, I lost the game, so instead I'm just going to steal the password from Bond and get the money that way. So he's still going after the money. And Bond's response to this is, he's clearly in pain, but he just starts saying, I've got a little itch down there. Would you mind? So Le Chiffre gets quite angry at this and hits him again. And Bond starts shouting, but he's like, no, to the right, to the right. And Le Chiffre's like, you're a funny man, Mr. Bond. And then he hits him again, and Bond's like, yes, that's it. And he like laughs. It's like a pained laugh, but he is like laughing, but it's almost like a little bit of a manic one. And as he comes out of this laugh, he says, now the whole world is going to know that you died scratching my balls. And Bond explains that his... Le Chiffre's like, why would I die? What are you on about? But Bond says that, your clients are going to kill him because I'm not going to give you the password. So you're going to get killed by your clients. But Le Chiffre explains, and it's something that M touched on before, that Bond's people will welcome him with open arms to cover the big picture, which is also a line that M said before. So M did say about the idea of they will make a deal with Le Chiffre. So Le Chiffre is confirming, I'm aware of this. So if this doesn't work, plan B is that I'm just going to hand myself in and do a deal to give all this information on terrorists. And we hear Vesper screaming behind the door. So Le Chiffre kind of changes tactics here because Bond reacts to that. And he's saying like, well, if you give me the password, we'll let Vesper live. And Bond kind of smiles, I think, at this point. But Le Chiffre is now just kind of mad. So kicks Bond down. So now the chair is kind of on the floor. He gets a knife out and saying, I'll feed you what you seem to not value so much. But we hear some gunshots. Next door. And Mr. White enters. The man from Uganda that we saw. He enters with a gun. And Le Chiffre gets a bit nervous at this point. And he's like, I'll get the money. I will get the money. And Mr. White says, to our organization, money isn't as valuable as knowing who to trust. And he shoots Le Chiffre. And we get a first-person shot from Bond's perspective where Le Chiffre lands on the floor with a bullet on his head. And then it cuts. And what a great scene. Like, something we haven't really seen before with the torture. We did see a little bit with The World Is Not Enough, but this is Bond completely exposed in more ways than one.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And just having to deal with torture. But they do it in a very smart way, as in they kind of get the humor in there. The humor doesn't really make me laugh that much nowadays. I think it's all pretty funny jokes, but they balance it out. It's really, really grim, the situation and what's happening. But I think what's great about it is that they managed to suck out some of that grimness. So it still somewhat feels like a Bond film. And we get something that we've just never really seen before. And I think Daniel Craig does a really good job of portraying it and doing that balance.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. That's exactly what I was going to say. Like, this is, if you didn't have those little lines, scratching my balls line, that thing, like, it would have been a really kind of it would have been too much, I think, for a Bond film. It would have been just too far in the other direction of like the actual torture scene and like the violence of it and everything. So they were very, very smart with it and kind of filmed it in a way where you know what's happening, but it's still quite I don't know, maybe not family friendly is the right word, but maybe more PG than it could have been potentially.
Yes, although I think, funnily enough, this scene and the staircase scene got edited down for the original release in the UK
Really?
because it would have made it a 15. So they edited both of those down to make it a 12. But now current versions of the film are now just like the original ones, not edited down. And it's why there was like a re-release on Blu-ray or something, which was like the extended cut, more Bond. But really it was just these scenes not quite as edited down to be as harsh.
Do you know what they cut? Like what specifically they cut from this scene?
I'm not too sure, to be honest, because to me, I can't tell the difference. I couldn't tell you what they left in. I could kind of guess what maybe they would have changed, but I couldn't tell the difference between what I originally would have saw in the cinema and what we got, because to me, they seem to flow the exact same way.
Yeah, I guess that's a sign of a good edit there. But yeah, very good scene. Like it's just such a left field in terms of the stuff that we've seen. It's we saw a little bit of torture in the in Die Another Day, but very much a kind of superficial level compared to this. And it ticks the boxes of, well, it's not Sweaty Sean, but it is Sweaty Craig.
Sweaty Craig is good,
and Sweaty LaChiffre as well. So yeah, no, it's great, and I think Craig is really great in the scene as well. So like,
yeah, I explicitly remember people
off.
laughing out loud at these jokes when I saw it in the cinema.
Yes,
people definitely laughed.
Yeah, and I think that could have been the thing. Is like this sort of scene could easily been quite uncomfortable, but it doesn't feel that way. I mean, it feels uncomfortable in the sense of it's a torture scene, but it's like you still watch it. Like it doesn't put you off that much. So yeah, no, it was good.
Yeah, and I think we haven't really talked that much about LaChiffre. We have a little bit, but I really like him in this scene because he is also very sweaty and very panicked. It's very different. Like he is in desperation mode. So there is this like power struggle going on between the two. Yes, Bond is in a bad situation, and clearly LaChiffre has an upper hand in certain aspects. But I love that Bond points out certain things about all his clients are going to kill him, and LaChiffre is just like desperate at this point, and you actually really feel that, and it goes to Mad's performance of him, of taking him seriously, but also being a bit lame. But I feel like he's portrayed in a way where he's not actually all that lame. He actually kind of does have this great presence to him. He's not my favorite villain or one of my favorites, but he gives a really good performance, and I think he fills this role very nicely, especially for, they're not trying to go too over the top with the villain and the schemes and things like that, but he's still very much a Bond villain and is taken quite seriously and is kind of tangled up in something much bigger than himself. So it's all really great stuff. And I think it all comes to a head here, where it's just those two in a room and the power struggle between the two with the back and forth. It's very effective.
Yeah, I don't think the thing with the Chief that I've never really considered, I don't think he's an amazing villain either. I think the thing with him is that he's very, very good. It's just fortunate that he's also in a very, very good film, which really kind of elevates the character. But I think in isolation, there's nothing amazingly kind of different than what we would have maybe seen before with a villain. It's just well acted, I guess. So yeah, I suppose. And also there's an interesting point about how this villain isn't taken out by Bond. Like Bond doesn't do anything. In fact, if Mr. White hadn't come along, then who knows what would have happened. But it's actually a completely different means of getting rid of the villain this time.
Yeah, it's a very different type of showdown, I suppose, because that's ultimately what this kind of is. It's the final showdown between the villain. And of course, we still got a decent chunk of the film left. But I like this idea of the organization kind of being in control and thinking about who Mr. White is. But I think what I like about LaChiffre is their interactions, Bond's and his interactions throughout the film. It's maybe not something you really massively remember about the film because there's so much about it going on. But actually, this is some of the better interactions between a villain and Bond. And they maybe don't have as many iconic lines as some of the more famous names, but I think they actually have really good back and forth and competition, especially when you got them staring at each other in the casino and the contrast between the casino and this. It's like, I think those interactions are incredibly strong throughout.
Yeah, definitely. So after that, after Le Chiffre was taken out, we cut to a close-up of Bond's eyes, a very extreme close-up of Bond's eyes, obviously not looking too good, kind of all bloody and red. And then we get a POV from his point of view, and it's these blurry figures. He's clearly just coming to, and these blurry figures looking down at him, and there's like hospital beeping sounds in the background. So he's clearly in some sort of hospital or clinic or wherever, and he kind of starts to recognize some of the people around him, although they are very blurry. But he kind of sees and hears Vesper and starts to say her name, and then from behind Vesper, you sort of see another man walk up, and it's Mathis. And you hear Bond go, "No, no, not Mathis,
Not Brown. Brown.
That's
Brown.
that's exactly what I thought." But it is a little bit cheesy, this bit, because you even get like a sort of dun 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 sort of sound as well, where you're like, "Oh no, Mathis is here," because he has been set up as the traitor.
Because he is.
Bond. I don't think he is. But it then fades to black, and we cut to outside to this kind of garden area with Bond sitting down, and Mathis is there, standing at the edge, and it's this beautiful place. Like they're in, I think it's Lake Como they're in, and it's like this massive great lake out there, and it's like beautiful trees and everywhere. So if I ever need to go to like a hospital, take me there, please.
You don't want to go to the clinic in Thunderball.
Get me away from that machine right now.
They got grapes.
No. Bond is there sat down, and Mathis is talking to him and asking whether he knows why Bond and Vesper were kept alive from that previous situation. Because obviously they were. The Chief was killed, but for some reason Bond wasn't, and neither was Vesper. And Bond is being very blunt here. He's kind of like avoiding answering questions from Mathis, because obviously he presumes he is the traitor from what Le Chiffre said to him. And so he asks where Vesper is, and Mathis then like he says, "Oh, I need to give you this," and starts to make him a drink. I think it's all these things about like they're clearly trying to make him look evil, because he also like he's wearing glasses in the scene as well. He looks a bit more sort of shady compared to how we've seen him before as well. But he's like, "Oh, drink this," and it just makes this mysterious little concoction to the side. But I think it is just a big red herring, if you ask me. And he goes and asks Bond if he saw who the killer was. Also asks, "Is there anything else you remember that can help us?" And Bond replies, "Help us or help you?" And as he says that, two men come from behind Mathis and kind of stun him with a taser gun and drag his body away off screen. So that's Mathis dealt with, at least according to Bond. So later on, still at the same place, at this lovely clinic, hospital place, it's Bond with Vesper this time. Vesper kind of wakes him up from this chair. She says that she can't resist doing so because of the way that he looks at her when he wakes up. Oh, she says it makes her feel reborn. And then you get this line from Bond: "If you've just been born, wouldn't you be naked?" It's just the way he says that. It's very childish. But Vesper's like, "You can have me anywhere." She's clearly warming to Bond instead of loathing, as he puts it. Being very lovey-dovey together. The sun's shining. It's all very idyllic. And then just at that moment, they get interrupted by the Swiss banker is back. Mr. Mendel comes.
Mr. Mendel.
Hello. He's here. He's here with his briefcase to transfer the winnings, to deliver the money after the competition. And at one point, Bond says, like, "Oh, you didn't bring any chocolate with you," being Swiss. And he's like, "I'm afraid not," and does this really cheesy laugh. I love this man. I want to be him. He says he opens his thing to reveal like the computer on the briefcase and asks for the account number and the password. So Vesper puts in the account number. That's what she was in charge of, being the accountant. And then asks Bond to put in the password that he chose at the beginning of the game. And he says, "Oh, go on, you can do it," to Vesper. And she said, "I don't know what it is." And so he starts to spell it out for her as she types it in. And it's the word Vesper.
That's her name.
That's her name. Now, I'm going to point out something. when you see Bond put it in at the very beginning, it definitely doesn't line up on the keypad.
Got him, man.
It doesn't. And I made a point to go back and check that, and it does not. So, Martin Campbell, for shame.
Fraud.
For shame. So, yeah, with that, the funds have now been transferred, he says, and he's got to go. So he runs off. That's it from Mr. Mendel. Just a little visit from him. He's a very busy man, I'm sure. But yeah, you see when Vesper learns that was the password, she actually kind of goes and sits down next to Bond as Mr. Mendel's leaving, kind of with her head in her hand, or sort of been affected by that to an extent. And then she gets all very emotional and she starts to almost tear up, saying, if all that was left of Bond was his smile and his little finger, he'd be more of a man than anyone else she knew. And again, another little line from Bond here. It's like, that's because you know what I can do with my little finger. It's just like, I think he got a few bumps on the head because these lines are very, they're quite different to what the stuff that he's been saying beforehand. Yeah. So she, like, because he's making light of that, this is when she sort of kind of goes into him a bit and says, oh, you've still got your armor back on. And he goes in to say that, nope, it's all gone. She's stripped it. And whatever is left of him is hers now. So they are now madly in love, or at least according to Bond. So they kiss, and it starts to rain. You see all this rain, like torrential rainfall, come down, and so you see him head into one of these clinic rooms, hospital bed, and all the equipment there, and they're like literally tearing the clothes off of each other and on the bed, and they fall off the bed. So yeah, they're having a great time.
So conflicted about all this, because I feel like this film did the hard bit correctly, which is over the course of the film, build up these two characters' personalities and the way they bounce off each other and have chemistry and go through all these different kind of events to make it so they would fall for each other. And then they get to this bit and the dialogue is just so all over the place. Like, I like some of the lines. I don't think this is all bad or cringy, nothing like that, but some of this stuff, it just feels so off to me. Like, when Vesper's all like, oh, you can have me anywhere as soon as Bond wakes up, I'm just like, oh, God, that just doesn't... I just don't think she would say that. And I think the quality of the dialogue here is just a bit too all over the place. Some of it works, some of it doesn't work, which is kind of how I felt throughout the film. But this is the part of the film, especially when I see this scene, where I just start to I don't really like the rest of this film. There's still some good moments for sure, and things that I do enjoy, definitely. But this scene to me kind of in my head signals the beginning of the end. And this is where I might go and get some ice cream or something.
Oh, that raspberry ripple ice cream is back.
Yeah. Oh, it might have been, yeah. But this is when I kind of just like, there's some good stuff here, and it doesn't all play out badly. Just, this dialogue, I think, needed a little bit more work. And the Swiss banker helps massively.
Oh, for sure.
And I like that they try and put some humor in here. Again, I don't quite... My little finger line feels a little bit more... not gross, but on the nose than we've seen from Bond, which might have been the point, I don't know. But I don't know if I really buy the armor line from Bond, and she's saying all about not letting her in. I don't know. I just don't think it really sticks the landing with this stuff. And I do buy them together, so I'm not like, oh, I don't buy these two together at all. Like, they've done the hard work to make me buy it. I just wish the dialogue and chemistry here was a bit better.
I would totally agree. I think with this part, watching this again now, this is the part of the film that I always seem to forget. It goes straight from the torture pretty much just to like the collapsing building in Venice that we're going to see. Like, this whole section with the clinic and this dialogue, it always slips my mind. And I think you're right. It's probably just because the dialogue is just not great. And I'm trying to work out how necessary it is for a lot of this stuff, because as you say, I'm buying into them being together now from what we've already seen. I don't know how much more of this, like, literally can't keep their hands off each other stuff we need to see. And it does. One of the things about this film is it is long. Like, it's a long film, and I do think maybe this part could have maybe been a bit tighter. I don't know. It's like, I get why they needed it here, but also some of it is a bit off.
It's really difficult, though. Like this, I think, ties into how ambitious this film is. As you say, it's a long film. And I don't know if they necessarily needed to cut anything, but it's so ambitious what it's trying to fit in here. Because, yeah, this is the longest film by far. Well, not by far, because On Her Majesty's Secret Service was stupidly long, which I guess also makes sense because they did a very similar thing of having a Bond film and a Bond adventure, but also Bond falls in love at the by the end and runs away. So it's the same thing. So they're for a similar length. So I think it overall still does it well, but just needed a little bit more work. But it's just, I think the issues with being so incredibly ambitious with the story and trying to cram so much in, they overall do a good job. But this might have just been an idea that was always going to fill off. I don't know if they ever could have pulled off this stuff because we still got another action sequence to go. And that in itself makes me sad to say.
Oh no. Okay, well, let's move on then. So we then see Bond coming out of the sea at a beach, a little bit similar to the one we saw before, but no skimpy blue shorts this time. I think they're black this time.
They are quite skimpy from what I remember, though.
Are they still skimpy? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, good. So yeah, Bond comes out to sea and goes and lays with Vesper on the beach. He says about M, I guess, because they're now kind of on holiday, so M won't miss him because she'll be too busy interrogating Mathis and working out what happened there, according to Bond. So yeah, he thinks that it was Mathis that told the chief about his tell, and also about how they knew about his implant and his arm. And you sort of do get this. I mean, maybe it's just in hindsight I'm saying this, but kind of very fake response from Vesper when she's like, "Oh, I can't believe it. It was Mathis, really?" sort of thing. But that might just be me putting that on afterwards. So,
and this is where the implant stuff gets mentioned. But I think we said it before, all the way back when it was first put in. I don't think it has anything to do with anything. I guess it's just another piece of information that somebody could tell to hammer that home. On the inside. But in terms of the actual practicality of it, it has nothing to do with anything. It's just info that somebody could tell to harm Bond.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Then Vesper asks if everyone has a tell. I can't remember where that leads from, but yeah, if everyone has a tell. And Bond says, yes, everyone except for her. And maybe that's why he loves her.
Aww.
Enough to leave MI6, he says, to travel the world together and get an honest job, although it would have to be her that would do that. Because he wants to leave MI6 with what little soul he has left, he says, and the two of them kiss. So yeah, this is Bond sort of very quickly. We've seen him join 00, and now he's ready to leave it.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Like, I wonder if there's is in that time frame where he can just leave without any issues. It's like, it's only been a couple of weeks.
It's probation period.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is where, for me, also, I think it makes sense that he's not super young and inexperienced. That I guess it depends how inexperienced you want to say, but it makes sense to me that he would be doing it for like a couple of years. So he's still early on in his career, but not literally the first mission he does after he gets 00. Makes more sense to me that this would be like 2 years on from that very first opening scene. It's not what it is, but to me that would make this feel a little bit better.
Yeah, no, you're right. It would. It doesn't quite match up, maybe. But we do come to know that Bond, like he doesn't care anyway. Especially Craig's Bond. He's like, yeah, whatever. About MI6, I'll leave. Who cares? So yeah, after the kiss on the beach, we get this wide, sweeping shot of a sailing boat as it's heading in towards Venice. We're moving on to Venice now, and we see Vesper is steering the boat, and Bond is sat down further up, and he's on a laptop, on another Sony Vaio, of course, typing up an email to M using the MI6 emailing Outlook. I don't know, and he's writing an email, very, very short, brief email that just says he's tendering his resignation, and that's him done. So he sends that, and the two just kind of smile to each other. Yeah, he's out, or for now at least he thinks he is. And we see them kind of further now into actually the canals of Venice, and Vesper is there with a phone with her camera, taking some photos of the buildings, and she then spots, kind of on the dock side, walking along by them on the boat, this very mysterious looking man very strange looking man. He's got a hat and he's got these glasses, but one of the glasses is like a sort of, well, one of them is like a normal glass and one's like a sunglasses, like one's blacked out. Yeah, very identifiable, that's for sure. And you sort of see him look straight towards the camera, more or less. So he's spotting Vesper there, and then something comes in front of the camera, some crate or something blocks him from view, and then when it passes by, he's gone. He's vanished. So
Goodness.
you get this. My goodness me, where did he go? You get this little shot from Vesper of confusion almost, or I don't know. Do you get a reaction from Vesper there of like she clearly is onto something, seeing that man there?
Yeah, I think all this stuff is decent. I think this works a little bit better. It's like this. These scenes are quite short, and they kind of had to be because we are like 2 hours into this film at this point, and now we're going to have to play out this love storyline. Which, so it's all quite short, and I think the stuff with Bond resigning and stuff, it's all pretty good. It's all pretty decent. I don't know. It all just comes down to the fact we're 2 hours in at this point, so it's paced well enough, I suppose. But I don't feel much strong feelings about this stuff. It's a pretty big deal, but to me it's like, yeah, Bond and Vesper are running away together, so let's just play out all the stuff you would expect with Bond saying, oh, I don't have any soul left, I'm going to resign and go.
Yeah, you're right, actually. It doesn't, maybe it's just because we've seen it lots of times as well, but it doesn't have that sort of impact to it that Bond is now leaving. He's done being a 00 agent already. And I think that is partly because of this is the film where we saw him join that, so it doesn't really have much impact to begin with, but also because, yeah, this is 2 hours into the film, and I think a lot of people would be like looking at their watches now thinking like, blimey, well, how's this all going to get wrapped up now in however much time is left? Surely we must be near the end. So maybe that adds to an element of like, I'm not really buying this. Like, I don't know. If there's another film where, well, there is another film, I suppose, where Bond does leave MI6 earlier on in the film, you actually do realise maybe there's a bit more weight to it because you have the whole film to play out from that. But this is so near the end, it's like, well, you know what's going to happen, really.
Yeah, I think On Her Majesty's Secret Service did it better, where it's just them getting married.
Yeah.
I think that's just kind of makes a bit more sense. So I guess you would assume that Bond is going to be leaving MI6 with that, but the focus is on, hooray, they're getting married. And I think that works better than what this is about, which is them running away together and Bond making it all official. It's not bad by any means, but I think On Her Majesty's Secret Service did it a little bit better.
Yeah, I'd agree.
So they've now arrived in Venice and they've got some sort of hotel room, and we start on them with their feet in bed. Didn't need to see that. But they're naked in bed together, so a little bit of foot play. So Vesper gets out of the bed and puts a dress on, and she says, I gotta go to the bank. Bond says, I've got more than enough money to pay for all this, but she's saying, I want to pay my half of this wandering that we're doing, because they're going on some sort of global trip together to run away. And she checks her phone, because she gets a message, and she says, it's my employer. And then she says out loud, her replying, I'll be back in 1 month. And then throws a pillow at Bond, quite playfully. And then they head out. So we see them kissing in the lift, being very coupley, holding hands, all that stuff, and more kissing. And they leave the hotel and they agree that they're going to meet up in half an hour. So we cut to Bond kind of watching the square, because this is another case of a very busy area. We've had a lot of these and we have it again. So Bond is like watching the square, and he gets a call from M. And M says, oh, okay, you're leaving, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. I've got a very nice man from the Treasury who is wondering when you're going to deposit the winnings. And we get a dramatic zoom on Bond as he's kind of realizing, because, well, we already did that. We had Mr. Medal, or what Medal?
How dare you, Mendel. Get his name right.
Sorry, Mendel. So he thought that already happened, but M is saying that isn't the case. So he was like, don't worry, I'll deposit the money today.
I really like that phone call, by the way. I just found it way funnier than it had any right to be, just because it's like M being so like officey. She's like, so you'll be depositing it today, yes? Okay, thanks. All right. It's just almost like Moneypenny in that scene. It's like, that's M doing that.
Yeah, you're right. That would have been what Moneypenny would have done. She would have been the one to call. Yeah, you got the man in the background looking all impatient by the window as well.
Yeah.
And M's like, he's here right now. Can't really talk.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just strange to me.
Yeah, so Bond calls up the Swiss banker, Mr. Mendel, and says like, "What funds did the money go to?" And he's like, "Well, we put it in the account that you told us, Mr. Bond, the account number." And he's like, "It's actually being withdrawn as we speak in Venice Bank." So he hangs up, and he then sees a message on Vesper's phone, because I believe he's still in the hotel, and she left the phone. And says, there's a message saying, let's meet in 30 minutes. So Vesper's gone to meet up with someone. So Bond runs outside. It's a very busy crowd. He's storming through the crowd. He enters the bank. Vesper isn't there. So he goes back through the busy crowd, and he does see someone in a red dress, who I thought they were going to have some mystery to do this. But no, it's just Vesper. It's not.
Straight away spots her.
Yeah, it's like, red dress, perfect. So runs after Vesper. Vesper kind of goes down this alley away from all the people, and Bond gets his gun out and starts creeping behind her. So she hasn't spotted Bond, and Bond is just basically following down all these different alleyways, all very kind of enclosed, and Bond following. And eventually we get to this like small courtyard type area surrounded by all these buildings. It's a courtyard, but it's very kind of dark, really. So Bond sees a man with a gun watching this small courtyard. So he just sneaks around and shoots him really quick, which is quite a cool shot, because you think Bond's in one place, and the guy is looking that way, and then he just quickly shoots him in the head. So he's not messing around. And Bond is watching Vesper and sees Vesper gives a briefcase of, we assume, the money, to the man with the weird glasses, the one with the hat and the glasses, gives him the money. But in classic Bond fashion, the man is just like, "Oh, you're there." Because Bond doesn't hide very well again. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh dear. Yeah. So yeah, he's there. So they see Bond, and he grabs her as a hostage and is like, I'll kill her. And I think Bond says, "Not if I kill her first," something like that. So the sunglasses man, who has some goons with him as well, and they carry her away, and they get carried into a building which is all walled off due to a construction. So there's like a sign saying construction in purpose, and you see a load of like construction materials in front of it. So Bond goes in to follow, and he sees a crack. Like there's a crack through the door. So he peeks through, and he sees that there's like some goons waiting for him. So they're pointing their guns at the door, waiting for Bond to come through. But he also sees like these yellow bags in the water, which are full of sand. I want to say they're sand.
I thought that was just air.
Oh. Well, I felt like something like puffed out of it when he shoots it later.
Oh, really?
Sand wouldn't really make sense. At all.
I don't know how the things work in Venice, but I just assumed like, there's buildings that are collapsing, so they just stick these big balloons at the bottom.
Yeah, so this is like an old Venice building, as you say. So it's like part of the canal. So there's like a load of water in it. So this building is almost like being floated by these big yellow bags. So Bond decides, I'm going to shoot one of those bags. So he shoots it to cause some commotion. And then he starts shooting. He storms in and shoots the guards as well. And he then shoots another one of the yellow bags. And we see, because the bags are being burst, the building starts sinking and water starts rushing in. And we cut to some not reaction shots, but people outside noticing the building starting to crumble. It starts to come down. And we see that Vesper has been locked in the middle of the room near the top in a lift, in like a metal old school sort of lift. She has been locked inside for some stupid reason. So Bond starts walking up, and the sunglasses man is just shooting at Bond and is missing. And it's lots of shots of the building kind of falling apart. And it then goes quiet for a little bit because Bond is kind of looking around with his gun, and we see the goons looking around trying to find Bond as well, and Bond just kind of knocks one of them out with a plank of wood, and one of the guard falls down after being knocked to the middle, and he's shooting his gun, which means he shoots some more of the bags that were holding up the building. So
Idiot.
I know, really messed up. During all this commotion, the briefcase of the money falls into the water as well. It like slides away, I think, from the sunglasses man. He loses it, and that falls into the water. So it's more shots of the building falling down from the outside. So Bond is like fist fighting one of the goons. The sunglasses man tries to shoot Bond. He uses that as the goon as a body shield. Even more shots of the building collapsing. Even more Bond fist fighting. One of them like slices at Bond, so he like electrocutes him with a wire. And eventually he gets to the sunglasses man, and he finds a nail gun as part of the construction thing, and he shoots him in the head, but it goes through the black lens of his sunglasses through his eye and kills him. Oh, this was exhausting to watch. Like, I feel like I go through different phases with this scene, where sometimes I watch it and be like, no, that's all right. That's not too bad. It's all right. But on this particular day, when I watched this film, I was like, I am not into this in the slightest. I just find it so tedious. I think it's the Bond just fighting a load of people and just the building collapsing. It cuts so often to outside the building, showing it collapsing, and it doesn't look impressive. I'm not really all that interested in it. I think as an action scene, it's fine. But at this point in the film, just having an okay action scene means it's pretty rough. I'm just not interested in any of this that is happening. And so I guess the sunglasses guy gets a cool death. I think that's a really appropriate cool death, a very James Bond sort of death. But I just don't find this very exciting or interesting.
I don't find the actual like fighting stuff too. I mean, it's fine. Nail gun thing's kind of cool. I was actually going to say the complete opposite about the building being destroyed. I thought that was really impressive. And I think that's maybe coming off the back of like what we saw in Die Another Day with like terrible CGI. I thought the building being destroyed looked really good. I was actually kind of surprised at how good it looked with all the CGI of it collapsing, like the wide shots from outside. I think they kind of do a really good job selling that they are inside a collapsing building. I do agree that where this is in the film is just too late, and it's like, yeah, I totally understand why by this point you're just like, can we wrap this up now? But I do think just in a purely kind of visual level, they did a good job with the CGI.
Oh, I agree with that. Yeah, the building itself looks good. I think it's not the technical aspect of this scene. It's just the content itself. I don't care about this building collapsing. And I think they are trying to find like a smaller scale action scene, because that's what this film has mostly been about. Obviously, we've had some bigger scale ones, but they want this smaller one. So they've managed to keep it to this building in Venice. And I guess it's an interesting idea. I just don't think it's not strong enough on its own to support this. And it just comes across as they have to kind of rush through it a little bit as well, which is why I think the whole shots stand out to me in a negative way. Because they have to keep cutting to Bond fighting goons, and the building collapsing, Bond fighting goons, the building's collapsing, Bond fighting goons, and I'm just, oh god. But because this was the end of the film, yeah, I think there was a consideration here to keep it short, but that almost makes it worse. I don't want it longer. I just don't want it, I guess. It's just... But sometimes when I watch this film, it doesn't bother me. When I watched it for this one, it does bother me. So it's unfortunate. But I have flip-flopped on this film so often, and it mostly comes down to this scene and whether I enjoy it or not. And sometimes I do and sometimes I don't. So at this point in time, I don't.
Well, but then what would have made you enjoy it at another time?
I don't know.
Okay, just the way it is.
I guess my mood, I guess, or something like that. I think it goes to... I don't think it's specifically this scene, maybe. I think it's like, sometimes you're in the mood for a long film. Sometimes you can watch Lord of the Rings and be super into it all the time. Sometimes you can sit down and watch Lord of the Rings and be like, I am so tired. I just want to go to bed or something. I don't think I was necessarily in the wrong frame of mind for this, though. But this is the big signal of, you have been watching a film for ages, and now we're just going to do this whole other action sequence that is completely disconnected from anything else in the film. I think that fundamentally is not great, but sometimes I don't mind it and sometimes I do.
Right. Fair enough.
So this ends with, the sunglasses man has been killed, so Vesper screams, and we see the lift that's in the middle of the room is starting to drop. So it's just about to go into the water because the building's collapsing with this lift, so it's about to go into the water. So Bond runs over and he goes to open the lift, but it's locked. And Vesper says she's sorry, and then removes the key from the lift. So she locks herself in, is my understanding?
Yeah, she locks herself in.
Ugh. So the building is still... I don't like that. The building is still collapsing. And because she's locked herself in, the lift then just drops directly into the water, so it's completely submerged. So Bond dives down and swims to the lift, and he's trying to open it quite frantically, but can't. And you see Vesper quite calmly looking on at this. So she's been submerged, but you've got a very calm Vesper and a very manic, crazy Bond. So Vesper swims over and holds his hand. And kisses him one last time before letting out like this scream, and she goes from being very calm to just suddenly taking in all this water, and it's very panicked and kind of starts reaching out as she's drowning, and eventually you just see her turn into a corpse basically, and she starts floating with that harrowed look on her, or like dead eyes, and Bond is able to like half open the lift and reaches inside but just can't get to her while screaming. And we cut from that to shots above the water where Bond comes up with Vesper in hand, so he was able to get her out, and puts her on top of the building that was destroyed and tries to bring her back but just can't, and looks very distraught, extremely distraught, like very, very broken, not like about to cry, just completely like, yeah, distraught is the best word I can think of it. So he's breathing very heavily, but he stops breathing so heavily and hugs the corpse, and we see somebody was watching all of this, and it was Mr. White, and he walks away, and he walks away with a briefcase full of money, the one that Vesper was there to exchange, and he now has the money. So I complained a lot about the action scene. This stuff is great.
Oh, it's amazing. I love this stuff.
Yeah, I don't quite buy about Vesper removing the key. That bothers me a little bit. But the way this is all shot with the way Vesper is and the way Bond is and the tragedy angle of all this is like as good as you could possibly do it.
Oh, for sure. But for being in a Bond film and having everything else that we've seen so far, all the action, all that, all the quips, all the blah, 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 but they still managed to get this in at the end, and it is shot just so well and so kind of just front and center in the camera. Like, as you say, you see her go from kind of looking on at Bond inside to then just drowning, like straight up drowning right in front of you, and turning into just that corpse, that lifeless body in front of you. It's really, it hits hard, and it's kind of a very, well, hugely emotional moment to end the film on.
And just Bond's reaction, like him being so crazy, it's how you know this means a lot. But you know, her drowning, you almost see it's shot like you're seeing what Bond sees.
Yeah.
Which makes it really more effective. And having her be stuck in this lift, it means that you're almost getting like a private showing in a sick way of somebody drowning. And that in itself is like, oh, it's quite heavy. But it's not gory or anything. It's just quite grim and bleak. But it needs to be grim and bleak to sell this all. And just seeing it all be underwater, like it's already very blue as well. I don't know if that was part of it, the whole color choice of, oh, everything's blue, but there is something to be said about showing it underwater, and her drowning like that.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Again, I don't know if I quite buy the key stuff. I guess the idea is that she's choosing to drown and die, which maybe Quantum of Solace kind of justifies that a bit more. I'm not too sure if that's how that should have played out. I might have liked it more if that wasn't an element of it, and actually she was just locked in and there's nothing she can do, but she kind of accepts her death before Bond does. I might have maybe liked that a little bit, because it seems a little bit odd that she's basically committing suicide.
I like that though. I think that works for me. The idea of it being that the guilt associated with what she's done is enough to make her want to end her life I think that adds to the character for me.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, yeah. You could see it either way. That also makes sense. I'm just not, I don't know. It doesn't matter too much because I think the scene is still very powerful and well done. I might have been interested to see an alternative version, which is actually her making these decisions has put her in that situation, but she kind of accepts that rather than actually killing herself or being very deliberately killing herself. But like, it totally makes sense what you're saying. I can see that too.
Yeah, so we're pretty much at the end of the film, more or less. We see Bond. We're still in Venice, but we see Bond on the boat on his own. I don't know how much time is going to have passed here.
Not much, I don't think.
Not much, but enough time for Bond to kind of gather himself anyway. Because he's on the phone talking to M, sort of getting a debrief on the situation, because MI6 have been doing a bit of digging as well. And M says to Bond that Vesper had a French-Algerian boyfriend, which is why she had that Algerian knot necklace, and this boyfriend was kidnapped by the organization that was behind Le Chiffre, whoever that mysterious Mr. White man is, whoever he's dealing with. They took her boyfriend and kind of blackmailed her, threatening to kill him. and that's how they kind of got her into their system. Now, I have a question: is how far? I don't. Maybe I'm missing something here, but like, was she a double agent like from a long time back, or was it relatively recently, like when Bond got involved?
Oh, I don't know. That's a very good question, though. I would assume it was all specifically for this, but at the same time, like Le Chiffre was the one getting the money, so this almost feels like if Le Chiffre won the game, then she wouldn't have needed to do anything.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
almost feels like a backup plan the organization built in. So potentially Vesper was all right and not really activated before she was needed. But then that doesn't that go. It depends if you think Vesper is the traitor or Mathis is as well, I guess. Because
right.
if Mathis wasn't, then Vesper would have had to been involved the whole time to feed information. But then I guess she would have been feeding information to Le Chiffre.
Yeah,
So,
but yeah.
and maybe this comes together. Maybe
Yeah.
this is why Le Chiffre said Mathis is my friend to protect Vesper's cover.
Yeah, that's absolutely it. It's got to be, right?
Damn, that does kind of make sense. We got there.
We got there, folks, after 17 years. But no, yeah. So M's basically saying that they've done the digging now on Vesper, and they paid too much attention to their enemies. They didn't look at their friends, people inside the system, which is a bit of a big oversight, to be honest. And she actually goes to ask Bond, how are you doing? And Bond just completely ignores that, doesn't answer at all, and just says that she left her phone, and that she must have known that he would check it. And this is where Mathis comes up, speaking of Mathis, because M says, oh, this must clear Mathis then. And Bond says, no, still keep on with him. Like, he's still distrustful of him, basically. And then I guess that's why we do learn more in the next film about what happens to him. M says M's clearly like looking out for Bond a bit more emotionally here, because she asked that question before, and now she's saying if you need more time, and Bond just like interrupts and is like, why would I need more time? And then you get the line, the job is done, the bitch is dead. And I'm pretty sure that's straight from the book, that last line anyway. So he's clearly just cut that cord completely in his mind, kind of mentally, to Vesper now. For now anyway. And
Yeah, he's cut the cord. It never comes up again. Don't worry about it.
no, that's it now. We never think of Vesper at all.
That's all wrapped up in a nice little, she's dead, the bitch is dead, we can all move on.
Yeah. A nice, neat bow on top.
Oh, it really came together nicely.
But no, with Bond saying that, M then sort of probes a bit and says, well, have you ever thought about why you're still alive after the torture scene? And so M thinks that Vesper made a deal to keep Bond alive in exchange for the winning, so she did as much as she could, and that to an extent she probably knew she was heading to her death with what she knew and what she had done. So yeah, like there is still a little bit of something there for Bond to latch onto, but potentially. But yeah, the trail's gone cold, according to M, and that's where Bond hangs up and looks through. He's got this little pile of her belongings next to her on the boat, and grabs her phone and actually sees a message on there, a text message that's labelled for James, and it's got a name. It's got Mr. White, who we've known, but yeah, that's Mr. White, and a phone number for him as well for Bond to work from.
Yeah, this is where I think M has that role, and Judi Dench being Judi Dench is really, really strong.
Yeah,
I think she just kind of plays this perfectly, and we've had a little bit of this, I feel like, in other films. I can't really think specifically, but M just matter-of-factly explaining the situation and taking Bond through it, and when she's all like, oh, you don't trust anyone, do you, James? And he says no, and M's like, so you've learned your lesson. That's all very good. It's like she's not being super motherly or anything like that. She's being very like okay, good, that's fine. And I think the impact of the last scene to then transition that into M just explaining what's going on and catching you up and talking to Bond, it's all good stuff. Like, she's like the perfect person to be talking a lot in this next scene, because someone like Bond is not going to be talking a lot. You just need someone like M to take you through it, and she's just the perfect person for it.
Bond is just there to say, one word answers basically in this and just get it over with, according to him. Yeah. So yeah, we have one last little bit of the film left. So Bond now knows about Mr. White, and we cut to a car entering this very beautiful estate on a lakefront.
Is this the same one that Bond was recovering at?
Well, it looks very similar. I'm assuming it's in the same place somewhere in Italy, because it certainly looks the same.
Yeah, it looks like the same. It's very distinct, so I think it is.
Yeah. And this car comes and drives in, and Mr. White gets out. And he goes and stands near the edge, looking out to, as I say, this very beautiful scene, this lake out there. And he gets a phone call. And we hear the voice on the phone, and it's clearly Bond saying, Mr. White, we need to talk. And Mr. White replies, who is this? And as he says that, he gets shot. Gets shot from afar, from off screen, in his leg, which causes him to drop down to the floor, start scrambling around in pain and crawling up to the steps of this estate. And as this is happening, like the Bond theme is like ever so quietly kicking in and building up momentum, because the camera pans up to the top of the steps, and there's Bond, of course, suited up, looking the part with a gun in his hand. He looks down to Mr. White and responds, "The name's Bond, James Bond." And there you go. Bond theme kicks in, and that's the end of the film.
Oh, that's his name. Oh.
I thought it was James Band.
James Bland, yeah.
Yeah. What an ending, though. Blimey.
Oh, yeah. Hell of a last moment.
We finally got it. Yeah.
Yeah, that exciting thing and Bond being there. Yeah, it's tricky, though, because it's almost like portrayed like Bond has gone through his transformation to make Bond Bond. But again, I don't really buy that kind of thing, but I think that's just more me. But it's such a badass moment. It's such a cool thing to... And the music is just perfect, having that original Bond theme kick in and having the line. It's just, that might have been the first thing they decided to do when making this film, because it's just kind of a perfect way to end a reboot like this.
And you've got to give it to Dave Arnold here. Like, that version of the Bond theme, they use it so many times later on, even when he's not the one scoring the film, because it is just so good. It's like probably the best version of the Bond theme, personally. Yeah,
it's just an updated version of the original, isn't it, really? Like,
yeah,
to the point where you would just assume it might be the original if you weren't sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also I guess this movie ends on this note of this cliffhanger. I guess we'll talk about it more next week, but when I originally saw the film, I thought that was incredibly cool, the idea of this organization and not really knowing what's going on. It takes a little bit of the edge of some of this stuff, but this was incredibly intriguing. I was like, what is this organization? Who are these people? I was actually really that was really exciting that this reboot brought in this idea that they're clearly going to carry on in the next film. And actually having Bond meet up with Mr. White here was like, oh, what's happening next? What's going to happen next? I was really excited by it all.
Yeah, I was trying to think back to when I watched this. Maybe I just didn't really know as much about Bond back then, so I wouldn't have thought this. But I do wonder how many people would have assumed the cliffhanger, the organization, all those things that were mentioned throughout the film. Is this going to be Spectre? Like, is this going to be the return of like that sort of stuff? Because I don't know, that's kind of where your mind would go to when you hear the word organization and you're in a Bond film. But I guess that's what they leave for you to wait and see.
The real hardcore is like, oh, that's clearly Smush. They're bringing back Smush?
I mean, they could have, I suppose. They would have had to.
Possibly,
at that point.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have had the rights to Spectre then, I think. So, yeah. It's an interesting one. But no, I agree. I like how this is the reboot of the Bond film. And it's not like... I don't think like the franchise was in any massive danger, not like financially like at other times in the history of it. But I think like this is like such a great thing to kick it off, where you've just had this great film, and with it being a cliffhanger ending, which I've not really done before, like there is more to come, and like this is now Bond in place, ready to go. It's such a great, like that's how you want to leave the cinema, on that sort of note. Not like some other films we'll talk about later, but yeah.
No, yeah. So that was Casino Royale. And with this being a odd number film, that means you go first, Joe.
Okay, well, I'm going to keep this very short and sweet, because I feel like we have talked a lot about this film, and I think I've made pretty much my opinions very clear on how I feel. But this is number one. It's number one. Oh, he's
just saying it, people.
It's without a doubt. Like,
001.
I looked at the list, and there's just like From Russia of Love is still very good, don't get me wrong, but there is just so much of this film that is flawless. I think at the beginning, when we did our initial rankings of top fives and bottom fives, this hasn't really changed, but I think I might have mentioned then that like everything about this was great, and even the pacing. I think I would retract that a little bit and say that little section there between that we talked about, the torture and then the Venice stuff, I think that bit does kind of take the wind out of your sails a little bit. So it's definitely not perfect in that regard, but I think everything else is. I can't really think of a bad moment in the film. I think it gets the Bond character perfectly. It balances that idea of the character of him and where he comes from and the inner psyche of him to an extent, and it also gets in the action and the quips and the scenes with M, and yeah, like I really don't want to just repeat everything that I've said before, but like it's just a really great Bond film. It's just great.
When I look at your top five, though, I think they all have some version of pacing issues.
Yeah, I don't think it's probably. I mean, is there a film that doesn't in the Bond films, Bond franchise? I don't know, but this one, it was more apparent to me this time watching it. That could also be because we have watched 20 other Bond films beforehand as well.
Yeah, that's the interesting point about this. The context is different for me watching this than it was any other time I've seen it.
Yeah.
So it's number one for you, Joe.
It is, yeah, without a doubt.
Okay. I think it was number one overall for you, right? At the episode 0?
It was indeed.
All right, that makes sense. All right, so I guess it's me. Where to begin? It is Casino Royale, and I think the thing that stood out to me is that it's incredibly ambitious. Incredibly ambitious how much they try and ram in here, that they're trying to set up a new Bond, they're trying to reinvent Bond, they're trying to like play off some of the older elements a little bit and try and do new twists and things like the Bond girl they're trying to do differently, and they're trying to adapt this book and bring it down to earth while also having a new Bond, while also setting up the franchise as a whole, while also telling a very different Bond story with Vesper, and it's incredible just how much of it works. I think a lot of it is Martin Campbell coming back and his smart filmmaking, where a lot of these scenes are just, there's like a real style to this film and a real class to a lot of things, but it can also be quite brutal and gritty and quite harsh at the same time, and it does both of those sides extremely well. So as a film, it's a great film. It's a really great film. It's a really great time. So as I already mentioned, or just mentioned, that this film does feel a little bit different having watched all the other ones before it. And I think that mostly means that some of this stuff with Bond and some of the references, I already said it's hit and miss for me, but yeah, they're hit and miss for me. Some of this stuff I thought was actually not that great. The stuff with the drink I didn't really like, and I think sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Not a huge deal, but I feel like I found this stuff a lot less charming now that I've seen the other 20 films in a row. Like, I just don't care about that stuff as much. And sometimes they could have fun nods and sometimes they're not. And then the stuff with Vesper, overall very good. And like I said, this is a very ambitious film. They were trying to cram a lot in. So the fact that they did Vesper as well as they did is pretty damn impressive. But at the same time, because of how much they're trying to cram in and how much heavy lifting the dialogue has to do, it does mean sometimes it falters. And I think sometimes these scenes are just a little bit off and don't work as well as they kind of should have done. Again, I still think Vesper's very good, and I think they pull it off very well. But some of these lines and stuff, I'm just like, oh, that's a bit off. And yeah, we have to go back to the pacing of it. I didn't enjoy that Venice stuff all too much. I think there's still some really great moments in there. Vesper's death is still a really great, haunting moment that really sets up the character very well. I think that is great. And they do go through it quite quickly, but I just did not need another action set piece, and especially one that I don't think was all that interesting at the end of the day. It's not a very interesting set piece, a house collapsing in Venice, especially because it's like they're just randomly in Venice now, so we're just going to do this set piece. So it does get hurt by that pacing. It doesn't really mean the film is bad or anything like that, and I think a lot of those elements do work and are really strong, and I definitely did overall really enjoy it. But you know, to me, it's like when I watch this film, I'm talking about one of the best Bond films ever made. It's right up there. It's a film I got a lot of nostalgia for. It's the first one I saw in the cinema, so I got a lot of love for this film. I think a lot of it is really great, but we're now talking about ranking these films, so I have to look straight at the top, and this one's quite easy. it's better than Thunderball, everybody. so it goes straight above 4. And then From Russia with Love, I think I much prefer this film. It's just more my style of Bond. So now we come down to GoldenEye and Casino Royale, which makes sense because they were directed by the same people and had a lot of the same goals. And do I like Casino Royale or GoldenEye better? And I'm going to say that I like GoldenEye better than this. So that means I'm going to put GoldenEye number 1 and Casino Royale at number 2. I think GoldenEye is just a lot more consistent and there's a lot more memorable moments. And a lot of the strength of that film is also the strength of this film. The mix between style and action, but also kind of more smaller moments. And some of the humor as well works quite well in both of these films. I think both of them are really strong films that do a lot of the things in a very similar way, but I think overall as a complete film, I think GoldenEye is better. And my problems with GoldenEye is more like the villain, and the pacings could be a little bit better, but it's still pretty good. And I think Casino Royale, some of my problems is I just make it a little bit worse. Not to say that it's like a ton worse than GoldenEye or anything like that. It's very close, and ask me again in a few years' time, I might swap them. But we are talking the top of the top and my favorite like films here. So I'm going to put GoldenEye number 1 and slotting Casino Royale at number 2 underneath it.
You don't have to make all that stuff up, Tom. I know why you're putting GoldenEye top. One word. Oromov.
Oromov, yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I actually did think that you were still going to keep GoldenEye top. Because I just think back to that episode and just how much you were, complimenting it. And it makes sense as well. That you're right. It's the same director. Martin Campbell has a great track record in the Bond franchise. I do wonder if he'll ever come back. He's quite old now, but I think he's still making films. I'd like him to come back. I have faith in him.
I would as well. It's a massive shame he didn't do the sequel to Casino Royale. That's like one of the biggest tragedies in this franchise. He should have come back to do that sequel, but he just didn't. I don't know why, but he just didn't come back for Quantum of Solace.
Yeah, and that kind of links in what you were saying. This Casino Royale is such an ambitious film, so much so that it's not even really finished in one film, and you have to have another one. And so that's why we end up with the first proper sequel in a Bond film, like a direct sequel coming up.
Well, I guess if you include Diamonds Are Forever, but that's...
Yeah, that's like it's a little bit funny, that one, isn't it? So
yeah, a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Little bit. But no, this was great to go back and revisit Casino Royale. I did have a good time overall, but yeah, I definitely saw it in a different light because I saw the other 20 Bond films. I think when I originally saw this and when I generally see it, it's more in a vacuum. Or when you originally saw it, it was like 4 years after Die Another Day. So this was such an incredible breath of fresh air and such an exciting new direction for the franchise that it's still those things. But nowadays we have a complete set of films for Daniel Craig, and seeing them so close together, it just feels different. So I think I probably would enjoy this film more independently of a rewatch, and actually maybe like watching this film in this way is not the right way of doing it. It's better to just completely separate it and just be like, I'm in the mood for some Bond. All right, let's check out some Daniel Craig films, rather than trying to watch this after 20 other Bond films.
Yes. I mean, I really enjoyed this, and I put it top for this watching and this ranking. I think I would have liked it even more if it was in that situation instead, where I just popped it on and have not watched hours and hours and hours of Bond beforehand. I think everything would have actually been elevated even more so than it was now. So yeah, I think that definitely cements where it is going in my ranking, just because this wasn't even in its best situation to watch it, and I still really enjoyed it.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Oh, so it's begun. The final lap, I suppose, the Craig era.
Yeah. It's
a really good start for Craig.
Yeah, I'm sure it will continue.
I hope so.
No, I am looking forward to Quantum of Solace. It's been absolutely years and years and years, way longer than when I'd last watched Casino Royale, when I'd watched Quantum of Solace. So I'm curious for how I'm going to feel. I'm also going to be thankful that it's a shorter film, the shortest Bond film. I just need to remember to get my earplugs for the title sequence.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. That's one way to die. Yeah. No, yeah, I forgot about that. That makes me sad. But no, I don't know what I'm going to think of this film, because watching it so close to Casino Royale is probably not a good way of watching this film either. It's probably better to watch it independently. So yeah, I think I ranked it in my bottom 5 before. So I don't know. So much has changed. I'm a different man. Different man than I was. So anything can
We've all
happen.
grown. Yeah.
Considering how, like, not great films like The World Is Not Enough was.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I really remember is the opera scene, and I remember that being good. So I hope that's still good when I watch it again.
I think I actually remember most of that film. I think. Anyway, we'll find out very soon.
We'll find out. Yeah.
So any last thoughts before we go, Joe?
I think I might go make a Vespa.
What's that? What's in a Vespa?
I don't know. I have to go and look it up.
Well, if you want a Vespa, you got to get a lift, lock a woman in it, submerge it into water.
Right. Excuse me. Hello? Anyone? No. All right. I'll try and work on that.
Yeah, I think you'll get there. All right, so thank you very much for listening. You have been listening to episode 21 of the Bond Revisited podcast. The Bond Revisited podcast will return next week with Quantum of Solace.